Anyway, nice to have your company. I trust you are well. Oh, Lord, honestly, it's like the coach parties arrived from Basildon. It's very sweet, isn't it? Did you see that the other day? They were all protesting in Basildon, Liverpool. Do you see the pictures of these people? What is the matter with them? I mean, I was looking at them. There's one bloke being pepper sprayed. There's something we should give everybody. You should all be getting one of those under the tree this year, a pepper spray. You can go to Cannes and buy things like that. Did you know that? I didn't realise. But, so somebody was, a bloke was arrested. I mean, I don't quite understand the mentality of these people. Mind you, I have heard some very odd people. I mean, one of those detained was a man who was 36 from Kirkby, who was arrested on suspicion of assault of an emergency worker. I mean, you sometimes wonder, don't you? Please God, these people are not allowed to vote. Please God, they're not allowed to vote. Or failing that, if they because these are the people who don't believe that there is anything like coronavirus. They think it's all a sort of some publicity stunt. What you want to happen secretly, if you were thinking evil thoughts, is that they sort of contract it. And I've told people you don't want it. Okay. Then they get to the hospital and the nurse goes, "I'm terribly sorry. We saw you on the television protesting about it. Go home. Bye bye. Go and get an aspirin." That'll be the first time they start moaning about, "Oh, we didn't realise this was going to happen." They're not bright enough, seriously, to be in the real world with the rest of us. You know, at least pay attention to what everybody's saying. We know people who've sort of had coronavirus. We know people who've had the symptoms. It's not fun, believe you me. You don't want it. But all these people go, "Oh, it's fake news." It's like listening to Nick Abbott going on last night. What was he moaning about last night? That's right, shopping by email, not by email, on computer, Amazon. Shopping. Everybody shops on Amazon. I was shopping on Amazon yesterday. My little package arrived, which I was very pleased about. I waited. I sat outside waiting. And every time something went past where it said Amazon delivery, a little tear, you know. It's like waiting for Father Christmas to appear down your chimney on Christmas Eve and nothing happens till the morning. And then in between, it was a parcel for me from Amazon. I can't discuss private, intimate things that I buy on Amazon. That would be ridiculous. But it was very good, and I plugged it in immediately. The moment I got it, it was out that box and plugged into the kitchen. Yeah, very perky this morning. I nearly actually used it before I came in, but I thought, no, save yourself, Stephen. You're going to be home at 7:30, 7:45. Wait till that happens. I don't know what the weather forecast is today. I don't know if it's going to be nice or if it's going to be wet or miserable. Christmas trees are on sale. Please, I mean, you're only a month away from sort of Christmas. You know, it's not very far, is it? Not very far. And then you can go out. So today, light cloud and light winds. Light cloud. Do you know, there was a very good programme on the television yesterday, and who was it? Can't remember her name. She's very good. It wasn't Kate Humble, it was the other one who was very similar. And she was walking through Iceland and looking at the volcanoes and everything, and it looked really interesting. Boring as hell for the cameraman, I should imagine, you know. And she gets to the top of the volcano, and they look through a little hole in the ground, and there they can see the earth swirling underneath in this molten mass. I mean, absolutely brilliant. Absolutely. I was quite excited because you know that Darren Adam, he loves Iceland. And what's that? Oh, look, how sweet. Oh, little chocolate thing. Was it Kate Humble? It was ever so good. It was ever so good. I mean, it was quite... Mind you, the trouble is there's nothing. It's like a lunar landscape in Iceland. There's nothing there. And the food's ghastly. But Darren loves it. Absolutely loves it. Caroline Quentin is very surprised that she hasn't lost more weight. She hasn't lost more weight through being on the dancing programme. Round here, occupational hazard. I am working with basically the Teletubbies. You know, we can't help it. We're all in that kind of situation. And you wish that there was a magic wand that you could wave and just go, whoosh, and all of a sudden you go, whoosh. A friend of mine started sending pictures of me the other day to my phone, but I didn't know it was me. I was so impressed by this person. And I looked at it and I said, "Who's that?" And he wrote back, he went, "It's you." Because I was taken some years ago. I mean, really. I was, and I said, "Where did all these come from?" I mean, I looked, wait a minute, I can show you one of them. Oh. I wouldn't even have known that was me. I was very, with hair. With hair you can sit on. How amazing is that? And then I've got another one of me with sort of, I was slim. And then there was another one of me, and I don't know, I think that was taken in Vienna. I tell you, was it a dressing gown? No, I was dressed up as something. I don't know. I thought it was clown, actually, a dressing gown. I'm slightly disturbed by it if you think it's a... I do have a dressing gown. I had to buy one when I went to hospital for my operation because they said, we don't want you walking about in your pants. I said, why not? Nobody's complained at home. See no reason why not. But I was slim. I mean, I was, I was hot property, I'm telling you. It's obviously only in recent years it's all gone a bit pear-shaped. The Beckhams, every story you read about the dreary old Beckhams, they're going on about how much money they've got, how much money they've earned. Why don't you just do one? Please, go away and stop boring us with how much money you've got. They were going, Victoria Beckham's made 100 million from her business. I don't think so. That's why she had to borrow from little Dave. Look after yourself, Nick. Loving that picnic outfit today. I'm seriously loving it. I like it. He's got a T-shirt on, and then he's got a blue and white check. I'd buy that shirt. That would be a shirt that I would buy. But this morning I put this one on. Whoa! I put this one on because I thought it's a cheery shirt. It's a cheery shirt. And then I got something for Jake to wear. And, sorry? I got you something to wear. Yeah, you're very welcome. And it's very nice. It's very nice. It might be a little bit big for you, but only a little tiny bit too big. Because you claim what size you claim you are? You think you're a medium? You absolutely are not a medium. Okay, so I'm going to give it to you in a moment. And I've got some apples. And I got my seasonal wreath. I get a wreath every year, a door wreath, because I love a door wreath. And this is from Wendy Wilkins and family. They're at the Flowered Corner. That's Jane, Wendy and Deanna, and it's lovely. Have you seen my wreath? Look at my wreath. It's got lights in it and everything. Pretty cool, isn't it? Beautiful, isn't it? And it lights up. Look, if you you turn on the batteries. Look at that, eh? That's really snazzy, isn't it? Isn't that cool for Christmas? I feel almost festive now. I don't know if that's upside down or not. Whatever it is, it's very nice. Very nice. I like a good wreath on the door. I do. I've always had one. A friend of mine, David, I'm not living... If I leave that outside the studio, that would have vanished by tomorrow morning. It's got dried oranges on it and everything. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I remember putting some tinsel around this microphone stand one morning, feeling particularly festive. Came in the next day, it had gone. Seriously, I know it took it. I don't want to go into it now. It's too embarrassing for them and it's a court case. But and then I thought, I saw a little tree for sale the other day and it might have been in a shop like Paper Chase. And I thought, should I buy that and put it in the studio and put some little lights around it? Because I like to be a bit festive. Can't match the size of Jake's, of course. Jake's, always got to have one bigger than everybody else. So his is quite big. And I'm still debating, because I haven't got mine out yet. I haven't put the tree up. I was going to do it the other day, but Sandy's have still not got their lights on. So I thought, I'm not doing it just yet. I don't want to be sort of... And somebody said, no, you shouldn't follow, you should lead. I thought, I can't do it. It's got to go in sequence. That's the way it goes. Plus, I got some lovely stuff sent to me. This is what I've got all sorts... Seriously, I came into boxes today. There's a present for you, Steve. There's boxes, and I've got some apples, and I've got some satsumas, some chocolate as well. But the trouble is, what did I have yesterday? I tried the Little Marks and Spencer's sausages in batter. So. The curry sauce, yeah, so. I liked, actually, the duck spring rolls, which were better. But I've had those before. You can get those all year round. It's just they stick them in a Christmas wrapper and up the price. Then they go, ooh, that's nice, isn't it? And then I saw the day before, where had I been on the Friday? Waitrose. And I've never bought before, because I've never felt the need to. Never felt the need to buy before, but I saw them this year round. And it was different fruits in lovely jars, and they all had different booze with them, alcohol. And so I saw these ones, and it was berries. I think it's blueberries, raspberries, blackberries in Prosecco. So I thought, no, I've not had any Prosecco for quite a while. So I bought a jar of these things, and I thought I could have those with a bit of yogurt or something like that, just a bit something to cheer yourself up, make it healthy, in the Prosecco, and then drink the jar. And so I took it home, and it's one of those things which has got a lid at the side where you flick this metal thing down, and I couldn't open it. I could not open the jar. I tried every which way but loose. I thought, this is ridiculous, because if I really go for it in such a big way, this thing's going to go all over me. I'm going to have to lick myself clean. And I decided maybe that wasn't the kind of thing. It was like a child lock on it, seriously. And it's a metal thing, which sort of lifts up and it goes round the top thing, and then you pull it down and it sort of seals it hermetically. Well, I couldn't open it. I absolutely couldn't open it. I tried and I tried and I tried. And in the end, I gave up. And I thought, I know what I'll do. I'll go back to Waitrose on the Saturday morning. That's it, one of these things here. The one at the top, that's it. That thing there. A cookie container. So annoying. So I couldn't open it. I managed to get the thing off the side, but I couldn't actually open it. It had obviously... And I thought maybe it's because it's the booze. So yesterday morning, 8 o'clock, I'm back in Waitrose. My little bag, I've got the receipt. It was £8. So, I'm expecting to open it. And there's a young girl behind the counter. She won't know. She won't know anything. And so I said, I bought this yesterday. She went, yes. They're like that, yes. And I said, but I can't open it. I spent all night trying to open the blooming thing, which I did. And so she said, do you want to go and get another one? So I thought, yeah, so I have to go all the way to the back of the store. It's like a trek over the Alps with Hannibal and his elephants. And I go all the way to the back of the store. I'm exhausted when I get there. I'm on oxygen. I had to call the paramedics and all the rest of it. That bit's an exaggeration. And they had all the different fruits. They had cherries in kirsch. They had pears. They had little satsumas. And then they had the berries in the Prosecco. So I took the jar and I thought, wait a minute, I'm not going to walk all the way back and can't open it. So I tried it. Couldn't open it. I tried 4 different fruits. Couldn't open it. I thought, this is ridiculous. I'm standing in Waitrose doing it. People thought I was shoplifting. Seriously, I've got my little bag there, but I've got the receipt in. I don't want to be accused of anything. I'm a very honest person. I've never shoplifted in my life. I've thought about it, but I've never actually managed to do it. And I thought, I don't want to walk all the way back to the front desk again, without this thing. But on the other hand, they're going to have to give me a refund because I can't open it. I get back there and she went, I've opened it. I said, have you? She said, I had to put a pair of scissors underneath the lid and the seal, she said, because once you pull the handle down, it seals it hermetically, and so you had to sort of get to a bit like that. And I said, show me you opening it, because I don't want to get all the way home and then try and it didn't work. So she went, no, then I went, okay, that's fine, I'll take it. So I put it back in my bag again, got all the way home and drank half the contents on the way. Made me feel quite good, actually. I was, people have started letting me on the bus now. There'll be a load of elderly people standing at the bus stop and I'm standing there and they go, after you. This is elderly people to me. Honestly, it's a joke. It's because I'm holding the Freedom Pass, pensioner. And get the vaccine quite quickly. If you're a pensioner and you limp. I can use disabled toilets and everything now. I'm getting really good at stuff like that. I'm doing a break. I'm explaining about this story from yesterday. So anyway, well done to the girl in Waitrose for opening it, and I drank a little bit of the booze. It was quite nice actually, but didn't tempt me to drink any more. And that was my day. How was your day? Yesterday? Was your day good? Did you do something really interesting, or did you just lie in bed and eat? Lay in bed and eat. See, that's the trouble, isn't it? I had toast yesterday. Toast is very nice. Toast with coronation chicken, which is like chicken in a curry sauce. That was particularly nice. With raisins, yeah. Oh, turned your nose up at raisins. So exciting, isn't it? I love Sunday. I don't know why. There's no particular reason why. It's because you can go out and do shopping and do little bits and pieces. I can't think of anything. It's dull. Do you remember I told... Oh, are we changing it now? Oh well. How mean. Very mean. It's so hot. Actually, yeah, it can't be hot. Who was sitting with a hot water bottle earlier on? Look! She's got a hot water bottle. I said, what have you got a hot water bottle for? She said, because it's very cold. I thought, I've got a short-sleeved shirt on. Twinkle's got a short-sleeved... No, it's long-sleeved. And she's sitting there with a hot water bottle. I think that is about the coolest thing. I've never seen anybody coming in clutching a hot water bottle. They said, actually, they had on Ideal World the other day, one of these shopping channels, jackets, like quilted type jackets, heated. They've got heating elements inside and batteries, and they were about £100. And I looked at... Well, I don't think it heats up to the point of you're going to sort of start smoking at the bus stop. I don't think it goes that bad. But I remember thinking, now that's quite... Because one thing, I feel the cold in my hands because I've got bad circulation. So my feet are terrible. So if I'm in bed, I need to wear socks to keep my feet warm. There you go, look. battery pack, thermofusion heated jacket. I mean, admittedly, the colour is that they've only got the one sort of colour. But I mean, it's heated, and it's only $99.99, and it's a £5, and you just sort of, you charge up your battery pack, and then it sort of keeps you a bit warm. I think they look quite nice, and they do gilets as well. I've never had a gilet. I wish they came in different colours. Why do they do them in such boring colours? Because we're just sort of very unadventurous. I'd like to see that in red. Halinka sent me in something very nice indeed. Thank you so much. She says, no peeping until the 1st of December. Not sure I can wait for the 1st of December. And it's the snowman, but it moves. It's got figures that move. You know those cards that she found? She's now found a snowman calendar, a musical calendar. I'm so excited. No, I haven't set it. No, I'm not allowed to look at it until the 1st of December. So I've sort of opened it, but I haven't actually opened the box. I'm so excited. Seriously, I feel like Christmas has arrived just for me. And to repay you, I'm going to be here on Christmas morning breakfast between 7 and 10, and Boxing Day and New Year's Day. So three days. The rest of the time, it'll be as normal. So I hope that you'll be with me all the way through. Sue says, you're very naughty for a diabetic. Listen, I'm very naughty for a non-diabetic as well. I can't help it. She says, how funny, pepper spray for Christmas. Don't see many loved ones, but when we do, we bump elbows. I don't. I actually hugged somebody a few weeks back. I know I shouldn't have done, but I did. They also hugged me, didn't they? In fact, they hugged me before I hugged them. I was kind of caught in the sort of the downdraft. It was a case of, oh my goodness. I didn't complain though. Quite like a bit of hugging. Julia Bradbury was the person. Very good though. Very good. I mean, it was very, very nice. And there was something else I was going to tell you, and I can't remember what it is. Oh, still moaning in the papers today. Eamon Holmes. About for God's sake, get over yourself. There are a couple of funny stories. One is that Eamon said every day there are people trying to get him sacked. Well, obviously it's not very successful because he's been on this morning for 14 years. And then, even after it shows that, the people who should be listening to this programme are the viewers of This Morning. We know that the editor listens, and the executive editor, and quite a number of other people on the programme are listening to the programme, because I'd said that Eamon and Ruth were not going till the new year. And somebody went, they turned up on the programme the other day. Of course they did. They're still working till the new year. In the new year, they're going to go. And then there's a story in the paper today that goes, the BBC are really interested. No, they're not. Why would they be? They've got loads of elderly people that they can put on programmes. They don't want... I mean, Eamon Holmes is 60. But the trouble is, he's an old... I mean, I'm older than he is. Quite a bit older, actually. But I'm far more bubbly and lively. He looks as though, seriously, you could sit him in a pair of carpet slippers in an old people's home with a book or a pair of headphones on, or just leave him in the corner. But they were saying, the BBC are really interested in them. No, they're not. Why would they? They've got loads of people who work at the BBC. Listen, it's not like they've been dropped from ITV. They're being used for the holiday cover. I mean, it's really not... It's not difficult at all. But people are saying, what are they going to do? They're our favourites, and people should drop Pip Schofield. They're never going to drop Pip Schofield. They're not going to drop Holly Willoughby. They're not going to drop Alison Hammond, and they're certainly not going to drop old Dermot O'Dreary. Why would they? And yet you drop Eamon Holmes, and look at the way he's aged over the years. I think he dyed his hair. And, when he first started on television, I thought he was one of the best-looking people on television. Mind you, my eyesight's always been a bit dodgy. And look at this, mean and moody, like that. But as he's got older, he's got more crotchety. I don't know why. I can't understand it. He's earned a good living for a long, long time. And so he only does one day a week, and then they do the covering. And they're sort of changing him for somebody. Well, that happens all the time. It's nothing new. And in fact, as Jan Moyer said in the paper the other day, she said, you're very lucky to be on television that amount of time. It's a very rare thing that somebody does 14 years, on one programme on the television. So, embrace it. Look forward to retirement. You must have made enough money, for God's sake. Must have done. Open up a food shop, restaurant, something like that. Just be like Henry VIII. Start eating your lunch and we can all come around and watch. That's what used to happen to Henry VIII, wasn't it? But no, stop moaning about it. It doesn't really matter. It's, the more you moan about it, the more they're going to be thinking, I tell you what, by next year, let's find somebody else to cover it. Alison Hammond and Dermot O'Dreary can do that as well. But people are saying, oh, no, it's done for diversity. There's only 1 out of 2 people going on there. They have other people who are diverse. You know, now you've got a gay presenter on there. It couldn't be more diverse, could it, really? So, you know, at least they're doing their bit. But stop moaning about it. God in heaven, it's so dreary. It's like, also, there's another piece in the paper today, Rhiannon Sugden. Remember her? That old has-been from years ago, still going on about the sex text that came from Vernon Kay, which she responded to, and she goes, he, of course, sailed through it, whereas it ruined my career. Well, go away then, do us all a favour. Stop moaning about it. God, you've milked it like there's no tomorrow. At least I'm being honest and telling you, you're boring and dreary. Go away. Listen, you know, you've stuck the knife into his back so many occasions now. You don't need to do it. We know what he did. His wife's forgiven him. You, of course, because you don't have anything to do, keep going on about it. Don't go on about it. Ridiculous. Oh, somebody wrote in to me and said, be warned, Steve, there's a couple of girls in work... What? Oh, right, that was it. There's a couple of girls working the car park scam. And what you do is they clean your car. They're wearing sort of little, you know, cut-off Levi shorts and things like that. They clean the car, and then they say, can you give us a lift to the next DIY store? They get in the back of the car, and then they apparently run their hands all over your body. So my uncle Frank met them on Tuesday, Friday, Sunday, and I think he's meeting them again tomorrow. He's very happy. Such an old gag, but who cares? Listen, this is what we do. Steve, have you listened to Ian Payne? He's very good. Yep, absolutely. And he takes texts, says Amanda, who's quite clearly living in some sort of home. Right, highly recommended. God, why would you be writing to me to tell me something that happens on the station I work for 40 plus years? Unless you're one of those peculiar people, Amanda. You know, and I suspect actually reading your thing, you're a bit peculiar, aren't you? Because she's lifted a picture of me from Five's Company. I think you're a weirdo. Okay, you know what weirdos are, Amanda? Lonely. Very lonely. She said he's very knowledgeable and funny. Well, I'm sure he'll be delighted. Although, to be honest with you, he's already warned me about you, so don't worry. He won't be responding to you ever. What's the time now? 29 minutes past 4. Oh, Holly, I was right the other day. Holly Willabooby. When she had time off, people were going, oh, has she been dropped from this morning? No, I said it's the kids. It's the kids. They were having having checkups and everything else, which is good. Maura Higgins is in talks to another Fly on the Wall documentary. Apparently the first one was so drearily successful. Not. Michael McIntyre says he wouldn't have bought his dream home if he'd known that COVID was on the way. He spent £10 million. This is the man who, in 1 year, grossed £20 million. So he ain't short of money, put it that way. Do not feel badly for him. Celebrity Crystal Maze is back. The lineup will feature Jordan Banjo, Gareth Thomas and Laura the Ball Whitmore. Oh, blood, what's the matter with everybody? Can't they find anybody new? They must be able to. Emily A. Tack says she once had a threesome with a married couple. Somebody has lifted that from her TV programme the other day. I watched it, and her parents were sitting in a box in the theatre. They were trying to fill it up. And she said, oh, I had a threesome once with a married couple. So the newspaper just gone, oh, run that as a story. So they've made like a quarter of a page out of it. So lazy. Harry and Meghan, you remember them? No, not many do. They've given Frogmore Cottage, not given, but they've lent it to Eugenie and Jack, which is nice, isn't it? Because obviously their father's too poor and too tight to actually buy them a property themselves. So they've had to go cap in hand to Harry and Meghan. He's not coming back anytime soon. And he's going, you can have the house, Eugenie. And she's going, oh, thank you so much. Because they don't do anything either, do they, really? And Scarlett Moffat claims she fancies Vernon Kay. Woo! Unfortunately, it's not reciprocated, darling. Don't want to ruin your day, but he's not remotely interested. He's got a nice wife, thank you very much indeed. News headlines at 4:31. Two sugars. Paul says, my wife bought me battery-heated gloves a couple of years ago. See, I like the idea of the battery-heated coat, because it'll obviously have a wire that runs through it, which heats up. And I quite fancy the idea because it has been a bit nippy of late. A little bit, mind you, I'm going to be the only one standing later on outside on the street with a Christmas wreath in one hand. There we go. What's he doing? He's got a Christmas wreath. Steve, Colin in Morecambe says, Pip Schofield is only a couple of years younger than Eamon Holmes, but I agree he's not aged well. Well, I mean, yes, I mean, Pip Schofield is 58, is he? Is he 58? I mean, he's good-looking 58, but there again, he's had white hair for quite some time. 58. Eamon Holmes is 60. See, you know the difference? Philip Schofield is yo-thin, and Eamon Holmes is yo-fat. It's as simple as... You know why? Because he eats. I'm not saying there's anything the matter with that. We all like eating food, for goodness sake. But Eamon... But I think it makes him tired. I mean, he should actually be getting out there doing a bit of exercise. I mean, it's far be it from me to talk about people doing exercise, but, you know, I'm a really healthy person. Woo, 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 woo. Very healthy. Yeah. At the moment, the trousers can't stay up for the simple reason that I've run out of notches on the belt. I'm going to have to go and get another belt today. I've not bought a belt for ages, actually, so it's quite... And I said to him, where can I buy a belt? Costco. Costco, you can buy all the clothes. This is what I don't understand. Clinton's, the card firm, have closed down. You can go to any supermarket and buy cards. So why Clinton's not allowed to sell cards? I mean, come on, government, pull your fingers out. And so if I want to buy a belt, I can't go to John Lewis and I can't go to all these other department stores. I can walk into Costco and buy a belt immediately. I can buy shoes, slippers, shirts, jackets. Doesn't make any sense, does it, really? I've got a new card for Costco. I had a new photo. I don't know I don't know what the reason is. I wish I could, because in some of the big places, they've said, if I go to Marks and Spencer's, I can buy food, but I can't buy pants. Apparently not an essential. Obviously not in Richmond. Steve. Let's have some more of your texts and emails. I like to weave in a couple on the programme. Somebody else saying, you're very naughty for a diabetic. I'm very naughty for a normal person as well. I don't see it as being a hindrance, actually, being a diabetic. I did when I first started, but not now. I really don't. I've got no idea. Steve, my decorations are down from the loft, waiting on my fairy light order. Then up they go, says Julie on the Isle of Wight. And somebody says, I thought you said Ruthie Henschel wouldn't reveal all about her relationship and I'm a celebrity. She's not revealing anything at all. You think she's revealing? She's not. Believe me, all the stuff that's been out there is exactly the same as you've been able to read since the thing happened. Nothing new at all. She wouldn't do it. She's not like that. Steve, you're sounding very perky today. Thank you, Ingrid. Always perky, every single day. Every single day. I quite like the idea of being perky. And Clive was talking about books, wasn't he? Everybody's sort of favourite books. With Ian Dale, which I did a show with at the theatre in Twickenham, which Joe didn't go to. So, but it doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. No. We don't hold, a grudge against you at all. We're not like that. I'm not that sort of person. But, well, we might later on. No, I think he's done quite well with that book. James O'Brien was plugging his book the other day. Still waiting for my free copy. It's not arrived. I mean, I'm not bitter in any way, shape or form, but I could be. Also, what was the other one? Millions of middle-aged Brits fear they'll never have enough money to retire. Jamie Lang admits he danced naked on Strictly. Jamie, you're all over the internet, start naked. I'd keep it quiet, dear, if I was you. It's a little bit embarrassing, isn't it? Nicole Scherzinger says her boyfriend Tom is so scrummy she could become a mummy. She's been around the block a few times, hasn't she, Nicole Scherzinger? And Piers Morgan calls Madonna an embarrassment. You see, I used to quite like Madonna. It's not that I don't like Madonna, it's just that I'm sort of a bit bored. Mind you, not half as boring as the Beckhams, the talentless family. The woman who designs clothes for stick insects. She's made all this money. Well, why did she borrow money off Dave to prop the company up? I can't see that going much longer, can you? I really can't. Also, what was the other one? Oh, AJ Pritchard's girlfriend, okay? Now, you might struggle with this person because I couldn't tell you what her name is. She says a hitman was offered £20,000 to kill her while she was in pantomime with AJ. Now, I don't want to be a cynic about this whole kind of thing. They said, and he even had dates that she'd be at the theatre. She's in pantomime. This was the other, couple of years ago. The reason was because she's going out with AJ. I mean, seriously, it's the most non-event, stupid story I've ever read in my entire life. I couldn't believe it. Eamon Holmes in all the papers again. Shut up. Stop moaning about it, for God's sake. I tell you what, why don't you tell people how hard up you are, how little money you've got, how little money they paid you at this morning. They paid you really well for 14 years. You know, I mean, of course, what would have been funnier if it had been sort of Ruth and Alison Hammond presenting together and they just decided to drop you? That would make it more entertaining, wouldn't it? Of course, that won't ever happen, because she was moaning about it as well. Ruth was apparently complaining about it, saying, we didn't come from a reality show. You know, and somebody wrote to me the other day and said, excuse me, who is their favourite person on This Morning? Rylan. Where did he come from? A reality show. What a pair of hypocrites. And and so did Alison. Well, that's what they didn't like about Alison, the fact she'd come from a reality show and they hadn't come from reality shows. So it's a case of we worked our way up. Well, should have done a reality show, darling. Oh, by the way, Ruth, you did do a reality show. You did dancing. She did was it the dancing or the dancing on ice? So she did one of them. And we think she did ice, baby. But, yeah, I mean, basically, it's a case of, listen, they wanted a change. It's 14 years. It's not like you've done it for a couple of weeks. Come on, get over yourselves. Lewis Hamilton deserves a knighthood. The rest of us just get arrested, don't we? Put your foot down on the car, the accelerator, bomb down the motorway at 90 miles an hour, you get arrested and charged and go to court. You know, Lewis Hamilton does it and they go, you've got a knighthood. I want a knighthood. Eamon on Friday bizarrely teased that sometimes he feels like becoming a murderer. Did you see that? It was really bizarre. Following an interview with Richard Osman, Eamon said, do you ever feel like murdering everybody? I'm thinking of a Friday murder club, a weekend murder club. Does the urge never take you? Is his medication failing him or something? I mean, I can understand that I don't know where he was going with that one. That was just really, really odd. And he said, oh, the atmosphere behind the scenes is not good. Only for you, Sweet Pea. Only for you. Everybody else having a laugh a minute. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Apparently Uniqlo sell padded gilets, all different colours. They're really thin, so wear one under your coat and it keeps the cold out. Oh, I only want it if it's heated. I'm not going to have one unless it's heated. It's got to be. I quite like the idea of a heated jacket. I nearly spent the £100. And then I thought, £100 is a lot of money, isn't it? It is for just a jacket with a battery in it. I've got battery lights on my wreath for the front door, which is very nice, which I think is quite pretty. And I bought a little house the other day. It's like a little Father Christmas house, and that's got a little light in it as well, which changes colour. The bulb changes different colours. I'm like Blackpool Illuminations where I am. Seriously, I love Blackpool. I love it. I realise the whole place is a dump, but the lights are great. The lights are great in Blackpool. You can't beat Christmas lights. I don't care what anybody says. I've had pictures of people sending in pictures of their Christmas trees, photos, things like that. I mean, really beautifully done. I mean, really. Connie says, please wish my husband Tom a very happy birthday. He's 65 today and likes to listen to your show as much as me and our son Jamie. Stay safe. Yes, I agree, actually. We're all staying safe. Well, we're all trying to stay safe, aren't we? So what have we got in the papers? Dolly Parton, still working 9 to 5. But that's what she does for a living. She doesn't know. What would she do if she didn't work? What would she do? Also, the Rippers, Savile secret. Apparently the Yorkshire Ripper and Jimmy Savile met at Broadmoor. Both mercifully dead. You know, but they knew each other. What they had in common, I have no idea. Now we know about the pervert Jimmy Savile and Peter Sutcliffe. I think perhaps they were very well suited. Very well suited. Scaredy cat Jordan North gets the usual viewer punishment and is voted for loads of trials after he's sick, shakes, screams and cries his way through. I'm a celebrity. But of course, you know, if you're a radio presenter, that's apparently par for the course. Charles Spencer could push for a police investigation after branding the inquiry into Martin Bashir's Panorama interview toothless. William is sort of chasing it, and as somebody said, of course, you know, Harry's well aware of what's going on. Really? That'll be the first time in ages and ages. And the brother of I'm a Celebrity favourite, Giovanna Fletcher, has revealed how she saved his life after he tried to kill himself. I've lost track of that one, actually. I did see a little bit. Giovanna Fletcher, she's got a brother called Mario, who's in Towie. Michael McIntyre. Every time I see the baking programme and I look at that, who's that really unfunny comedian with the badly dyed hair? What? Noel Fielding. Oh, my goodness me, honestly. Nothing worse than somebody who looks old before their time. Badly dyed hair, the worst haircut. I thought it was a toupee. Yeah, perhaps Eamon could do that. Perhaps Eamon could... Because, the moment he does a reality show... Whew, my God. Mind you, of course, no, you can't put him on the baking programme. They'd never get the results through, would they? They go, and the next one we look... Eamon, where's the cake gone? You go, in my tummy. 4:45. Big company, welcome along to Sunday morning on LBC with Steve Allen. So please tell me that nobody this year is going to have an upside-down Christmas tree. And I couldn't bear it. They did it a few years ago, and then, strangely, John Lewis started selling an upside-down Christmas tree, and I didn't quite get it until I turned on the television the other day, and it was one of those baking cake type programmes, and I liked... watching other people make cake, not this stupid baking programme that we've got with about 600 presenters on it, but this was sort of people who can make cakes. And this one woman decided to make, for a friend of hers who owned a boutique, an upside-down cake that looked like lots of dresses. So it was hanging by a thread, an upside-down cake. And to be honest with you, it looked staggering. It took her 4 days to make it. Somebody else made a Wallace and Gromit cake, which was automatic. It had a little thing with a little conveyor belt, and it took a cake along, and it was really clever. Some of these people, they've got most amazing talent. I can't make things like that. But I'm not a baker. No. That's why there are supermarkets, specifically for people like me who can't cook. It's like, that's why we have garages. So that if something happens to the car, you take it into the garage and they look after it. That's how it works. I don't do anything. I've never turned up saying I've cooked something, ever. No, not in this. No, that's why God made Marks and Spencers and Waitrose. He made it specifically for me so that I could go in there, buy something, put it in the oven, heat it in the microwave, put it in a saucepan, put it in a wok. Doesn't make any difference. It's something you just go... I could probably lie. Biggins, when he did that programme where you had to invite people round for dinner, he had friends of his make the thing for him. Was it Come Dine With Me? And it wasn't even his house. He borrowed somebody's house. He didn't want people going to his house to film in there. And even though he's got a lovely house, really lovely house, and he did like a winter warmer, which was like I think it was sort of a beef stew with dumplings and everything else. And then he did like a trifle afterwards. And it went. But the trouble is with Biggins, I don't think I've ever been out with him for the food. You go out with him for the company. Because he's got 1,000,001 stories about people he's worked with, and you laugh until your sides ache. We went all the way down years and years ago to see him in pantomime. He was in pantomime in Southampton. And wherever he goes in the country to do pantomime, he knows somebody who will have a house that they will lend it. And this one was owned by two gay guys who own nightclubs. So the house was a bit themed like... So all the way up the stairs, there were lights. And everything was sort of like that. Well, we laughed and laughed. Even after he came back from doing the pantomime, he came back and we all had a glass of wine, or three, and we just laughed. We just laughed. It was just the funniest thing ever. The stupidest things became very funny for us. But I don't think he's ever cooked. I'm pretty certain Neil might have cooked, but I don't think Biggins has at all. Steve. And I remember when Heston Blumenthal made a full-size snooker table out of cake. I think people are really clever who can do that. Really clever. But also, that's why God made restaurants, so that you take people out to a restaurant and you sit down and somebody cooks it. You don't have to... Why would you want to go through it all? You get stressed out. I've seen them on the television. They get very stressed, these people. They go, where's... Oh, I can't believe... Oh, where's this going? And did you put the... Oh, you forgot to put the oven on, and you didn't whisk the... Oh, there's all sorts of... There's no point in doing it. You go to the restaurant, or you order... Hello? Is that the Lucky Moon restaurant? Okay, we'll have 3 sweet and... and you just order the food. It's cheaper, and it saves arguments. Christmas time, my mother always cooked Christmas dinner. And my godchildren's parents did that as well. And then we all decided to go out to a restaurant. But 13 of us, you can imagine how much it must have cost. It was a small fortune, because you pay something like for Christmas lunch anywhere between 40 and 65, 70 quid. And you have that. And then you have booze. And before you know where you are, it's just... you've spent a small fortune. God knows. So we decided that we weren't going to do it. And I think this year we're actually we're cooking. I'm not cooking personally. I just turn up and eat. I'm sort of one of those sort of people. But I quite like it. But they've got to do the only thing I want: crispy roast potatoes. Not big, small. Anything like that big, too big. Yeah, they've got to be small, crispy roast because they crisp up better. And they've got, otherwise it might as well just sort of, just not bother with cooking them at all. Full size. No, small, that size. Small, that's about an inch. Yorkshire pudding, yeah. I know, you've got to have isn't it funny? All of a sudden we've started having Yorkshire puddings. Not even having roast beef, you're having turkey, but there's a Yorkshire pudding with it. You know why? Because Aunt Bessie makes them, that's why. And whatever Aunt Bessie makes, we eat. Best cook in the cut. I mean, that woman, when she starts baking for Christmas, God alone knows, but she's very good, and we do like it. So one year I had, as I say, my two best roast potatoes. I mean, they were both fantastic in both my Christmas. Everybody knows Steve Allen has 2 Christmas lunches every year. 3, if Joe Allen's was opened, the Steve Allen Lunchtime Club would have been out there having Christmas lunch. We'd have had another 2 by now. Schofield Saves Christmas. Here he is, back again, imparting his spending wisdom. And, how many more programmes can he have? You'd think he'd want to get out there and find a boyfriend, having told us he's gay. I mean, at least, come on, find somebody for Christmas so you can maybe buy somebody a present for. Because I bet you anything, the entire world is waiting to see what Philip Schofield's type is. Not Eamon Holmes, that's a fact. But I'd love to find out. I'd love to, as indeed everybody said to me, said, what do you think his type is? I said, well, I don't know. Certainly won't be anybody as old as him, that's a fact. Did you see the programme about David Lean, where they filmed Dr. Zhivago? Somebody says it was filmed in Spain. I don't know, have you heard this programme before? Good God in heaven, we told you that about 15, 20 years ago. It was filmed in Spain, and it was the middle of summer, and they sprayed all the bushes to make it look like it was snow. Okay, that's what they do. Nobody ever films in real snow now. They just don't do that at all. They really don't. So it was all done, and sprayed, so it made it look like it was... Because they couldn't film in Russia. And why would they want to? Spain's far cheaper. It's like there are loads of places that they film in London. I mean, I'll tell you where it's very popular. Budapest is very popular for filming, mainly because it's cheap and all the buildings are old. So if you want to film, Vienna, that's a bit more difficult to do. So you nip over the border, you go to Budapest, and you can film there, and they're very grateful. Yes, please come in. And film and make it look as though it's sort of the war and things like that, because nothing's really changed. Nothing has changed. What else we got? The Sun this morning. They reckon that Lewis Hamilton could be awarded a knighthood. They don't know this. Although, actually, his tax affairs were deemed all in order. Because he doesn't live in this country, does he? Doesn't he live in Monaco or something like that? Here's Love Island's Rebecca Gormley. Sorry, I do beg your pardon. Showing she can deal with any tassel as she poses in lingerie. Well, it's the only thing she can get, isn't it, now? Poor old soul, honestly. Hello, Rebecca. Hello. Okay, what would you like to be? A model. Okay. Can you pose in your lingerie? Yes, I can. And that's all they do now. All of the ones from Love Island. I don't think anybody has ever shown any modicum of intelligence. It's a case of, can you just pose in your underwear? I bet the parents must be delighted. That's our daughter that men look at and go, whoa. It's a bit tragic, isn't it? But apparently she has got a boyfriend called Biggs, and he called her his baby mama. Get rid of him, darling, as quick as possible, OK? He's using you. It won't last beyond Christmas and the New Year. OK, just telling you that now. So here is the... All right, I'm going to tell you who this is, and then you tell me. This is Abby Quinnan. Abby Quinnan. OK, anybody on that one? No, absolutely. She's... It doesn't even ring a bell, does it? I mean, she's absolutely nobody. But she's told how a hitman was offered $20,000 to kill her. The death threat was issued when she and AJ were appearing in pantomime earlier this year. She was warned a hitman had been given a list of dates and places where she'd be performing. Well, if she's doing pantomime, love, it'll be in the same blooming theatre for the best part of 3 weeks. Oh, also, no pantomime this year, so it wasn't very interesting. Dancer Abby was warned a hitman had been given a list of dates and places. It sent her into a state of shock, and police advised her to beef up her personal security. Well, for a dancer? What's going on in the world? Ridiculous. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't quite understand. I mean, because nobody's ever heard of her, so it doesn't really help, does it? Although Bev Callard has been talking about her heartbreak over her granddad jailed for killing a man with a hammer. So this, I mean, I don't quite understand this. Vernon Kay has revealed he renewed his wedding vows to Tess Daly. Can somebody phone Rhiann Sugden? Rhiann, he's renewed his wedding vows. I know your career's been ruined, but there you go. That's what you get, isn't it, when you sort of milk it as much as you possibly can. Maisie Smith, I mean, you've kind of gone off the boil, love, haven't you? Gone off the boil a little bit, and yet, it was good. You did very well, but frankly, other people are going to beat you to it. They're going to beat you to it. Max George has revealed his girlfriend is the one he plans to spend the rest of his life with, and he's ready for fatherhood. They do talk rubbish, these people, don't they? Honestly, say, I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Yes. Lovely. And Harry and Meghan have struck their Frogmore Cottage giveaway deal behind the backs of senior royals. Listen, you don't think they've got any respect for the royals, although, to be honest with you, if he hadn't been born into the royal family, what would he be doing now? Nothing at all. The couple have formed a new Fab Four with Princess Eugenie and Jack Brooksbank. A Fab Four. You think that's a Fab Four? Another useless member of the royal family and her even more dreary husband. Oh, blimey. And nice to have your company, nice. Steve, always volunteer to help the cooking, then you can relax after while everybody argues who's doing the washing up. There is no washing up to do. They have dishwashers. I think that's what she said she was. But anyway, no, I mean, I don't do washing up. Washing up? Are you mad? Good Lord above. No, not at Christmas time. Have you shared? Have you shared with the producer? Is that what they've given you, too? They're so mean, aren't they? They are so... How much did they say? Oh, he only gave us 4 chocolates. Honestly, terrible. Steve, Only Fools and Horses star David Jason says the falling through the bar stunt was based on a similar stunt on stage. Yeah, it's an old one. It's the one where they lift the bar up and they go, yeah, they've all been done before. There's nothing new on television at all, I promise you. Celebs Go Dating will be brightened up by the arrival of 2 blonde bombshells next series. Okay, in other words, another pair of drearies. Corrie star Kimberly Hart-Simpson, who plays Nikki Wheatley, will be joined by Made in Chelsea babe Sophie Herman, whoever she is, who is apparently linked to Johnny Depp. Yeah, of course, they're all linked to Johnny Depp. I'm linked to KFC. It's as simple as that. Dress myself up as a chicken. The BBC bosses are to offer Eamon Holmes and Ruth Langsford their own show. Where would that be going, dear, in the schedules? Do tell us. The Sun on Sunday can reveal the Telly couple were told they were being dropped a month ago. Yeah, that bit is true. Their This Morning duty has been given to show contributor Alison Hammond and former X Factor, former everything, Dermot O'Dreary. And now executives hope to snap up Eamon and Ruth when they aren't doing This Morning cover. Well, that'll be for most of the year. They've only got 6 weeks to do, haven't they? Apparently, a telly source said, this will be their agent, Eamon and Ruth have a huge fan base and are very experienced. Yes, he just doesn't have likability factor, though, does he? That's the problem. They can easily carry any number of shows, so producers at the Beeb are considering handing them a format to front. Of course they are, dear. Jackanory. Why would they want that? They've got loads of people hanging around the BBC for this kind of thing. Meanwhile, Dermot has broken his silence, telling an Irish show it's always tricky when there are colleagues and friends involved. I'm assuming these are colleagues. Can't see them being friends. There's nothing confirmed yet. OK, but it doesn't make any difference. The BBC wouldn't be remotely interested. What would you do with Eamon Holmes? He's an ITV person. He's never been on anything else, has he? I don't think so. I think he's always been ITV, and then he did Sky, and then he wanted to be a personality, and then he started doing This Morning, and so he did 14 years, which is, 14 years, good run. Very good run. It's nice. So, the National Lottery helping theatres put on pantomime nationwide, which is good news, and there are 12,000 Panto tickets up for grabs. Panto Land at the Palladium is the London Palladium pantomime offering. It's not quite pantomime, though. Theatre Royal Newcastle are doing Robin Hood. Robinson Crusoe is down at Theatre Royal Plymouth. Sleeping Beauty, Theatre Royal Nottingham. Sleeping Beauty at the Mayflower Theatre on Southampton. Robin Hood's very popular. Since when was Robin Hood a pantomime? Robin Hood a pantomime? That's not pantomime, is it? A pantomime is Sleeping Beauty, who's the most popular one. Robinson Crusoe, that's not a pantomime. Robinson Crusoe shacks up on an island with Man Friday. Hello, what's going on there? No mention of a Mrs. Crusoe, was there? We're stuck on an island. Oh, look, coconuts. Thank you very much indeed. But also Robin Hood. That's not a pantomime. Dun 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 dun. Remember that? Robin Hood, riding through the glen. Robin Hood, with his band of men, feared by the bad, loved by the good. Robin Hood. But there was him, Maid Marian, and the rest of the gay band. And they had Little John, so named, because he was tall. They weren't the brightest people. Then you had Will Scarlet, because he liked the colour scarlet. And I can't remember it. Disney was it? Based on, apparently, people who used to live in Sherwood Forest. Pfft, don't believe a word of it. So who else was in there? There was Friar Tuck, who was just some fat bloke who might or might not have been involved with the church. Maid Marian, a bit of an old tart, wasn't she? I mean, honestly, there she is. Oh, I love you, Robin. Yeah, OK, of course you do. Will Scarlet. And I seem to remember from the television programme, there's a lot of people sitting in trees playing, la, 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 la. And then Robin Hood would be there, always arguing with the Sheriff of Nottingham. He was a right butch one. It's all going on down in Sherwood. Yeah, kids know a lot about that. Well, I followed it. And then they all wore Lincoln green. I mean, honestly. Imagine the shop in Sherwood Forest. So, that's a very nice outfit you've got there. What colours do you have it in? We've got it in green. OK, any other colours? No, just green. Lincoln green. OK, so it means that if you're going through the forest, nobody can see you. We're just going to see a head. And they had those funny little hats on. Do you remember those little hats that Robin and the boys had? And I seem to remember there was some fight over a bit of water, but I can't remember why it was a fight over water. Didn't Little John, who wasn't little at all, didn't want to let Robin cross the bridge, so they had to fight each other with sticks. I mean, I ask you, come on, we're in the forest. Listen, yeah, here they are. Yeah, there was the one with the animals, wasn't there? The one with the animals. Robin Hood was a fox. But there is a history of Robin Hood, isn't there? I mean, apparently he did exist. He was Robin of Locksley. Well, whether he actually lived in the forest, I've got no idea. But there's been all sorts of films out. My favourite were the early ones on the television. But this one here, because I think Little John and the inhabitants of Nottingham were fighting against the excessive taxation of Prince John, and Robin Hood won the hand of Maid Marian. Mainly because nobody else was interested. She was the most boring person under the sun. Oh, Robin. Yeah, OK. Come and save me. No, I shan't. And then Robin turns up, and it was an archery competition, I seem to remember. I mean, it's quite good. Quite good. Will it be a good Christmas this year, says Waj. I think so, yes. I think so. Steve, your mate Kerry Katona does an advert on the... does she really? I didn't know she was still around. I thought she'd left the country. Or was that wishful thinking, I think? Wishful thinking. Also, millions of middle-aged Brits fear they'll never have enough money to retire. Who thinks about retiring? You don't think about retiring, do you, Joe? No, I've never thought about retiring. Jake, you thought about retiring? Huh? Too young to retire. Yes, I mean, but some people, think about retiring. They sort of go, oh, I want to retire. And I'm sort of thinking, why would you want to retire? Yeah, I mean, Eamon Holmes. But the trouble is, he is an old 60. 60 is young, but he's an old 60. Perhaps he's retired. Perhaps we should start sending him brochures. The Bide-a-Wee Home for Gentlefolk. He can go and sit there. I don't know what... They still send brochures out? Yeah, of course. Yeah. Nice walk, yeah. I mean, everybody does brochures. Haven't you been sent any? You will now. I can send you some of those. It's like, different brochures for different things. Would you like to... This is where you can end your days under a tree or something like that. You go, would you like to do this, and then go and sit in an old people's home? I've seen people sitting in old people's homes. What's the point? Just all sit there asleep all the time. I can stay at home and go to sleep if I really wanted to go to sleep, but I don't. I like being around. I haven't heard actually of Harry Kane, but he's obviously a footballer, and he's been recommended a bodyguard to look after. Everybody's on bodyguards at the moment. They really are. It's ridiculous. Christmas is as we know it, it's off. Boris Johnson will declare tomorrow. This is the Sunday Mirror. They never get it right, do they? And here's a lovely picture of Oti Mabuse, waiting in the wings, partnered with Bill Bailey. He's very good, Bill Bailey. I like Bill Bailey. Very good. And baby of the series, Maisie. And 19. She's very old-looking 19. That's 19. Very old. But she got 27 out of 30, which is good. Jamie Lang says he danced naked if he thought it was going to help him win. Seen it before. Don't need to see it again. Thank you very much indeed. How much is it going to cost the UK from Pfizer for these jabs? 600 million. 600 million. 60 million to Oxford, 46 million to Moderna, and GPs will get £12.85 per dose administered. I can't wait to get it. I'm putting myself up. Andrew Pearce said he was gonna get the dose of, and I'm definitely going for. Yeah, you can do it on air. I'd do it on air. I don't have any problem with it. I think we'll need it twice. Also, Prince William says he's worried about the lack of support for new dads. They do get involved with things they don't know anything about, don't they? They go, oh, you must get involved with this. Oh, OK, well, I get quite worried about that. Being a band is hard, but we'll not be falling out. Little Mix is Jade Thirlwell says the band will never be pulled apart by feuds, insisting we are family. Of course you are, dear. We are family. I don't think it's that interesting. Shane says you had me laughing about Robinson Crusoe. I can't work out where Robinson Crusoe came from. Did he come from a shipwreck or something, and then he ended up on this island, and then he bumped into Man Friday, and then they became Bezzy mates, and that's it. I mean, whatever happened at the end, I don't know. Did they ever sort of come back? So he's young and impulsive, defies his parents' wishes. So in other words, he's a very naughty boy, and he takes to the seas seeking adventure. He's shipwrecked and castaway on a remote tropical island for 28 years. Must have been crawling up trees by the time they eventually found him. It was published in 1719. They say it could be regarded as the first modern novel in the English language. Isn't that amazing? 1719. And the life and strange, surprising adventure of Robinson Crusoe of York, mariner who lived 8 and 20 years all alone on an uninhabited island on the coast of America near the mouth of the great river Unek, having been cast on shore by shipwreck, wherein all the men perished but himself. Yeah, because he killed them. Is that the full title of the book? Wow. He gave an account of how he was at last strangely delivered by pirates, spelt Pyrates, the chav spelling. And, so he spent 28 years. He was the only one who survived from this shipwreck. Something dodgy about him, isn't there? He had although actually people have sort of said, could you survive if you were cast on a desert island? I don't think I could, no. I'm not sure I'd want to, actually, really. I'm not sure I'd want to sort of survive on something like that. It seems a little bit peculiar. Yeah, I mean, if there was a Waitrose or an M&S or something like that and they'd give me an oven and a microwave, but just sort of rubbing two twigs together to make fire is not my idea at all. Steve, will missing out on all the Christmas bookings be the final straw for a lot of pubs? Well, they're taking bookings for quite a lot of pubs at the moment. So obviously people they're hoping something's going to happen. I mean, if the worst comes to the worst, they just won't do it. But they've actually sort of said that they will be taking pub bookings. We've got a naked calendar. This is called the Lockdown Lads. And here they all are. And there's 4 of them posing naked for a calendar. I don't know. It's to promote prostate calendar. Prostate cancer. Prostate calendar. And you can buy a calendar at GoFundMe. They hope to raise £5,000, which is good, isn't it? If people raise money. I told you the other day that we had 50 sets left of our Steve Allen Groovy Gang glasses. They went the other day, 50 of the last sets. And there's a few single glasses left. So if you care to see your way clear, please, to going to the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk. You can find the single glasses on there. And if you would consider buying one for Christmas for a loved one or an elderly person, they're very useful. Seriously, they make the ideal Christmas gift, and somebody will thank you for a long time to come, and just think how much you're going to go up in their estimation. So go to the LBC website and have a look at them, and if you so desire, please buy one, and all the money goes to a very, very good. So, what do they say? 30% of pubs and restaurants could go under? Not at all surprised. 72% fear closing permanently. We've got one in Twickenham, the George. It's not been open since this pandemic started. Not this time round, first time round. It's not opened. Not opened at all. And the trade body has pleaded for action. But whilst everybody says... See, I don't understand why they can't operate. I don't understand why they can't operate. I mean, because you can socially distance... In a pub. I don't think it's that difficult, is it? What did I hear the other day? Oh, a couple of bits of news for regulars to my programme. One is that my friend Graham, together with Barbara, Graham apparently left us the other day, which I was very sad to hear about. So thank you, Barbara, for that. I'm so sorry to hear that. Very sorry. What a lovely person. What a lovely person. And Alec... from the Barmy Arms in Twickenham. Apparently he's gone back into hospital in Turkey, so we send our love to Hillary on that one as well. But Barbara, I'm very sorry to hear that. Very, very sorry. Very sorry. I always used to see them when I was in Turkey. Always very smart, Graham. Very smart man. I don't think I ever saw him looking scruffy. Keith says, do you go to bed after your show or stay up to watch the Steph show? No, I'd rather stick pins in my eyes than watch the Steph show. It is the biggest pile of rubbish on the television. They have to just drop it completely. There's no point in keeping it. What's the point? Far too many people on it. The budget must be absolutely out of the water. Do you remember the kids' programme, White Horses, says Sidcup Julie? On white horses, let me fly away to a land... Yeah, White Horses. Yes. I think it was in black and white. Yeah, most children's programmes were in my early days. A little bit depressing, really, isn't it, when you think there was nothing in colour at all? We used to have to sit in front of the television with some coloured paints and just paint things in. And just when you painted somebody in the right colours, they moved on the scene. So it never happened again. There's a woman here celebrating her retirement from the NHS. But she was pictured floating in the sea, and she decided that she needed to halve her body weight. Wait a minute, let's have a quick look. There you go. Whenever you read a story like this, and it's a woman who goes on holiday, she's very fat, she's floating around, and then halfway down you get the name of the company that's helped her lose the weight. Load of old cobblers, it really is, honestly. Seriously, you want to lose weight? I tell you for free. Go to the doctor, they'll give you a diet sheet, exercise. Have you tried walking upstairs? No. Well, that would be the thing to do. And so she says, I love my work and life more than I ever thought possible. And then she credits the company. They all do it. You'll read it at Christmas time as well. At Christmas time. You know, people who go, oh, look. And then I went on a diet on this particular... They make a fortune out of fat people. Wait, what? Oh, those are those donuts. They're filled with chicken, apparently. Chicken donuts. I haven't tried those yet. Not sure I could. They look... See, the trouble is, if it's finger food... Have you tried their little chicken Kievs? They're actually quite nice. Little bite-sized chicken Kievs. You'd like those. They're very good. That's your day sorted out. You don't need to worry about things like that. 1 in 4 parents can't fathom their kids' homework. I'm not at all surprised. Not at all surprised. Even the kids don't understand it. How on earth do you expect the adults to understand it? I've got no idea. Plus, refugees arriving on the Canary Islands from North Africa are being housed in luxury timeshare units. 17,000 have travelled there this year. That's the trouble, isn't it, nowadays? People go, that refugee. You see all the television programmes all about it. Davina McCall set to make a welcome return to the BBC, fronting a new quiz show. So there's another one that Eamon Holmes hasn't got. And she's just filmed a pilot for a quiz show called Time Bandit. And it's a big move for her after £1 Million Drop was canned by Channel 4. Eamon Holmes feared the knives were out for him long before he and Ruth were ditched by This Morning. Why? You've been there 14 years. Grow up, for goodness sake. Speaking to the Irish magazine Weekend before the shock news... There was no shock news. Nobody cares. You're only on 1 day a week. Every single day there are people who try and have you sacked. Every single day. He's obviously got this... Somebody's obviously said to wind him up. Every day people are trying to get you fired. For what? For what? You get what you complain about, really, this increasingly vanilla style of broadcasting. There's a certain blandness coming in. I know, and you're it. You're very bland. He says, thank goodness there are people like Piers Morgan who are not there to accept it. Piers Morgan, you'll never be. You'll never be. You know, but I mean, for goodness sake, they've not said you're a bad presenter. All they've said is they're just having a change. A little change. Good God in heaven. You know, you've had a little change, haven't you? You changed your wife for somebody else. I mean, come on. God's sake, honestly. Steve, talking about Robinson Crusoe, do you remember the 1960s TV show? It was a French production with English voiceover. Yes. We used to get an awful lot of subtitled television programmes. There was one years ago, and it was called Flowers in the Spring, and it was about somebody in the Swiss Alps, and it looked really lovely, and it was sort of playing mountains and hillside, and a bit like Heidi. And I went to see it at the cinema, and it was dubbed. So their mouth would still be moving, but the words would sort of come out a little bit sort of earlier than that. And the whole thing was, and I thought, how disappointing. I didn't want it to be dubbed. They never get it right at all. Never get it right, which was a shame. I was offered years and years ago when I was working in Vienna. All the presenters were always trying to get gigs, and my gig was going to be doing the commentary for the riverboats on the Danube, because they were owned by a company. So I'd be going, and on your right, the cathedral, blah, 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 whatever it happened to be. And this, yes. And I thought, and it paid quite good money. I mean, it paid really good money. It was like sort of 20,000 quid. And I remember thinking, this was years ago, and I remember thinking, that's good. And at the last minute, I didn't get it. Why? Because they said they needed somebody who lived in Vienna, because if they needed to change it at a moment's notice, they could hardly wait for me to fly back out there again, so I lost it to somebody else. I wasn't bothered. Not much. Not that it's stayed with me for the past 35 years. But I thought it could have been quite useful, actually. I got a few of those sort of things. They were very, they liked English voices to do stuff, because it wasn't the same if they had somebody else's voice. The Singing Ringing Tree was shot in colour. Problem is, to see it in colour really makes it creepy. I don't remember the Singing Ringing Tree, but I'm sure it's lovely. Steve talking and Eamon Holmes. I'm sure he used to front a BBC morning magazine show called Open Air. Well, we will have a check immediately. Open Air, Eamon Holmes. Was it a BBC programme? Survey says... Here we go. Bing! And Open Air had similarities. The only morning episode was added following the end of breakfast time to promote what topics to be covered in the next edition. And so the presenters, Patty Caldwell. Remember Patty Caldwell? Oh, I like Patty Caldwell. Eamon Holmes, Gloria Hunniford, Jane Irving. Love Jane Irving. Mavis Nicholson, Susan Ray, Mike Shaft. I remember Mike Shaft, and Bob Wellings. Wow, it was a good lineup, wasn't it? When Eamon Holmes. But they had live phone-ins. The series covered all television channels and would often have programme makers and television management explaining their things. What year was this? 1986? 86, 87? Good God in heaven. So Little Mix are going on tour. Even though one of them is not in the group, so presumably they don't need her. If they go on tour and sound otherwise, it's somebody saying, I'm sorry, you're missing the harmonies here. No, don't worry. It'll be Memorex. And so they're doing their confetti tour with only 4 of them as opposed to 5 of them. Polona Fate's going out on tour, and Ant Middleton. 3 rather than 4. Oh, right. 3 rather than... Oh, right. Are there only 4 of them? Trust you to know that. I thought there were 5 of them. Were there not? Only 4 of them. Yeah, whatever. Ant Middleton, the Mind Over Muscle tour. The power of your mind is stronger than physicality. There are 2 lives you can be living. The one you are living now, and the better version, which is just a step away. That sounds like a pile of rubbish, doesn't it? Another one of these SAS programmes. Also, James are on tour. With special guest, The Happy Mondays. Good God in heaven, it's like Bring Up Your Dead, isn't it? The Happy Mondays. Oh, so it must be, actually, but they are very special guests. I don't know anything about James. Did they sit down next to me? Isn't it something like that? Yeah. I'm more in touch with sort of, young people's music. Who's that now? Is that Sean Ryder? Good. He looks like Uncle Fester, doesn't he, from the Addams Family? Ooh, scary. Sean Ryder. By God, you've aged badly, haven't you, mate? He says fans are always... And then we miss the rest of it. Look at this picture here. He does look bad, doesn't he? Always trying to offer him... What are they trying to offer him? Starts with DR. It could be anything, we don't know. But I don't know anything about Happy Mondays. I just know it's got Bez. That's all I know. Also David Beckham, who's apparently so rich. Whoever their publicity person is, they're constantly telling you how rich they are, the Beckhams, and yet so miserable, aren't they? He's so miserable. Oh, look, here's Brooklyn. So is he getting married next year? No, he's not. No, it'll be the year after. Let's wait and see, shall we? That'll be the one for me. Do you remember the TV show Silas? You? Remember Silas? No. Thank you. It was dubbed badly from German to English for kids' TV. It used to be shown in the early 80s, most years, during the school summer. Well, you can't expect my lot. They weren't even born in the 80s. Were you born in the 80s? Just. I was going, yeah, but you wouldn't remember TV programmes, would you? What were you watching on the television when you were little? Playdays. Playday? I don't even know what that is. Playdays. Oh, right, Playbus. Which was the one that said, let's look through the round window, and then it would home in and the round window would open. Was it that one? Okay. I quite liked anything that looked as though they were animated. So I like Windy Miller. He was good. No, you don't remember Windy... Oh, God, blimey, honestly. Show your age, don't you, on this programme? You start talking about, you know, all these television programmes that you used to watch. Why a drop in flights is hitting the weather reports. And Judge Tony Beak thanks the bosses for letting him be a judge. Oh, he was as irritating as ever. Tony Beak, that's Anton Dubek. He had to change his name because Tony Beak just sounded a bit ridiculous. And they let him be a judge. Oh, Anne Widdecombe was over him like a rash. Really embarrassing. Oh, isn't he marvellous? Isn't he this? Leave him alone. Goodness sake. Also, they found 2 more people in the ash of Pompeii, and they think it was a master and his slave. They were trying to get away, and they've only just uncovered them. So that's in a lot of the papers. Melanie Sykes kissing goodbye to her 23-year-old boyfriend in Venice. He's a gondolier. Have you noticed? She had to trek all the way over there. He didn't bother coming here. You know, she's the old woman, and she can go out there. Sorry? Photographer went as well, so they obviously got a discount on the flights. And then they could sort of take a picture of poor old Melanie, who must be so... She says, oh, there's something about younger people. I thought, yeah, well, there is for you, dear, because you're not exactly difficult to pull, are you? So come on. He's a gondolier. And so she's been over there, and there were all these pose pictures. Oh, this is us together. Yeah, he'll drop you like a ton of bricks. Take my word for it. It's like going out with... Jordan... Katie Price, you know, you can guarantee it won't go anywhere. She'll have a child, get pregnant, and then she'll ditch you. And it's as bad as that. And especially if you've been onto one of those internet sites and you've seen poor Kieran Hayler having to exhibit himself for money. Very embarrassing. Theme park's different. A theme park doesn't move anywhere, okay? So you get a theme park, then you get fun fairs, and you get families like Carter's, like Manning's, like Irving's, and they own big round circuses, have names like Billy Smart's or Zippo's Circus. I've done Zippo's quite a few times, actually. I've done Zippo's Circus. I've never actually done any act on it. I'd love to be a member of a travelling fun fair. The idea that you pack up and then you sort of... we used to have a fun fair in Leicester Square. Not now. They're digging up the middle of Leicester Square to put in, to upgrade the electricity substation. It goes down 4 floors. Have you seen pictures of it? It's huge underground here. It's like a city. City underneath. It's not like, you know, squeeze in here and change a fuse. It's enormous. You have a look. Substation, Leicester Square. You put it in on YouTube, you'd be horrified how big this place is. And it's going to take 2 years to replace all the bits and pieces. It's very nice. I was trying to explain to Jake the other day, who doesn't really understand it, explain that there are stairs that go down into Leicester Square substation. It's true. So is true. So is true. It's lovely, actually. It's fantastic. You go down there, and have you found it yet? Yeah, hopeless, honestly. Type in Leicester Square electricity substation. That's where you'll find it. Yeah, but it's got it's stairs. This side of Leicester Square and the other side of Leicester Square. No, there are toilets at the top, but down here, just outside our front door, there are stairs that go down to the substation. Have you found it?
I'll investigate.
I can't believe you've not found it. They're huge. It's huge. It's going to take them 2 years to replace all the equipment in there that needs replacing. They've even boarded up the fountain. I have said to the bloke there who's working on it, I said, you wait till it starts getting graffiti. He said, I hope not. I said, I hope not too. You know, they're also building another ticket booth. There you go. So that's what Leicester Square used to look like. Very nice, isn't it? Very pretty gardens. Very pretty gardens. And they've got the Hyde Park thing there. It's, I mean, underground London is... Sorry? I haven't imagined it, no. No, it's very famous. It's known for it. Known for it. It's the other side. There you go, Leicester Square substation. There you go. There you go. That thing there. Click on it. You can see how... There you go. It's huge. It's absolutely enormous. You know, it's not like some sort of... Yeah, okay. Not like some tiddly little room. It's powering up most of London, I should imagine. Steve, back in the days, were you terrified by the dwarf in the singing ringing tree? No. No, I wasn't. I don't remember it. Have you seen the latest episode from Dick and Angel's new series? No, but we love Dick and Angel, as you know. And also, Supermatch Game. Oh, I liked the Supermatch Game. That was in Blankety Blank, Blankety Blank, Blankety Blank, Blankety Blank. They've got a new one they're filming at the moment with... who's filming Blankety Blank? It's being filmed by Bradley Walsh. Bradley Walsh is doing it. Can't wait to see who the celebrities are they found. It'll be some dreary old baggages from Love Island. Yeah, it'll be Joe Swash on there. We'll go, oh, not Joe Swash again. Mr. Candy Floss Hair, poor soul. Also, Earl Spencer ready to call in the Yard on the BBC. Not very happy. And coming up this morning, Andrew Pearce. Should I tell you that now or tell you later? I'll save it, because Andrew Pearce is here for Andrew Castle. Where's Andrew Castle then today? See, there's not tennis matches, is it? Is he commentating on something? How exciting. Nobody's ever asked me to play tennis. I've never been invited to play a game of tennis. Mainly because I can't. All that running around, you know. If the ball was on elastic, I could understand it. I'm not chasing after some ball that could go anywhere. And they go, OK, yeah, swing ball, I'm fine with. I could probably beat it. I'm fairly good at swing ball, or shuttlecock. You should play me at shuttlecock. I'm very good. Very good. You're on. Okay. I play nude shuttlecock, and adds to the interest, I always think. No, I'm quite good at that. We used to play it all the time at home when we were kids. Swing ball's okay, but it's quite dangerous. You know, a ball coming to you attached onto a piece of elastic. Thank you very much indeed. But tennis, it's the noise, isn't it? And you think to yourself, what the heck was that? And then if it rains, we're all going on a summer. Cliff sings every time. That was a good bit. I found Cliff singing the other day with Ronnie Corbett and Des O'Connor. There's a combination. Obviously Ronnie Corbett hadn't learnt the dance routine, whereas Cliff, of course, knew it off backwards, and Des O'Connor was just wonderful. But I remember once we had Ronnie Corbett coming in for an in conversation. And we did it downstairs before we revamped all our studios. And two blokes who were two blokes. So I didn't know their names. They'd come from the sales team and they'd seen on the list Ronnie Corbett was coming in. They were huge fans. And so we went down. For some reason, the producer had disappeared. I can't remember who the producer was, but and I said, well, I'm just going to go and get Ronnie a cup of tea. And they said, can we meet him? I said, yeah. So poor Ronnie Corbett all of a sudden found himself stuck in a studio with two blokes who just wanted to take photographs of him. He must have thought he was being abducted or something. It was terribly embarrassing. When I came back, he seemed quite grateful to see somebody he knew. And they went, oh, thanks very much indeed, Steve. And I went, that's okay. And you could see the look of terror on Ronnie's face. But it was lovely. Him and Cliff. Everybody said nice things about Des O'Connor. Everybody nice things. And I agree. Lovely, lovely person. Steve. Do you remember the water margin? I don't. I've heard of it, but I don't remember any of it. Oh, Andrew Castle's doing the ATP tennis finals at the O2. Commentating. How would you commentate the ball has hit the other side of the net? That was it. It's gone over the net. It's gone over the net and one love. Okay, that's it. And then it just sort of... Is it 15 love? You see, I can't even do that. Nobody's ever going to ask me to do any commentary or sort of adding up the scores. I'd be the one having an argument with the person on the bit. Just get back and hit the ball over the net, all right? Mr. McEnroe, stop messing around like a silly little person. Could be quite good, though, couldn't it? Daily Star today. Holly, kids in COVID scare, and the BBC slammed for wasting 350,000 quid on bookings that were never used for hotels and taxis and everything else. More people in the shower. AJ Pritchard and Vernon Kay. Trouble is, Vernon is so tall, he stands over the top of the shower. You can see his head. I mean, everybody else is sort of hidden by it. AJ Pritchard is under the shower, and Vernon Kay as well. Not at the same time, but obviously. Who's 46? Vernon is. Is he really? Wow. There you go. He had a go at me at a friend of ours' party, and he said, "Why aren't you having a go at me?" I said, "Because you were stupid over the that page 3 Rhiannon Sugden girl." I said, "How stupid do you have to be?" And he said, "Well, you know." And then, of course, she's milked it ever since. You know, "Oh, he ruined my life." Oh, get over yourself, for goodness sake, honestly. Sub story, blah, blah, blah. Bar staff claimed a chili eating contest was an elite sport, so was exempt from lockdown. The George Pub and Grill in Stockton-on-Tees has now been handed a prohibition notice. The George Pub and Grill. Pub and Grill, honestly, I ask you. Can only be, can't it, in Stockton-on-Tees. Oh, where did you go last week? Oh, we went to Pub and Grill. What did you have? I had steak. Did you have steak, love? I love stuff like that. Always makes me laugh. Always makes me laugh. And here we go. Nick Ferrari is doing his column in the Daily Star today, which also features in the Express, talking about scientists who advise the government before the first lockdown use Wikipedia to model their forecasts. And Face It Jane, undoubtedly stunning and possessing looks the envy of women half their age. But Jane Seymour's anger towards the makers of her new TV show for not letting her play Eleanor of Aquitaine at the age of 25 smacks of vanity. Jane Seymour is 69. See, but I think people of 69 can look good. They, you know, television now, you see people on television, you don't know how... It's like listening to the radio, you don't know how old people are. You know, I mean, it would never cross my mind to sort of question how old Dave O'Brien is or anybody. It never crosses my mind. That's 74, we think. Maura Higgins is... bosses can't get enough of the randiest woman in showbiz. God, what a classy title, dear, you've got. Your parents must be thrilled. Absolutely delighted. That was the education we paid for. Because it's that they say... Plenty of men and women think she's sexy as hell. Yeah, just not bright. Just not bright. Get them out for the boys, dear. Whoopee, well done you. Christine Quinn is planning a move to the UK. Anybody on that one? Christine Quinn? Oh, you knew you'd know. She's no everything. It's so embarrassing. Go on, who is she? Who is she? She's selling Sunset. Is that the programme about the estate agents? Thank you. When do you find the time to work? You're watching television all the time. How is this possible? It's not right, but she said the weather will not put her off moving here. But we don't care about the weather. We're really good about the weather. You know why? In this country, you get all the weather. All the weather. Cheryl says, you still make me laugh. Thank you. Still. Makes it sound like, oh, my Lord above, I listened to your programme, and, you know, you're still making me laugh. It's when I made the noise about the tennis players, because they do make noise. Women make more noise than men. They do that all the time, don't they? I suppose it's because, I just tap it over the net. If it goes over the net, it's a miracle. If it doesn't, there you go, done. You know, hit it back again, and it's like table tennis. If you see them playing table tennis really fast, not me. Then a bounce, and then over the net, and you bounce and bounce. Don't hit it hard, because I'm not going to hit it back again. I'm not playing that game with you at all. Also, today, Des was a rare talent, says Gary Bushell. I mean, absolutely. Everybody loved Des O'Connor, seriously. I mean, just a nice man. And what else we got? Anton was a breath of fresh air on the Strictly Judging panel. No, he wasn't. He was an irritating, smug little so-and-so. And nobody likes him. It's as simple as that. Oh, far too dreadful. Far too dreadful. You used to think he was Bruce Forsyth. He wasn't, and never will be. Pamela's had an abscess, tooth abscess, as opposed to... not a tooth abscess. And what it is, it's above the tooth and it presses on the root. And it's like a little reservoir of just liquid which is pushing on there. So the pain is like, if you've ever had back pain is really, really bad. Really bad. But this is abscess. And so in order for the dentist to get the infected tooth numb enough to pull out, he drilled a hole inside. Actually, what you generally do is... you drill up into the tooth and it hits the little reservoir and then it drains, and then you have to sort of have it drained properly. It's a pain, but it hurts. Have you ever had I had back pain badly, so badly once, I could barely stand up. It was really, really awful. And a lot of people get things like that, you know. I've had a tooth abscess years ago, about 35 years ago, and it's where it hurts so much. You're hitting your tooth with something hard to try and make the pain go away. It's so awful. Nobody knows how bad it is. And I remember on a Saturday morning, lying in bed going, oh God, it hurts, make it go away. And in the end, I had to do an emergency at a dentist. I had to pay for it. But I mean, to be honest with you, it was worth it. And he drilled up into it. And the moment he drills up into the abscess, it then drains. But that was the relief bit. It was like, oh, God, you'd have paid anything. Seriously, you'd have mortgaged your property just for that. But not good. Toothache. Yes, toothache. Is it? I've never had childbirth, so I'm guessing. You might be right on the childbirth thing. But I'll tell you what, back pain is bad. I had back pain once, and that was absolutely horrendous. I can remember clinging to a lamppost outside the doctor's surgery because I was frightened to move. And I went in there, and they went, you're right. Because you feel as though you're going to shift off your hips for some reason. It's the most bizarre sensation, but the pain, it ricochets through your body. Like, oh. It's like I banged my head. I opened the boot of the car once, years and years ago, hit my head, and I got... I was all right lying down, but the moment I sat up, I was sick. Because I had this... It just upset my... Yeah, it was like concussion. It was awful. Absolutely awful. It was terrible to have. There's all these pains that you get. I mean, luckily now you can go to the chemist and get tablets and liquids and stuff like that. In fact, my bathroom looks like an extension of the chemist because I've got all sorts of things. I bought some chloroseptic spray the other day. It was on sale in Costco. And I bought it because they do two. And normally about winter time, I get a sore throat. So I thought if I start off with the spray, then I've got something. I mean, I don't have a sore throat. But it's always useful to keep things. I keep anodins. I've basically got a toolkit with me. Everything is there just in case if I get the Steve Allen toolkit. It's in case, if I become ill, I've got something that will cure most things. That's the idea anyway. That is the idea. So, having thanked the Flowered Corner for my beautiful Christmas wreath, which is lovely. So, Wendy Wilkins and Jane McCulloch and family, thank you very much indeed. She says, thank you for your morning show. It helps my anxiety. Oh, dear. If anybody ever have anxiety this time of year, we are the programme for you. And to Linka as well, but I'm not allowed to peep at this thing. I want to see it working, but I'm not allowed to do it till the 1st of December. It's always the way, isn't it? You get something in, you think, I'll do that now. And they go, no, you can't do it till the 1st of December. It's like Christmas presents under the tree. You shake them. Have I opened birthday cards? I don't really get birthday cards. I'm too old for birthday cards now. It's generally a sympathy card I get. I don't actually get a thing saying happy birthday. I don't think. Do you get birthday cards? Do you? And do you open them up? Well, I mean, what is it going to say in it? It's just going to say happy birthday. Might have some money in it. Not at your age. Money in it when you're younger. A £1 or a £5 note. You still get money. Do you? Who puts money in your cards? Really? Wow. How much money? 20 quid! Wow, good Lord above. Wow. What would you do with it? Yeah, you just spend it. You see, I mean, my goddaughter, even up to the age of whatever she is now, 16, I mean, she's very good. She gets money for birthdays and Christmas and stuff like that. And she's quite good. She doesn't spend it. She saves it until she sees something she wants. So she went out a short while ago and she bought a pair of trainers. I can't begin to tell you how much she spent on a pair of trainers and a coat. I mean, seriously. I went, how much? But she'd saved it herself. She doesn't go and be sort of frivolous. I mean, what do you spend money on? Not clothes. Video games. You've got to get away from this addiction to video games. Food. Well, what sort of food do you buy? You buy really expensive food or something. When you get the paycheck in, do you sort of wait till you get the paycheck in and you go, right, now we're going to the supermarket. Now we could look on the expensive shelf. You go to Waitrose, really? Oh, see, the trouble is beer income, champagne spending, isn't it? That's the problem. Too many bottles of wine. See, I haven't bought wine for ages, or Prosecco. I used to buy a lot of Prosecco. In fact, I used to buy cases of Prosecco, but I haven't bought it for 7-8 weeks now, which is quite... I wonder where all this money was coming from, and somebody said it's because you're not buying booze, that's why. They had the other day in Costco, they had a bottle, you like this one, this is a 3-litre bottle of Prosecco. 3 litres. It's like this tall. And I looked at it and I thought, you just put it in your trolley and wheel it to the car. A 3-litre bottle of Prosecco. I didn't even look at the price of it. I was too embarrassed to look at the price. I just remember thinking, wow, that's a 3-litre bottle of Prosecco. In fact, actually, I tell a lie. It might be bigger than 3 litres, because I bought litre bottles of Prosecco, but this thing was huge. This thing was really big. It could have been 5. It could have been 5. Yeah. It was, I mean, I don't even know how much it was. Can you find out? Prosecco, Costco. Because I was so intrigued. It's only because I saw it sitting there and I looked at the size of the box, and I remember thinking, I don't think I could ever lift that bottle up and pour it into a glass. You'd be sort of tempted to drop the bottle on the floor. But it's a big bottle. And I remember that, I suppose if you've got a lot of people round for Christmas, it's a good idea. OK, now I bought these. This is 1.5 litres for $23.89. There must be bigger bottle in there. Wait a minute. Prosecco. I wonder if it was just a one-off. Oh, that looks quite nice. Go back. What was that blue one? Oh, £5, 10. Not sure about that. You know, when they put down, you can taste all the... I saw a bottle of wine for sale the other day, and it looked lovely. And it said, it's got peach and this and... Oh, I've never tasted any of this in a bottle. No, it's definitely... Sorry? Okay. No, this one had peach, plum and all. I'm thinking a melon. I remember thinking, well, where's that come from? No, definitely big bottle Prosecco, Costco. It's definitely Costco. Not anywhere else, only Costco. I think it's their make. Big bottle. Look at that. The glitter bottle's quite nice. 21 pence. It's got... Look, there you go. I said 1.5 litres of the Bottega. 3 litre, £123. This special big bottle wrapped in a gold colour with its... looks quite nice, actually, doesn't it? That's 3 litres for £123.50. But that, strange enough, that's... Yeah. But it's not available from Costco, but that's 3 litres. It's called a Jeroboam. A Jeroboam is 3 litres. How lovely. £123. How long would that last? A day. I don't know how long it would last. You'd never lift the... Can you imagine trying to open it if it took the ceiling off? The cork would be under so much pressure. Wow. 386 people have been very positive about it. I'm not surprising. It's wrapped in a gold colour. They say it makes a great centrepiece. Yeah, until you've drunk it. And then you've got no idea where it's gone to. I like that. Donnie says, have you got your advent calendar ready? Have I ever? Steve, toothache, earache. Earache. I've never had earache. You had earache? You've had earaches. I've never had earache. I'll tell you the one thing I don't get either. Headaches. I don't get headaches. You do. You don't get headaches either. Yeah, all right. One-upmanship, isn't it? You know. Oh, do you get headaches, Steve? No, never had a headache. But, and neuralgia. Is that... I think that's headaches. No, we don't get that one either, actually. But toothache, yes, I had years and years ago. And earache, never. Never had earache. But I'm told it sounds dreadful, doesn't it? Joseph says, Steve, last Sunday before Advent, otherwise known as Stir Up Sunday, ready to bake the Christmas cake and feed it brandy until the big day. I quite like the idea of feeding, but don't make it too wet. If you make it too wet, it doesn't dry out in time. Sounds quite good, though, doesn't it? Sounds quite good. And basically, Steve, last Christmas I had a disc burst in my spine and pushed against my spinal cord, causing paralysis. Pain like no other. Oh, I hate anything like that. I don't like anything going wrong at all. In fact, sometimes I walk out of the house in the morning and I sort of go, what have I forgotten? Oh, I've forgotten my insulin. So I'm going to go back in and pick up the insulin, pick up the injections and all the rest of it. Although I've sat talking to friends of mine about injections and they go, stop it now, stop it. Don't talk about injections. And I said, well, I have to inject it. Stop it. I don't want to know about it. They get really funny about it. So I'm forbidden. from talking about things like that. Steve, sorry to say you got the wrong accent for Stockton. It said Teesside, not Yorkshire, says Keith. My dad works in the works, hangs his shirt on a girder.
Brian.
Yeah. Brian from Nick Abbott Show. He's Stockton on Tees, is he? Poor soul, honestly. I'm not sure I want to go there, actually. It's very interesting. Steve, have you seen the Prosecco being sold in Lidl? Non-alcoholic Prosecco. What's the point of that? What is the point? Could somebody explain to me? Come up to Christmas, you go, oh, you can get non-alcoholic wine. What's the point? Oh, for vegetarian. Oh, right. Can't they have... It's like vegetarian. Oh, right. Well, what's the point of non-alcoholic booze? You might as well just drink tap water or Ribena or something. What's the point of having a non-alcoholic wine? I mean, I nearly bought in Costco the other day. They do a big double box of liqueur chocolates. In other words, you open it up like a wardrobe. And I thought, would you have to eat the entire box before you got a bit tiddled? And then I thought, no, do not even think about it, because I'd just be sick. Because I used to bite the top off the bottles and tip the booze in, which was quite nice. But no, headaches, I don't get. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So Prosecco is the alcoholic... How boring. It's from Lidl, yeah. Non-alcoholic. Even Donny says, what's the world coming to? As far as I'm concerned, if you don't want to drink, don't drink. And apparently Brian, who was on earlier on, has given up smoking. And as Nick Abbott said, please start smoking again. He must sit there with his little facts and figures, none of them which mean anything at all. Still to come, my new 30-day feel-good plan. Not mine, Joe Wicks. That's the bloke who apparently is worth £20 million now. They're obsessed with telling you how much people are worth, aren't they? I wonder if we all put all our money together, all of us here, how much money we could sort of conjure up today. I've got no idea. Also, you can kiss mistletoe goodbye this Christmas, because there's not much mistletoe. There's loads of it. Nice to be company. It's Sunday morning. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LBC, the 22nd of November, which means that we're another 30 days, September, April. So 30 days in this month. So you've got another 8 days. 8 days to go, isn't it? Before we hit December. And then it's going to go through that like that. We have no idea until Boris speaks tomorrow of exactly what's going to be happening. We don't know, what's going to be happening over Christmas. It's all a bit of a guess at the moment. But I'm hoping that we can have all sorts of... So 33 days until Christmas Day. So exciting, isn't it, really? I mean, are we going to get... They were promising snow this weekend. Not down here, but up north. It's too warm in London for us ever to get that back. Only a couple of times have I ever seen snow. But I quite like it because it makes the front cover of Country Life magazine look quite interesting when it's, you find somewhere in the Cotswolds that's got a dusting of snow. And I always think that looks quite pretty because for most people who've never seen snow, of which there must be thousands upon thousands of you listening, but the odds have been slashed on a white Christmas as an Arctic blast could bring snow. See, Arctic blast to me means it's going to be blooming freezing. They say it could be the coldest winter in years. We might even see snow Christmas Day. To be honest with you, I'm not really bothered about seeing snow Christmas Day. I just want to make sure the vaccine's available. It's all I care about. I'm really not particularly worried about anything else. But they say it could be minus 10 degrees centigrade temperatures. We'll all be bringing in hot water bottles. We'll all be turning up here, clutching our hot water bottles, going, it's very cold, It's very, very cold outside. It's your hands that go, isn't it? It's your hands or your face. If there's an Arctic blast, your face goes. And that's not particularly nice. I'll tell you what Andrew Pierce is doing. He's here for breakfast with you. He was doing breakfast yesterday morning, and he's going to be with you for breakfast today as well. So that'll be from 7 o'clock this morning in for Andrew Castle. Royal Special, Dave William called Kate at the office to say it's over. Because apparently they went out, then they finished, then they went out, then they finished, then they went out, then they finished. Also, people talk about The Crown. Some people say they have scenes that are fiction, not fact, but it's a television programme. What would you expect? I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Weather reports are less reliable because the number of planes grounded due to the pandemic. It's amazing how many companies are not making any money when they're flying, but nobody's flying anyway. Nobody's flying into the country, and not many people seem to be flying out of the country. We'll have to wait and see, won't we? The master and slave found in Pompeii is believed to have been a rich man and his male slave attempting to escape death from the eruption of Mount Vesuvius 2,000 years ago. Parts of the skulls and bones of the two men were discovered during excavation of the ruins of what was once an elegant villa on the outskirts of the ancient Roman city, destroyed by the volcano in October 79 AD, and a stable with the remains of 3 harnessed horses was excavated in 2017. They find all sorts of stuff. Pompeii officials say the men apparently escaped the initial fall of ash from Vesuvius, but not a volcanic blast that took place the next morning. 6.5 feet under, and they found these two. But it's amazing, isn't it? I'm always amazed that they find these things. I don't know why. I don't know why it's taken them so long. Apparently, they've said one of the men was 18 to 25 with a spinal column with compressed discs. That meant to think that he did manual labour, like that of a slave. The other had a robust structure. He was estimated to have been 30 to 40. They were found in a side room along an underground corridor. The victims were probably looking for shelter in the Cryptoporticus, in this underground space where they thought they were better protected. Wrong! Wrong. But mind you, but they've been immortalised, haven't they? So in other words, whatever they thought they were, master and servant, in years to come, all these thousands of years later, they then become in the newspapers. They probably wouldn't even have thought in a million years that they'd ever be, dug up and sort of put on display again, of which there are many people there. Oh, dear, honestly. Also, it's a nice picture of J.K. Rowling, who's been targeted by trans activists. Can't win, actually. Top West End writers refuse to appear with transphobic J.K. Rowling on Graham Norton. I don't know why. Toby Marlowe and Lucy Moss said they would not be on the same billing until she's made amends with the trans community. Look at this. Look. Okay.
Thank you.
Open it up. Have a look at it. It's gone, I know. It's never to be seen again. Look at that. Isn't that cool? Cool. Yeah. Turn it round. There we go. He's putting it on. Let's have a look. It's a nice thing. That's all I'm telling you. It's a nice thing. Let's have a look. Wow. It's cool. There you go. Keep him warm. Save him moaning about having to put the heating on again. Nothing worse, is there? Look at that. And it fits. Look at it. Good, isn't it? There you go. Suits you so well. Also, more on Melanie and her fond farewell with her gondolier setup. Whole thing is a setup. And a bit embarrassing. They're smiling for the camera. I mean, she's been done up to the nines. Ciao for now. He's a gondolier. He's not going to be jacking that job in anymore, thank you. Just so he can have rumpy-pumpy with you. She said, one of the reasons I think I end up with younger men is because they don't have a problem approaching me. Of course they don't. They know you're easy. It's not exactly difficult, Melanie. Come on. Honestly, you're trying to make out it's some big deal. It really isn't. Can a COVID virus move only one way through a mask, or can it go both in and out? Because if it can go both ways, we now know that this mask wearing is almost a complete waste of time. Eamon's axing from ITV. Apparently it stems with a Nicola Sturgeon bauble. Who cares? Honestly, they're making it out like it's sort of, it's like, oh my God, we've just axed television. No, you've axed 2 old people because they were on there 14 years. He clashed with the show's editor in the run-up to the general election after Miss Sturgeon contacted producers to say she wanted to present Mr. Holmes and his wife Ruth with the traditional Scottish tree decoration during her interview. Yeah, whatever. And it's a little Santa Claus with a kilt on. It's quite sweet, but I mean, you can probably buy them in any old shop, I should imagine. But they're said to be very sad about the decision. Oh, shut up! Honestly, have you ever known people go on so much? The elderly are the most open generation about their sex lives. I hardly ever mention it. Hardly ever mention it, apparently. Too much information, as every grandparent knows. People want to talk about their sex lives when they get to a certain age. Pfft, not me. No, thank you very much indeed. Plus, together for 5 years, but their unhappiness was visible to all. and Kate and William, and now they're fantastic, and they seem to be doing really nicely. And model in sexting scandal, the dreary Rhiannon Sugden, and she accused him of ruining her. Oh, God, dry up, for goodness sake. People who can't hold themselves responsible. Rhiannon exchanged explicit text messages with a married presenter over a 4-month period, claims he got away with it while her career was wrecked. Oh, God, shut up! It's so boring. So boring. The longer you drone on about it, the more ridiculous you appear. He didn't get away with it at all because you've made damn sure that you mention it all the time. You don't need to mention it all the time. It's just absolutely not necessary. Bonnie's listening. Bonnie Lithgow. She's back in the country, bless her heart. She's been waiting for ages to get back here. And she's got my book, says Warren. Yeah. This is the British circus life, which I've been trying to get hold of for ages. Look at him, he likes that, Tom, doesn't he? He'll be wearing that all the time now. It's all snug. It's like wearing a snuggly, isn't it? Sort of like it's, Has he switched off? It's a bit difficult to tell, isn't it, really? You have a conversation, all of a sudden, is it so warm and comfy? I know. I had it on as well a short while ago. And it should still be warm. It's quite nice, though, isn't it? Yeah, look at that. Sorting out some other things we got. Also, the grandest victims of the virus. These are people whose businesses have suffered. Places like Highclere Castle, they've got no film money coming in. We loved Lady Carnarvon. We thought she was great. She was really loveless. But she says, despite the fame as the setting for Downton Abbey, and it's a beautiful, beautiful house, she was the most down-to-earth person we've ever spoken to. She was lovely. There's a lovely book out, Downton Abbey and Highclere Castle. Cirencester Park, they've got lost income. And at Tissington Hall, the staff have been laid off. These are all wedding venues, and they use them for all sorts of things. But during the that's why we need this pandemic sorted out. We need it sorting out. We need it sorting out as quick as possible. How many CCTV cameras are there in this country? How many CCTV cameras do you think we have? You know, in sort of prominent kind of... Yeah, I think a lot too. 5.2 million. 5.2 million CCTV cameras. When they put them in coming in off the M4 on the Chiswick flyover, that was the first time. And I think between the Chiswick flyover and Central Piccadilly Circus, I think you are hit by something like 500 different cameras that get you all the way along. So whenever people go, oh, I can get away with it. We had these people on the television the other day, and they were robbers. Well, in fact, they were drug couriers. Robbers. Makes it sound almost like Alibaba and the 40 Thieves, doesn't it? But no, they were drug couriers, but millions of pounds worth of drugs. They got caught and they went to prison. But they were caught by CCTV cameras everywhere. In fact, even their own CCTV cameras actually got them. You know, it's as simple as that. Steve, just to say, people do drink a dangerous amount at festive occasions. Yes, they do. I mean, I haven't. I could have done over the weekend. I nearly thought about it. I thought, should I have a drink? And I 3 litres of Prosecco. And then I thought, no, I'm not. I'm really not that fussed about it. And don't please ask whether or not you feel so much better, because the answer is, no, you don't. No, you don't. You don't feel any different at all. Some people say you do, but I didn't think that I did. So it's like the giving up smoking. People say, do you feel any different giving up smoking? And you go, no. People say, you look different. I'd be more wrinkled. Oh, right. I don't do wrinkles, though. I'm not a wrinkly sort of person. Eamon Holmes is quite wrinkly. But I don't think he smokes. In fact, I think he's a non-smoker. Whereas Pip Schofield, I think, smokes. I think, unless somebody said to me, oh, I think he's given up smoking. I said, are you sure? I wasn't totally convinced, but never mind, doesn't matter. 6:30, Andrew Pearce here from 7 o'clock this morning for Weekend Breakfast in for Andrew Castle. He'll have the latest on Priti Patel and news of what will be happening in England after the lockdown. If only we knew. If only we knew. When are we getting the vaccination? That's what I want to know. At 10, it's Tom Swarbrick with Swarbrick on Sunday with a look back at the political week live from our Westminster studios. That's all coming up later this morning right here on LBC. Cold this morning, nippy outside and likely to remain so. And they reckon this winter could be the coldest. -10, they've said, which sounds a little bit doesn't it? Not the best. Piers Morgan in his column today talking about Gareth Southgate who tested positive for COVID-19 on October the 25th and kept his condition secret. Yorkshire Ripper died from coronavirus, but it turns out it was a combination of other different bits and pieces. It wasn't just the coronavirus. He said, "I'd have jumped at the chance to interview him." Yes, I think everybody would have done. I mean, had he been released from prison, then everybody would have been after him. In the same way that the Krays, you know, because they actually died in prison. One died outside, I think. If they'd been released from prison, they'd have been on every chat show. Every single programme would have wanted them. And the same for the Yorkshire Ripper. But he never apologised, the Yorkshire Ripper, or showed a shred of remorse, so nobody really cares about what happened to him. But I mean, you know, to be serious with you, everybody would want to be interviewing him. If there was an interview available, people would be doing. Everybody would be putting in for it. You know, if he was allowed to do things like that. But he died before we even got there, because you'd want to be asking questions. You'd be asking questions about, you know, why this, why that, what you know, what else he knew. Were there any other murders that he wanted to confess to? All sorts of things. Cliff Richard, one of the UK singers to have done the Eurovision Song Contest twice. It's a fact. Cliff Richard, who is still around, he's got a book out which is called The Dreamer. I must get hold of a copy, actually, and I shall read it, because he's quite charming. But you can find him on the internet, on YouTube as well, which is great. Steve, it is freezing this morning, but I'm sitting in bed listening to you, says Mina, with a cup of tea and a packet of chocolate digestives. Not in bed. And somebody says, read the news. I'm annoyed when the LBC and the BBC announce things before they're officially announced. Why can't they wait for the official announcement? Well, that's the way it goes, Barbara. It's not unprofessional at all. It's called news. What are you on about? This means there are either leaks from Downing Street or it's guesswork. No, neither. They don't need to leak things from Downing Street. They tell you. They tell you what it is. It came out 10:30. Yeah, last night. So that's why. So it's not unprofessional at all, Barbara. And they don't need to be officially announced. They just tell you what's going to be having. Steve, you've definitely not talked about Christmas enough today so far. I know I haven't actually. I've been quite good not talking about Christmas at all. And you know I absolutely adore Christmas. Brett in Leighton got it wrong. He says, I gave up drinking an hour ago, worst year of my life. Only he got it round the wrong way. He says, I gave up drinking a year ago, worst hour of my life. No, he got it wrong. Steve, people do drink quite a lot at festive occasions. I don't know why, actually. I've never quite worked out why people want to drink on festive occasions. I mean, you can drink. I've often said I don't drink over Christmas because I can drink any time I want to, and people get really drunk on Christmas Eve. I mean, it just ruins the day. You expect they go, okay, we're getting up for breakfast. Oh, can't move. You're coming downstairs? Not at the moment. No, I don't feel very well. Well, it's because you drank last night. Whereas, in fact, you know, I sort of drive. And I was strange enough, I was thinking about this yesterday. So, pardon me, as I was driving in, I was sort of thinking, you know, if you'd had a lot to drink, and unfortunately you do see people who drink and drive, and I'm sort of almost willing myself to be stopped by the police so I can go, when they go, have you had any drink today? So I go, teetotal, just to make myself sound a little bit holier than thou. Express today, Charles urged to speak out on the Diana TV scandal. I don't really think that's going to be happening anytime soon, do you? And the Church of England has urged the government to lift the ban on public worship when the lockdown ends on December the 2nd. Plus, trees everywhere. Trees everywhere. Because people are going to buy Christmas trees. And why should they not? People want to enjoy the sort of the festive season. And so to have a Christmas tree is part of it. Charles told Speak Out on Diana inquiry, and apart from respect for the Queen, preservation of their mother's legacy is probably the only thing that unites William and Harry. Although whether they've spoken to each other, we've got no idea. We're only privileged to what they sort of leak out, which doesn't kind of go anywhere, does it, at the moment? Undoubtedly stunning, and possesses the look. A lot of people are talking about Jane Seymour's anger at her new TV show for not letting her play her character, Eleanor of Aquitaine, at the age of 25. Is vanity gone nuts? She's 69. She's 69, but could she pass for a 25-year-old? I don't know. You see, I think on television you can pass for just about anything you want, really. She looks good, but maybe not that good, says the producer. And he knows about these things. Very selective person. Also, Transport for London figures. Believe it or not, guess what people leave on buses? I mean, apart from the usual sort of items, toys, sex toys and Viagra are left on buses. Transport for London says 24 mislaid sex aids ended up in lost property last year. 4 were reclaimed. 3 Viagra users were reunited with their tablets. Among 331,000 items left on buses, trams and the tube, 36,000 phones, 930 crutches, 10,500 umbrellas, £25,000 in cash, 137 wigs, and unclaimed items sold for £280,000. What are people doing? How do you forget your crutch? I mean, you go on the limp. Fakes. Fakes, that's what they are. They're fakes. You believe it. Actually, I've been on the train. I've got on the train before now. No, not recently, but, in the past few years. And some bloke all of a sudden jumps back on the train again. He's left his suitcase up in the luggage rack. And you think, do you not remember these things? I mean, if I'm sitting on the train and I've got a bag with me, which I generally have, I'm hanging on to it all the time. Never left any. I did see somebody, actually, when I was going to... This is about 3 years ago in Richmond. There was a bloke, there used to be a car phone warehouse, and he'd obviously put some stuff in the back of the car, and he put his phone on the roof of the car. And as I was going round the roundabout, I saw it, and I could see the phone on the roof of the car, and he drove off, and the phone, of course, shot straight off the back of the car. And I remember thinking, should I hoot and tell him? And I thought, no. I just sort of... I was going, your phone falling off. Phone... But I didn't bother. I thought, no, leave it. Leave it. Fresh from showing viewers how to butter toast, Nigella Lawson treats us in her latest creation, a cake cooked in a saucepan. She describes the cake mix as batter. It says, it's called a melt-in-the-pan number. It's very clever, isn't it? I mean, I'd love to. Imagine going out with somebody who cooks for a living. Phew, blimey. Steve, and for me, the best breakfast TV was Pip Schofield and Fern Britton. Says Pip, yeah, I like Fern Britton very much indeed. And a big thank you to the Prue Hospital, Medical Ward 1, for their care to my brother Anthony with pneumonia. They are angels, says Dean. Always angels. And I was just thinking of all the sentimental reasons for tossing safety to one side for self-gratification at Christmas. So we could then have New Year, Valentine's Day, Easter, etc., says Anne. All our established traditions, never would have believed there'd be more deaths as a result of celebrating them in World War II. Is that a new-fashioned war, saving ammunition costs? Yes, possibly. And what's happening to New Year? Nothing. There is no... I don't think there is any New Year at all. I don't think there is. I mean, you won't be able to go out and do things, which is a bit of a pain, isn't it, really? Cliff was a great true friend to me when Karen was ill. When he was in court, I was there for him. This is Gloria Hanniford. And, as I say, she's boundless energy. She weighs just over 9 stone and she's a slim size 12. She says, being borderline diabetic, she tries not to eat too much chocolate or sweet things. She's like me, although I'm not just borderline diabetic. Lost for Words is a Royal London exhibition in collaboration with Rankin to open up the conversation around death. So you can join Gloria, Connie Huck and Jeff Brazier for a live digital exhibition with Q&A. And that's on November the 25th. But no, Gloria, she's always there. Always there for... I think her whole world collapsed when Karen died. I remember reading the story of how they worked so hard to get Karen back. They knew that she wasn't expected to go, and so they drove literally through the night to get her back. I think they were in Switzerland, I seem to remember, something like that, and they got her back to the house in Kent. And that's where she passed away. But I think that was the most difficult time, for people to deal with things. Steve, love you, but Philip Schofield's on TV every day. Now I don't like him. Oh, he's very good. He is very good. He puts his heart into it. Listen, they wouldn't use him if they didn't think that he was going to rate. TV is very much about ratings. Very much about ratings. If somebody doesn't rate, they don't bother keeping them. And people trust him. People trust him. Steve, my hubby doesn't act his age, just his shoe size. Oh, that's all right, I think. And, Steve, I think Christmas should be postponed until March. Then we could have it on your birthday and make it a bank holiday weekend with Friday and Monday off, says Chris in Brentwood. I just want the... Andrew Pearce said the other day, he said he would definitely have the vaccine. And I was shouting into the radio, I'm having the vaccine too, thank you very much indeed. When it's for us, we don't know. But there's a survival guide in the paper today, a TV soldier. They're all TV soldiers, aren't they? And the 7 steps we all need to master. There are 7 steps. S is for self, knowing yourself, looking after yourself and pushing yourself. O is for opportunity, how to be open to it and maximise it. L is for leadership, the importance of it and the best way to accomplish it. D is for danger, the thrill of facing it and the way to relish rather than fear it. I for intelligence, E for excellence, and R for resilience. So there you go. There's obviously a book out. Oh, there is. It's called Respect is Earned. Respect is Earned. And Jennifer Selway, writing in the Express today, saying what we said, which is that Mick Jagger beat Harry Styles' style by 50 years. 50 years, because he was wearing a dress kind of thing to Hyde Park. And also a ring containing a picture of Anne Boleyn and considered by Elizabeth I to be her most precious possession, has been filmed for the first time. We'll tell you about that in a moment. First of all, with the time at 6:30. Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, 22nd of November. So let's work on the assumption that tomorrow Boris is going to be nice and he's going to say you can have Christmas, but don't worry because 5 days after it or 3 days after it or 2 days after it, we go back into lockdown again. And then, hopefully, we start getting the vaccine. They were saying early January for the over 65s, but, you know, whether this happens or not, I've got no idea. I don't know if the stuff is coming into the country or if it's not in the country or if it's already here. No idea. Let's wait and see what he says tomorrow, shall we? Steve, this will be my 3rd Christmas since I first started listening to you. It's my birthday on Christmas Day, so I hope to receive many happy returns as I quaff my early morning bubbles. Sounds quite a nice idea, quaffing early morning bubbles. Most people have a nice glass of I mean, God knows we're going to need it, aren't we, really? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, before Corona, why did people on a bus or a train put their bags on the empty chair next to them? Because you didn't want somebody sitting next to you. And I did that before Corona as well. I didn't mind moving it, didn't make any difference. But now, I definitely put the bag on the seat next to me. There's nobody sitting next to me. Or, in fact, anybody on the... I've seen it. School children are sitting next to each other. No masks on and, I mean, really, it's quite ridiculous. Perhaps they assume that school children don't get it. Perhaps they think it's only for older people. No, absolutely not. And... Steve, you're so right, Steve. TV's all about ratings. It's totally about ratings. That's why, you know, people say, oh, I don't like Philip Schofield and I don't like this. Listen, if that programme didn't rate, he wouldn't be on the television. It's as simple as that. However, Steph McGovern's show, you know, because that's a new show, they wouldn't worry about that because she's not a presenter, as you can see from the programme. In fact, to be honest with you, I don't know why they even bothered with her. It's really not. She was stretched when she was on the BBC breakfast programme. Mind you, the whole programme is stretched on the BBC. They've got so many people. Somebody to do the travel, somebody to do the weather, somebody to do the sporting results. I mean, it's just, and they're all over the place, aren't they? All over the place. So Steph was done there. But, I mean, can you see that leading to anything else? No. Definitely not. Definitely not. Let's have another one here. Oh, yes, this ring. This ring is actually very rare. And this was to be considered by Elizabeth I the most precious... can't even speak now. Precious possession filmed for the first time. It's a ring containing a picture of Anne Boleyn. It's a gold and ruby band with hidden portraits of Elizabeth and her mother, kept at Chequers for centuries. Tudor historian and author Tracy Borman shows off the ring in a 3-part TV series, The Fall of Anne Boleyn. This was the woman who was thought to be pregnant with a male heir in 1534, but when she miscarried, Henry VIII had her beheaded. Although he did offer the choice. Would you like to be burnt at the stake or beheaded? I mean, that's a tough one, isn't it, to come to terms with? Well, I tell you what, you short, fat little nobody. That was to him. I think I'll go for the beheading, if that's all right. I mean, beheading every time. Not that I think it's ever going to crop up, but I mean, to be honest with you, the burning at the stake, but that was granted by the king to sort of make it. I'm thinking, you horrible little man. I'm glad you died screaming in agony. Ghastly person. Tracy said it sent shivers down my spine. I couldn't keep my hands from shaking as I held it. It was Elizabeth I's most cherished possession. And it's a shame, isn't it? But Henry's second wife, Anne, bore him Elizabeth, but after the miscarriage, he had her prosecuted for adultery, incest with her brother, and treason, all of which were lies. Henry VIII was a lying little short, fat little bloke who had no talent whatsoever. But this is something shown to VIPs at Chequers, and somebody somewhere, I can't remember who it is now, because I remember reading this ages ago, has got the hairband that Anne Boleyn used to keep her hair up on her head, because when she had long hair, it was like a hair grip that you could slide into the back of your head to keep your hair up, and I'm sure that somebody's got that somewhere. But this thing has survived 400 years. It's on Channel 5, Tuesday at 9 p.m, The Fall of Anne Boleyn. I mean, to be honest with you, you wouldn't have been around in that time. You wouldn't have wanted to have been around, would you, really? But no, somebody somewhere in one of these old countries. If this one at Chequers has been kept hidden, only shown to VIPs, 400 years old. I mean, and if they found the hair grip, it was the thing that, she did it up. But I'm sure she wore a wig. I'm quite sure that when everybody wore wigs in those days, and I'm quite sure that when he lifted the hair, the head became detached. But it was amazing, actually, really. It was Elizabeth I's most cherished possession. The myth is that she didn't think anything of her mother, Anne, and all she spoke about was her father, Henry VIII. But this is evidence to say that she didn't. It's amazing, isn't it? When you sort of look, I wonder if they really did look like that. It was also... But apparently she was extremely calm going to her execution. There was no... And bearing in mind, in those days, you didn't give anybody a drug or an injection to calm them down. You just went to it, and that was it. I suppose because you hoped that it would be over fairly quickly. Although I believe not so in Anne Boleyn's case. I believe that the execution was not particularly adept. That was the thing. I think they brought over a swordsman from France to try and make it as easy as possible. How you could ever make anything like that easy, I've got no idea. No idea. But it's we like history. We like history programmes on the television. Somebody else saying we believe in the TV ratings. Yes, I mean the TV ratings are the things that they go by. People watch the TV ratings, so you can see quite clearly. It's like doing the ratings for radio programmes. People know how to do it, because people say, how do you know how many people are listening? Well, put it this way, you do. They have a system that they operate called RAJAR, and that means that you can tell how many audiences, how many numbers people get. And that's why we have a spike in the morning at 4:00. Because sorry, try not to get too excited. It's enormous. It's a huge spike. And in fact, it started some years ago. And it's fantastic. I mean, it really is, because it's difficult enough in this day and age. Because when we first started, because we were the very first commercial radio station, nobody knew about audience figures. I promise you, people had no idea. We didn't know anything about it at all. We just came in and did a radio programme. I didn't know what they were talking about. I mean, I seriously didn't know until one time. What did we do once? Oh, that's right. We didn't do overnight opening up the phone lines, but on one particular morning we decided to open the phone lines and it was a double banked kind of thing, not unsimilar to the system we have at the moment, except now it's a bit easier to understand. And I remember we said, we're going to open up phone lines, and I remember the number. It's 353-8111. Why I'd remember that, I've got no idea. It was 01, yes. It's 01. And all of a sudden, you remember, you've heard presenters go, and the switchboard lit up like a Christmas tree. And all of a sudden we went, oh my goodness, there are people out there. You don't really appreciate it until you do it. I understand for BBC Local Radio this will be something of a novelty, and of course they won't understand that at all. But it literally lit up, and we had no idea. And so we used to have parties. The last party we had 600 people turn up to. I mean, it was quite phenomenal, and that's what you work to. And in television, exactly the same. You've got to, you can spend a lot of money on a television programme, and that's why people say, oh, we're doing a pilot, which means they've made a programme, they show it to the programme commissioners, and if they like it, they might run with it. If they don't like it, it gets dropped. So 90% of pilots never go any further than just being made. I told you I did one for Terry Wogan years and years ago. Some friends of mine made this. They said, we need you to front this show. Not for you, it's for Terry Wogan. And I said, yeah, it's okay. The night before we were due to do it, my voice went. Completely went. Either it was nerves or I have no idea what it was. And I phoned them up and went, I can't speak. I can't. And they went, well, we've got all these people turning up. We've got all the contestants and everything. So I had to do it whispering. It was really awful. I felt absolutely... And I'm assuming then it was nerves. Something happening about, your nerves. And so... No, strangely enough, I'm not a nervous person. But for some peculiar reason, the voice went. And it went completely. There was nothing there. But they still made me do it. Because they booked everybody. They booked the studio, they booked the cameramen. It was a dressing up kind of programme, and I don't think in the end Terry Wogan was particularly interested in it, which was a bit of a shame, really. But no, that's how they do it. They make things. So when you speak to somebody in the business, they go, oh, I'm just making a pilot. You go, yeah, loads of pilots get made. Not as many pilots for radio programmes. Not as many pilots. People, mainly what you're testing out on radio is what somebody sounds like. So you might have chatted to somebody and then you put them on air. You sit them in a studio and they do what they call a dummy programme just to see what it sounds like. And if you think that you can make something out of it, then you run with it. That's why you get different people on the radio. You very rarely get somebody who starts on the radio and then finishes fairly quickly. It's normally sometimes it happens, but normally speaking, you get a bit of a run at it, just to make sure that somebody's going to sound right, and also they don't sound exhausted when they get to the end of it. You're supposed. I mean, I could go for at the end of this programme. I mean, another minute, easy. Seriously, no problems at all. Just give me another minute. Steve, do you remember the wind-up radio? Well, I remember the one that was invented by the bloke who lived on Eel Pie Island, Trevor Bayliss, who invented the wind-up radio. And then, because he didn't patent it quick enough, it was pirated by everybody under the sun. It was such a shame. He never made any money out of it, bless his heart. But I remember we were filming in Twickenham one day. I can't remember why we were doing it. We were filming. And we saw him, and he loved publicity. He said, come back to my house, because he used to sell swimming pools. That's what he used to sell. When you went into his house on Eel Pie Island, you walked in round a swimming pool. It was empty, but he'd built it into his house. It was next to the kitchen. It was really bizarre. The most bizarre thing I've ever done. And we were chatting away. He was a good chatter, bless his heart. But so do I remember the wind-up radio? Yep, I did. And you know why he invented it? He invented the wind-up radio for people in countries that couldn't afford to buy batteries all the time. All they need to do was wind it to give themselves 30 minutes of radio. So he was a pioneer, but it was nicked by just about everybody. 3:15, 12 minutes to 7 is the time. Have you ever received one of the diaries handed out by Ray Jar? No, I don't think they do those anymore, actually. And but I did know somebody. Somebody wrote to me once saying, I've got a diary. And I remember thinking, how exciting. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steph McGovern gets so many chances on Channel 4 because of diversity. Really? Oh, I don't think so. I mean, she was on the BBC and then somebody went, oh, we can use her. She complained about the fact that it was the accent that people didn't take her seriously, which I never saw in the first instance. But anyway, Mark says you've got integrity and honesty. Oh, Lord. How many times have you interviewed a celebrity and thought, I really don't like you? Never. Never at all. Because I was always... requests to interview a particular person, so I've never done anything at all. I've had somebody in and they haven't quite lived up to my expectation. Steve, are you able to say happy birthday to my mum Joy, who's 71, obsessed by your show? She has the tea towel displayed on her wall, her bag, and now the Prosecco glass is on display in her cabinet. So there you go, Nicola. That's for your mum today. Steve, do you remember that soap in Spain nobody watched, but they kept plugging it until it died? El Dorado. Well, that was on the BBC, wasn't it? And the BBC don't get rid of things. They just keep them going until eventually you kind of lose the will to live. Marty in Margate says, I remember Trevor Bayliss on breakfast television in his shed. I've been inside the house, and that was an odd one. Johnny in Watford says, kids up early, Simona and myself taking Bobby and Emily to the garden centre to buy the tree and decorations. I mean, can you do that today, 22nd? Probably. I think it's stretching it a little bit, but I think you probably can, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. But no, I never interview celebrities and then go, oh, I really don't like you. That never sort of crosses my mind at all. I always look forward to talking to people. Always used to look forward to talking to people, mainly because there was something interesting. You sort of see, there was one person that came in, a comedian. Can't tell you who it was, actually. And I thought, oh, really looking forward to talking to you. And it was like pulling teeth. It was really difficult. I mean, I can't identify by telling you what it was that I can't. He was only young. And somebody always said to me once, they said, of course, don't talk to young people and don't ever talk to groups, pop groups, because they've got nothing to talk about. You've got to talk to somebody who's actually got history. So, given the choice, would I rather have spoken to McFly or Des O'Connor? Des O'Connor would win hands down. Because he's been around. He's actually, done the business. He knows what everything is because he's been in the business for a long time and he's had to work hard at it. Whereas sometimes groups now, they're all assembled on the television programmes. They say, oh, in fact, if you watched One Direction, they didn't all appear on the same programme. They appeared on different programmes. They went, if we put you with this, it's almost as if they'd sort of contrived it. And then they go, right, you're going to be singing all these songs now, and then you're going to be doing this, and then you're going to be doing... And so it's all put together. They're all managed. That's why my big argument, when they go, the Spice Girls, it's girl power. There was no girl power. They were put together by blokes, and blokes run the group. It's as simple as that. There was no girl power at all. There's no such thing. It's a case of you're doing this or you're not doing it at all. And so people do it. And that's why the groups have a length of run. So Girls Aloud, went about as far as it could go, and then it finished. JLS went as far, although there was a dreadful rumour a short while ago they might be coming back again. And I always think, I don't know, I mean, does it happen anymore? And the answer is probably, you're not still with that blooming hot water bottle. And she just filled it up again. This hot water bottle. I was trying to find a bin bag. Do you know where they might be? You've tried the cleaning trolley. They haven't got any. No. I just want a bin bag. That's all I want. I'm not after the 30 Leicester Square, just a bin bag, please. I'll tell you where they might be. All the bins we've got out there in the bins? If you lift it out, I think there's bin bags inside, underneath the bin bag. That's what I think. So lift up the bin bag and there'll be others in there. We get the best jobs here, I tell you. The most exciting things, which is fantastic. Steve, heard you mention Bob Wellings earlier. Didn't he also co-present the breakfast show with Douglas Cameron on London Talk back in the 80s? I think Bob Wellings might have done. I saw him actually in Richmond years and years ago. And he'd had a few... Him and Hugh Scully were in Richmond. They both had a few sherbets. They were helping each other along the road. What a duo, eh? And Jill says, you didn't like that gospel. I mean, I didn't interview him. He wasn't in to be interviewed. He just came in because he was an idiot. That was poor old Matt Goss. Where is Matt Goss now? Wait a minute. I've just remembered. Didn't he go out with Melanie Sykes, or was that the story that they put around? I'm sure there was a story of Matt Goss and Melanie Sykes. I remember thinking at the time, that's about as likely as anything. Patel shakes up antiquated work practices at the Home Office. All sorts of stuff going on, isn't there? Joe Wicks has got a feel-good plan. Lockdown will end December the 2nd, but back to 3 tiers. This is what they're saying. With some rules stricter, all shops to open, and Boris to kill off the 10 p.m. curfew. So we'll have to wait and see. But I mean, what's going to happen for New Year's Eve? I've got no idea. We don't... There you go. Matt and Mel dated in the mid-90s, so they said. This is where sort of... He looked as though he had spent more time in the hairdressers than anybody. Oh, look at you. Look at you, honestly. Look at you. That's a smart shirt this morning, Andrew Pearce. We hardly ever see him. He sort of comes out like a proverbial Christmas cracker every year. We open up the box, you take out the cracker, you go, you're going to pull him, and I go, it's Andrew Pearce. Of course you can pull him. And you pull the cracker, and then here he is for breakfast. What's he said? He said, have I got food? Got some Satsumas? You like a Satsuma? Got to give him a Satsuma. Will you bear with us a minute so we can give him a Satsuma? He's never going to manage this, is he? Is he going to manage to open the door and hold his newspapers and everything else? There you go. Just in that bag there.
Nice and healthy.
Some Satsuma. No, Satsuma's very healthy. Take a couple of Satsumas.
Bless you.
Bless your heart.
Oh, that's nice. Someone sent you that in? Someone sent that
No, I
in?
made it myself. It's my Christmas wreath. I didn't.
Lovely to see you.
Somebody made it. Nice to see you too.
Christmas.
Sorry?
It's not the summer, dear. Why have you got a summer shirt on?
Don't start. He's started already. I can't believe it. Outrageous summer shirt. I told you I was wearing a summer shirt this morning. I don't think I should have known. Steve, I was at the Last Night is Young show live from the Limelight Club. An amazing evening. Lots of folks were there. I was upstairs. The programme became a talent show, says Jem Jem. Do you know, I drove past that this morning and I remember thinking, here we go, Matt Goss, the one with the hair. Couldn't quite work out the hair at all, actually. I don't know what was going on with the hair. If only he had a personality. If only he was a happy soul, but he's so miserable. He looks happy. You think that's looking happy? No, he doesn't think that's looking happy. The producer said, he doesn't look happy at all. But they dated in the mid-90s, so they said. So they said. I mean, you're never too sure what's real nowadays, are we? Some of it is just for publicity and some isn't for publicity. But it was every time I saw him on the television, I think he's had so much work done to him that he can't smile. If he was happy, you could understand it. But I've never seen him being happy. I'll watch the documentary. Who could miss it? Oh, look, bless. Look at that. Where have you got that from? The recycling bin. She's found a bag. Unfortunately, it's a see-through. I'm going to sit on the bus, aren't I, with a Christmas wreath in a bag. Honestly, I don't know. But it's better than sitting there with a hot water bottle, which is actually better. Lovely to hear you, Steve, on a Sunday morning when we forgot you were on. Me and my husband off for our daily run by Fairlop Waters on the opposite side of London. But that's James and Si. Oh, it's a lovely morning for a run, isn't it? But not for me. Too blooming cold, actually. Do you know what there is for me on the horizon? Tea and toast when I get in. I'm going to have 2 pieces of toast, maybe with some peanut butter. Not chicken donuts, no. I can't, no, chicken donuts. Ever since Joe has seen this food on the television, she's like Andrew Pearce. Every time Andrew Pearce sees me, he always goes, what food have you got in? He's always interested in the food. I think you're going to be hearing today, but I'll make a prediction now. Christmas is saved. Yeah, woo, woo, woo. Christmas is saved. It means it's all going to be wonderful, and you'll have 5 days of it, and then we go back into misery, back into lockdown again. But at least you can have 5 days, where you could sort of, see friends and family and loved ones, depending. And then they're going to re-tier the whole thing, aren't they, afterwards, which is very embarrassing. But it all comes up today, yeah. You'll hear it first. But I'm making a prediction now that Christmas is set. What are they going to do? Go on, and he's going to say, Christmas is not saved. We're going to have lockdown throughout the whole... Of course they're not. The shops need to sell the items. There's all these turkeys wandering around at the moment going, listen, I'm sure something's supposed to be happening at this time of year. I can't remember what it is, but I remember distinctly talking to some of my neighbours last year, and I said, so I'll see you tomorrow. It was the last I saw of them. I don't know where they went to. Perhaps on holiday or something. So turkeys everywhere. Mind you, not everybody has turkey. Vegans are looking forward to getting wheelchairs, because apparently if you are a vegan, it means that you're prone to more shoulder problems and back problems and stuff like that. Which, of course, explains quite a lot, doesn't it, really, Luke? Nut roast, ooh, same as last year and the year before and the year before that. Fantastic, honestly. Nothing if not varied is the vegan Christmas festivities, and which is good. I've started using tea tree oil because I suffer from a little bit of eczema, and so I saw it. Well, for some reason, I've ordered 4 bottles of the stuff. I mean, to be honest with you, they might as well bathe in it. It would make it an awful lot easier. Jacqueline Josser reveals therapy saved her marriage. Who cares? I don't want to be rude about it, love, but I really couldn't give a toss. It's got nothing to do with me. If you live... I mean, it's the front page of The Sun this morning. I mean, is she suffering from a dearth of publicity? She says here, I don't really care what anybody says about me. Well, stop going on about it then. I don't want, come on. Nobody cares whether he cheats on you, whether he doesn't cheat on you, whether you've got 2 kids, 16 kids. I don't care. I really, really don't care. Okay? She says, I felt there was a lot of pressure on me. I couldn't be in the same house as Dan. Not surprised. Not surprised. Nobody could be. Horrible piece of work. But that's the way it goes, isn't it? But don't bore the pants off us. Do you remember Rhiannon Sugden we had the other day? This was the one who did the sexting messages with Vernon Kay. Well, strangely, considering what we got yesterday in the papers, which is he's ruined my life, which of course he hadn't, because without him, she'd just be a nobody. An absolute nobody. And so now she's in the paper going, people should leave him alone. I thought, well, you would be top of the list. What is it the matter with these people nowadays? They appear on some sort of tacky old reality show, or they sort of get their boobs out, and the next thing, they're sort of coming up with all sorts... Did you read what Nicola McLean said? She's sort of the one that they use on Jeremy Vine's programme. I'm assuming it's some sort of joke. They sort of put Nicola McLean on there. She was like, talks like that, all right, babe. When she was going out with a footballer, and he had a house, it was nice, like this, babe, takes a picture, show you, and all the rest of it. They ended up not buying it because she ended up finishing with him, or he dumped her or something. And now they stick her on the Jeremy Vine show. It's really, there's something strange about that. It's like Steph McGovern's show. Who in God's name commissioned that programme? Got to change things. We need to up the ante. And then, of course, the BBC are about to take a plunge into the depths of hell. He's back. Eamonn Holmes returns to the BBC. People ever at the BBC throwing themselves out of windows going, he's not coming back, really. Well, that's what they're putting about. They're putting about that the BBC, for some reason, they must be firing somebody. The BBC must be, unless it's that woman who used to be on Coronation Street in the morning going, let's give that to Eamonn Holmes and Ruth, because the moment they do that, ITV will ditch them like a ton of bricks. And poor Eamonn, he's looking bad enough at 60. The good news is, he's still doing Fridays till the new year. I don't know what they're complaining about. And he looks tired enough doing 1 day a week. Don't give him any more to do, for goodness sake. Don't want to lose Eamonn Holmes, honestly. I have nobody else to talk about on the programme. Steve, I saw the Christmas Coca-Cola advert last night. Now time to put the tree up. Yeah, my driver Jason this morning. I think he's put his tree up. Or he's going to put his tree up. Which is lovely. What's the matter now? Something funny about putting one's festive tree up for the it's the 23rd of November. Hello? A month before Christmas. No, but it's already in the box. All I've got to do is take it out of the box, put it up, and just plug it in. So it's only... Well, I don't know. I haven't quite decided yet. I shall do it when Sandy's, the fish shop, lights up there. They've got, animals and stuff at the front. I don't know what he's doing above the curtain. He's got one of those big 30-foot curtains hanging above the shop, all in different coloured lights. And that's quite nice. So have I been on the motorway? Yes, but surprisingly, at my age, yes, I have. I've been on it a few times. What, you mean on horse and cart, or actually sort of in a vehicle? Yeah. Blow Up Father Christmas. I've used them on my shows. I've used them on my shows, Blow Up Father... Yes, the Saints. Yeah, they're on the left-hand side as you're going down the motorway. Yes. God. So we've only just started, and already I've got another 2 3/4 hours of this. Small wonder I finished the programme ancient. I'll walk out of here and they go, everything all right? I go, I need a rest. I really need a rest. Colin Firth takes a stroll with a newscaster. Oh, here we go. We're looking at All Saints. It's a football team, don't you? Do you understand that's what it is? But the company there, the company who own that cup, they're supporters of the All Saints. Obviously not twigged to that one at all, honestly. So you have to explain everything to him. I was trying to explain a joke to him earlier on. You might as well just talk to the wall. It would make it so much easier. Paul Callan died at the weekend, one of the greatest in Fleet Street. He was in his 80s, so he'll be missed. Plus, the ultimate divas who are grumpy and cheeky. I thought immediately Eamonn Holmes, because he's a bit of a diva, isn't he? And it turns out it's goats. Goats are the ultimate divas. We used to have, next door to us when we lived in Brentwood, the garden, we used to climb over and eat their apples. Because it was quite a nice thing to do, actually. Scrumping, I think they called it. And they used to keep goats in the garden. It was good for keeping the grass down. Which I thought was very nice. Lovely cup of tea you made yourself this morning, Stephen. Very good. Pat yourself on the back for that one, because yesterday I had somebody else making the tea, and to be honest, it wasn't the best. It was Jake attempted to make a cup of tea. I don't think he's got any idea how it works. You know, I've tried to explain this hot tap, this tea bag, this cup, this fridge, this milk, you know, but he can't coordinate it all together. So when you get the coffee back, it looks like treacle, you know, and you leave the tea bag in. You don't need to take it out or do it, just leave the tea bag in so that you get the same strength of tea at the top of the cup as you do at the bottom of the cup. No, I don't care where the bag is. I mean, at mine... Yes, I told you off. Of course I did, because I've trained you well, Luke. I mean, that's it, although it's made no difference at all, has it, to you? I mean, this morning he said to me, so I'm just going to run downstairs. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, a joke's a joke. But, I mean, he didn't do any running at all. He just got outside this door here and went... And I'm supposed to think that's running, you know. Steve, Christmas ham, yes, please. Do you know, I nearly bought one of those in Costco the other day. They're not Christmas hams, they call them something else. And there's a shop in the Strand that sell them. They're quite nice. And you carve it yourself. But I don't like to eat... Sorry? I don't know what it is. It's just for an animal. And they call it a leg of... Whatever it is, I don't quite like the idea. But a lot of people have it and they carve bits off. So you can buy a whole... I just feel a bit sorry for the animal. I know it seems a bit bizarre because, you know, I'm not vegetarian or vegan or anything like that, but I'm certainly a bit piscatorian. I have been at times. And you buy this thing and there's a place in the Strand next to the Savoy and they sell it. It's this leg of this... It's called a leg of an animal. I don't know what the shop's called. I don't know. I can't remember. It's just... And they sell these sort of legs and then you slice the ham off yourself. Yeah, next door to the Savoy. Not the clothes shop, it's the other direction. It's next door to a hat shop. Somebody will know what they're called. I mean, people are very good at things like that. I mean, I've got no idea. I'm not supposed to remember things at this. Listen, remembering to get up. There's the Savoy Hotel. Okay. So you need to find the Savoy... Let's see if we can find it. Not going to be easy, is it, really? So it's to the... Yeah. Oh, right, okay. You're going to show me the... well, it's obviously not in there, is it? That's a clothing shop. Okay, wait a minute. Where are we going to? Okay, no. That's the Strand. No, on the right-hand side. Right, go left. Well, yeah, left. There it is. So next to where it says sale, up to 50% off. Okay, there it is. No, Casa Manola. Okay, there it is. Casa Manola. They do takeaways, and they do... It was Spanish. It's Spanish food. But they've got these things hanging in the window. Legs and stuff. It looks really quite nice, but I can't bring them. Look, and you can see it's in the rolls. Those things are hanging up there. They aren't the legs. You get the other things in the boxes. From field to table, they call it. It's always a cheering thought for the animal concerned, I suppose, you know. The good news is you're going to the table. Oh, fantastic. The bad news is it's today. Which is not so good, is it? But they actually sell it in Costco. And I thought, perhaps I'd buy one for my brother. I don't know whether or not he wants anything like that. I might have to check, actually. You know, would you like this for Christmas? And then you can have it after Christmas Day, Boxing Day, they can have it. Did it go off? What, like a rocket? I don't think so, no, dear. No, it's just a... They always ask me the most peculiar questions in the morning. You know, how much money have you got in your bank account? Does that thing go off? You know, did you have fireworks this year? Are you married? You know, the usual sort of things. Yeah, lend me a tenner. I always would, actually, of course. Oh, it's Serrano ham. There you go. See, Charlotte knows. You don't know. Hopeless. And, Steve, do you have any good jokes to cheer up about this morning after the terrible news the government will let people mix over the Christmas? Meaning... Another lockdown. Joseph, it's going to be another lockdown, whichever way you look at it. They're going to change people, and they're going to change your sort of, you know, which thing you are. It's only a few days. It is a few days. Ham hock, though, that's in a soup usually. No, I think it's Serrano ham. I think Charlotte's right. It comes in a box, and they sell them in Waitrose and everything. They're about sort of £60 to £100. They're it's quite expensive. Quite expensive. And I might go back to Costco today and buy one for my brother for sort of Christmas. I'll check the sell-by date on it. Do I have a cheese board? No, we don't have a cheese board. We're not common. And you have a cheese board, do you? Oh, look, we've got cheese board. Anybody want cheese? Okay, we've got cheddar, red Leicester and Edam. We've gone for all the posh ones. Stinking Bishop. That's very popular, isn't it? Oh, no, we don't have a cheese board. No. You did port, yes. You can get gout through port. You've got to watch port very carefully, depending on how much you drink. I used to have a friend who was addicted to port, and I used to keep buying in port, and he ended up getting gout. So how much did you drink? I mean, just obviously a little tiny bit. 2 or 3 glasses, yeah, tumblers they were. It had the word pint written on the side. No, port's nice. Sherry's nice. Sherry's very nice. I might buy some sherry today. I might have a look at the sherries and sort of get some. But I might buy one of these things, this Serrano ham, for my brother for Christmas. You know, is that funny? I don't know why that. What if he's listening? Well, 4:15 in the morning. I should know. Well, it's not going to be a surprise. We are over the age of 12 now. We don't have to go, oh, I nearly gave away what I'm buying for Christmas. Oh, hush my mouth. You know, shut the front door. What are we going to do? No, we don't worry about things like that. It comes as no surprise what I give him for Christmas, because it's the same every year. Money. I give him money for Christmas, and then I give him sometimes the contents of the boot of my car, which is worth more than the money. It has to be said. I mean, I'm a terrible hoarder. I hoard everything. But I quite like it. Should we do a break? Everybody, Tracy says, I think the Lebs are Iberico ham and last for months. I think they do as well. You can buy a thing, can't you, like a machine, which it's like a cradle, and you push it into the actual thing, and then you can take slices off the top and do things like, I mean, with apologies to vegetarians or vegans, a bit like a kebab, but lying horizontal. So that's how it works. My friend Ian in America says Christmas is the time for sherry. He says, my old off-licence, when he says his old off-licence, he used to spend a lot of time in there. They thought it was his shop. In Belsize Park, used to sell some sweet sherry for 35 quid a bottle. Harvey's Bristol Cream is nice. Or Croft. It's a good one. And keep them in the fridge. Keep them chilled. I've got all the sherry glasses. Oh, my parents had sherry glasses, schooners, all different sizes and shapes and everything else. And he sent me a picture, actually, of a Thanksgiving cake from the piecaken.goldbelly.com. And I like looking at cakes, but I'm not really a cake eater. I like a bit of fruit cake. Because that's got fruit in it. That's quite nice. Carrot cake I'm all right with. I like lemon drizzle. We had lemon drizzle cakes, very nice. No, not bothered about walnut cake. No. Victoria sponge, okay with, yeah. I like Swiss roll. My mother used to cut up Swiss rolls, put them in the bottom of the sherry trifle, pour on a liberal amount of sherry. Sort of quite a lot of sherry, and then she would just add fruit and jelly and stuff like that. Do I like Christmas? I do like Christmas pudding, but the trouble is, by the time you've eaten Christmas lunch, you've got no room for Christmas pudding. You obviously like Christmas pudding quite a lot, don't you? I should imagine. Only guessing, of course, as you can imagine. Michael is up this morning. He says, what's your favourite ham? I like Wiltshire cured or honey roast ham. He says, sometimes I enjoy gammon. He said, still not got a date in for an afternoon tea. Do you know, it's going to be next year, Michael. It's going to be next year. We used to go all the time for afternoon tea in the London hotels. We went to more hotels than everybody else that had Christmas dinners, and we've got to wait till next year. It'll be worth waiting for, though, Michael. Don't you think? Hope you're well. Hope everything's good at home, and you're working over Christmas. My friend Jordan's working over Christmas, which is great. He's just about to move into a new house, and I've stupidly promised him a moving-in gift. You know, people buy moving-in gift. For some reason, he wants a teapot. I couldn't quite work that out at all, and I don't know how we're going to get it to him. I'm going to have to sort of order it, and then sort of just get it sent to him at his new home address. He's very excited by this. You wait till it starts draining money, as all of these things do. You know, you buy a property. If you rented for years, and he's always rented, he's always shared with other men, and so he's buying his own place. But as I say, he'll be bills all over the place. Luckily, he's got parents, so that's good news. Steve, you can also purchase, if you're going to do a Serrano ham as a gift, perhaps you may consider purchasing Jamon Iberico. Superior in taste, the pigs roam and eat a diet of acorns, which enhances the experience of eating real ham. The hams are cured for presentation for over a year, says Jim. How lovely. Well, you seem to know. You're an expert on these sort of things. Some things he's an expert on, is Jim, but other things he's not an expert on at all. So, I mean, it's not really as a gift. I don't class it as a gift. I just call it buying it for somebody and just giving it to them and sort of saying, they don't have to be beholden at all. And Steve, have a cup of tea. And somebody else says, please to a cheese board. Very common. We don't do cheese. That's like saying, what's the other thing that people used to have? You sort of, where you have a pot of boiling oil and you dip a fondue. I mean, what a waste of time that was. I've been into restaurants. There was a restaurant in London, and it was I think it was called Hot Rocks. And they would bring you a hot rock embedded in a piece of wood and bits of little thin meat cut up, which wouldn't have fed a sparrow, and you have to cook it for yourself. I felt like going to the kitchen going, excuse me, is the chef dead or something? Since when do we have to cook your own food? But I remember going with a friend of mine in Vienna years and years ago, went to a new Japanese restaurant, and we had to cook our own food. Have you ever done that? You ever eat? No. Quite posh, that. Yeah, it's sort of, but it's cooking your own food. I mean, you wouldn't walk into the Ivy or Joe Allen's or, Little Italy and they go, oh, the kitchen's over there. You just go and cook your food. You go, yeah. From where? Well, just cook it. It's in there. The chef will help you out. No, thank you very much indeed. Andrew in Chelsea gets panic attacks. He says, your light attitude to life and humour helps me when I'm having one. See, I don't get panic attacks. I'm lucky. But then we said this the other day, didn't we? We were talking about whether people get migraines or headaches, which is sort of a milder form of a migraine, or back pain, or toothache, or abscess pain, all these sort of things. Luckily, I don't get these anymore. Perhaps I've kind of missed out on them. But headaches, I hate headaches. Only, from years and years ago, but I haven't had a headache for donkey's years ago. So panic attacks, I understand what they are, but I'm very lucky, Andrew, that I'm a bit flippant about the attitude to life. Because I've worked on the assumption you're obviously a lot younger than I am. That's why you're called Andrew. So it's quite a young... Are you leaving or something? Are you coming back? You're just going off for a walk? You're going to the loo? I love the way you have to tell me where he's going. Embarrassing, honestly. All right, you go to the loo. Have a nice time. Bye. People tell you everything on this programme. They tell you. So panic attacks, I understand, Andrew. So I'm assuming you're sort of younger. So something must have happened for you to get panic attacks. Something must have happened for you to get them. And, people sort of say nowadays, don't they? Oh, I get a panic attack. And nobody knows what it is. And it's just where everything piles on top of you at the same time. It's like, oh, my God. I mean, the nearest I get to a panic attack, which probably doesn't come anywhere near a panic attack, is sort of, how much tax am I paying next year? Which doesn't sound like a panic attack, but I'm not very good when it comes to money. I pay people to look after money for me. I pay people to look after my investments. I pay people to look after my tax bills. So I have an accountant, I have somebody from the bank, and other people who look after pensions and things like that. And that's how it works. And that takes away the stress from me, because I really don't want the stress. I did at one time do my own VAT. And then my accountant said, look, he said, I'll just get this app. You just tell me how much money it involves and I'll work out the tax for you and then you just pay it. And I went, that's a very good idea. And that's the system we operate. But I always get panicky coming up to tax going, am I still paying tax? I spoke to my driver this morning, Jason, and because he hadn't been long enough doing the job that he's doing at the moment, he didn't qualify for any money from the government at all during lockdown. There was no furloughing for him. He didn't get any money at all, whereas a friend of mine actually got some money from the government because he's got his own business. And I said, I remember the last time we got a tax bill in, which for me was July, because I'm not a company. It made me laugh. Somebody wrote to me about a year ago going, I've checked your company account and you're quite clearly making too much money. And I thought, well, I'm not a company. So I'm not one of those sort of people who does things like that. I just pay tax as me and do it. And they offered to defer some of the money to pay tax. And I remember thinking, no, don't. It sounds quite good. It's like, when you get your first Visa card and the bill comes in and it's £2,600. They go, pay the minimum £120. You go, I'll pay that. I'll pay the 120 quid. I'm not going to pay the whole lot. And then you suddenly realise that by the time it comes around to the next month, you haven't paid anything off. You've just paid a little tiny bit of interest. So I always pay. So I remember going to pay my mobile phone bill years ago when I was with another company. And he said, do you want to pay it all? I said, as opposed to what? He said, well, you can pay a bit of it. Oh, no, I'll pay it all, believe you me. Definitely pay it all. And then the producer yesterday showed me his new phone, which has got 4 cameras. It appears to be 4 cameras, 4 lenses on the back of it. And it was gold. I mean, that was about as good as it was going to be getting. I was very excited. Very excited. Ian says Christmas pudding is... I've lost it. Wait a minute. Christmas pudding is something you can have a few hours after your Christmas dinner and always keep one until the next year. I couldn't even manage it a few hours after Christmas lunch. It's too many. I'd rather have some fresh fruit salad. That'd be nice. Chilled fresh fruit salad with sort of cream. That's quite a good idea. Lunch, we normally sit down 1 to 2 o'clock, something like that. Some people have it at 6 o'clock in the evening. They have we've always had Christmas lunch in the afternoon. I bought a little thing the other day, which is actually quite useful, and it's called 5 Minute Chef. You must have seen it on the television. It's generally old people surrounding this rather peculiar-looking space thing, and it looks sort of oval-shaped. You lift up the lid, and it's got 2 hollow plates, and then you put some little bits of sausage in there and some egg and things like that. And it makes omelettes, or you can cook a fruit pie or do all sorts of things. It was only like 30-odd quid. So I bought it the other day, and I did bacon this morning. You just literally cut the bacon up, 2 bits of bacon, two bits times 3, and you put it in the thing, you pull the lid down, 6 minutes later, the bacon's cooked, and you've only got to wipe it out. It's so much easier. Very much easier. So I did little sausages in it yesterday, hot dogs and things like that. I've become, quite an expert on cordon bleu cooking, which is very nice indeed. It heats up, yes, you plug it in. What do you think of these hamsters on wheels? Of course you plug it in. Goodness sake. My friend Ian went to a Japanese restaurant in Dallas. They bring you the meat cuts and you grill them on a grill. He said, I think they must marinate the meat well because it tasted much better than any meat that I've grilled at home. They do. They do. But it's also, why are you cooking for, when you go out to a restaurant, that's what I'm paying for. I'm not paying for me to cook the blooming stuff. I'm paying for the expertise of the person in the kitchen. Of course, with me, I'm really difficult. I'm a nightmare. Yes, what would you like to eat? They used to, in Joe Allen's, they'd sort of, if it was a waiter I didn't know, they'd go, okay, what would you like? And they go, I'll have the liver. Cremated. Because they always used to say, how would you like that cooked? And I go, cremated. And they go, yeah, and all the people at the table, the Steve Allen Lunch Club would go, no, he means cremated. This thing has to be charred to within an inch of its life. He doesn't want to see any red, nothing at all. That was how I like it. And so only once did I have to send it back because I cut into it and there was a little bit of blood. And I thought, no. I know chefs hate cooking for me because I'm always the one. If it's a steak, it's got to be really well done. I don't do this, mamby-pamby, medium. Medium rare, please. You think, sod off. And so I always go for cremated, but especially when it comes to liver, bacon, mashed potato and onion gravy. That I can be quite... Most people go, liver, no, it's liver. People don't like it. If you see it, before you sort of cook it, people don't like the look of it. But my other favourite meal used to be egg and chips. Egg and chips. My mother used to do two fried eggs and chips. And it was just fab, because when she wasn't looking, we'd have bread and butter on the table, because we were rich, and you put some chips into the bread and butter and turn it over and eat it. If she'd seen me doing it, she'd have had a blue fit, because you don't do things like that, not at her dinner table. And but I used to love it. And we never had beans. I don't think we have... Oh, I'm doing a break for the news. Zora doesn't mind waiting. She's good. She's eating... Morning, Stephen in Birkenhead says, is your new cooking appliance red copper? I've got one. Use it to cook fried eggs. Does them perfectly. I think it's really good. Seriously, takes up no room whatsoever. No danger of me falling on it. You've got to remember, the one thing you've got to remember with it, because it's a hinged lid, and you can clip it. They said, do not clip it shut when you're cooking. Just leave it resting on whatever's cooking, because otherwise the pressure could build up and it could be highly dangerous. So it's called a red copper 5 Minute Chef. If you just type in on Amazon 5 Minute Chef, you see it advertised on the television. It's for elderly people cooking for themselves, and you can do a sort of a little mini omelette in there with some... There you go. That's what it looks like. There you go, on eBay, $29.99. I'd advise you to buy it from a proper place. Coopers of Stortford, there you go. They've got it, $29.99, very good value. There's one here selling it on the high street for £40. Get it cheaper. Coopers of Stortford, they're very good. And you literally just put the stuff in, pull the lid down. Do not close the lid properly. Do not, lock it, because then it will build up pressure. But both plates heat up. It's very handy, actually. Be absolutely ideal for you. You could put vegetables in it. It's not huge, but you could put veggies in it, and then sort of cook vegetables that way. And you could put some butter in, I suppose, if you really want to. And then when you want to clean it, you just get a piece of kitchen roll and just wipe it round. You can do all sorts of little strange things. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm just heating up sausages, which have already been cooked. It seems to be better with things like that. And the bacon, it did very well this morning. I just left it in there for about 6 minutes. You could do pancakes, yeah, and you can cook... I don't really know what else you could do with it, I suppose. I'll tell you what I might try today. I might try chicken Kievs. Might see how it goes with sort of chicken Kievs. It's not very big. It's not very big. I mean, I don't know, about that long. What? You can't do anything round here, honestly. Everything becomes a bit double entendre-ish. Feel like you've wandered into some dreadful sketch on the BBC. Steve, is it Japan where the very expensive beef comes from? Yes. And I can't remember what it's called, but it is. That's where it comes from. Steve. Dave and I. Have you seen that Gemma Collins has been compared to Marilyn Monroe due to her weight loss, says Georgie. I don't know where you've read that, but it's just not true. She's not been compared to Marilyn Monroe at all. She's still as fat as she ever was. All she's done is she's taken an injection. As you know, she hasn't had to do any exercise. She can't do exercise. She could barely speak the Queen's English. In fact, actually, Queen's has been her downfall really throughout her entire life. Vicky Patterson says this year's I'm a Celeb is too soft. Nobody cares what you think. And Lollipop Men and Women, a story in the paper today, which I did 3 weeks ago. They've started picking... Luckily, because I do this every day, I remember when you read something, it's like the other day they were going, Dick Van Dyke, you can pay £800 for him to do a little video for you. I did that 2 weeks ago. It was an old story, and The Sun ran it the other day. Terrible, isn't it? Also, the new twist on a 46-year-old mystery. Ooh, what can that be? A new twist. Dolly Parton has no plans to give up. Working 9 to 5. What a day to say. And Welby, something to do with the Church of England, I believe, is going to take a sabbatical. 3 months off. I don't know what they do, actually, within the church. You've only got to go out there. You put on all these robes and everything else, which cost a fortune. Do you know where they sell them from? You know all these ecclesiastical outfits, which you see a lot of people wearing? If you go round the back... Oh, what? Not Primark, no. Go round the back of Westminster Abbey, and there's a whole road full of shops where you can go and buy Bibles and clothes and stuff like that. I don't know whether they ask for information, but you could buy all these items and presumably just walk out with them. I've never seen like it. It was a bit exciting. It was like a school for sort of, people who are involved with the church, which I quite like. Definitely. Happy birthday to Zoe Ball, 50 today, and Boris Karloff. No linking at all, just both got silly names. One called Zoe and the other called Boris. I mean, I ask you, who's ever going to be called Boris in this day and age? And I wasn't sure whether or not the producer had made these sort of gaffe of the century. But Lawrence Llewellyn Bowen has magically turned into Florence Llewellyn Bowen. So I don't know whether Luke knows something we don't know about, that Changing Rooms is coming back. Was that a genuine mistake? Yeah. Florence Llewellyn Bowen. Obviously got it on the brain, haven't you? Hopeless, really. Don't know why we bother. Princess Michael of Kent. Although, as he's just put down here, Michael of Kent. I mean, it's a bit like going back to sort of Robin Hood days. Oh, look, Robin of Sherwood. Look, as in Michael of Kent. Oh, right. Princess Michael of Kent is suffering from fatigue and coronavirus. Michael of Kent. And here's Eric from Kent. And here's Bruce from Kent as well. It's the whole Kent family. William and Kate's dog has died, but it was, 63, which apparently is quite a good age for a dog. We used to have a spaniel. We just called it a normal name, like, Jasper, which we thought was quite a good name. They actually called theirs... Why is everybody smiling? What is funny about that? Seems like a perfectly normal name to us, Jasper. And but they called theirs Lupus. Lupo. You're not sure now, are you? You'll have to have a check. Wait a minute. I found it was on the front of one of the papers. It is, actually. It's on the front. And Lupo. They said farewell to him. Well, a fat lot of use that is to the dog. He's gone. He's gone. I mean, he's... farewell. Well, he could have said something while he was alive. Lupo. He was the one who picked out George's name. He was given to them in 2011. So they've had him 9 years... That's quite nice. They had some lovely little dogs on the television the other day. It was one of these animal rescue programs. They were all little puppies. And I thought, if I had a big place, I'd just take them all in. Come on, everybody's coming in. Come on. And they were little, cute little terriers and all sorts of... They were tiny. And also, which reminds me to tell you, twice in Twickenham, I've had to hold my tongue. I've seen people going down the road with little tiny dogs, which they've just recently bought. I mean, tiny. These things shouldn't even be out in this weather, let alone down the road on Leeds. Tiny. I mean, literally, there was somebody the other day, a little tiny sausage dog. This thing was about 6 inches big. And it was on, and I'm looking at it thinking, this dog shouldn't be out. You're not supposed to take them out into the big bad world till they've had all their inoculations and everything else. But you know what people are like now? They're a bit thick. It's like going to buy, what's that plant at Christmas that we all like? Poinsettias. The moment you take them outside, they die. The frost kills them off. People think they're winter plants for some reason, but they're grown in greenhouses. And they have them sitting outside. People go, oh, that's nice, we'll have a poinsettia. But little puppies, I've seen these programs, I think, I just buy them all. Just have all these... Oh, yeah, I did a photo shoot on Battersea Cat and Dog Home ages ago. Do you know the most abandoned dog? Staffies. The most abandoned dog in there. And I remember thinking, but it's little tiny puppies. You look at them, of course, they all want to be your friend. And I want to be their friend too. I want little dogs and little kittens and just sort of nice. But you've got to have enough room for them just to make sure they can't get out the garden. It's got to, you've got to make sure it's all fenced in. And they're so cute. I mean, they really are cute, but please don't buy one just for Christmas. If nobody's going to take the thing out for a walk or look after it, and it's just going to be sitting there as a bit of a novelty, please don't buy them. It means you're an animal hater, which is not quite the same. Alan is in Barnes, and it says, morning, Steve and gang. Serrano hams hang from the ceilings of most bars out here in Spain. It's a very common sight. Oh, I don't want it if it's common. Definitely don't want it. Steve, is it a George Foreman? No. It's called a red copper 5-minute chef. I know what a George Foreman is. This is small, but if you're by yourself, you can do a bacon sandwich. I just literally buttered a couple of pieces of bread with some nice Lurpak, salted, and then I sort of cooked this in there in the little red copper thing, and it was easy peasy. And then I just put it in between the bread and ate it. It was lovely. No sort of messing around with a frying pan and all that kind of sort of stuff. And then I just wiped out the thing afterwards, which was great. Steve, I'm a slow cooker devotee. Yes, I've had one of those before. But to be honest with you, unless you like sausage surprise, there's no point in bothering, is there? It's about the only thing people do. And also, you're making it in the morning, so you leave for work, you put it in a slow cooker, and it cooks on... That's all it does. It just cooks on very low heat throughout the entire day. So when you come home from work, you've got a meal there. But just supposing you've already bought some KFC, or you've bought a burger or something on the way home... You're not going to want this thing that's... So I gave up on the slow cooker. Gave up on it. My mother used to use a pressure cooker all the time. So you could buy cheap cuts of meat and put it in there. I fancy sort of cooking my own KFC. That'd keep me out. Can you imagine if we could have KFC first thing in the morning? Honestly, there's no point in tormenting myself, is there? But I feel the door should open and somebody should go, do you know, we've just got some piping hot KFC for you. Say, thank you. I've never had it with the gravy, though. I don't really do gravy and thing. I just like the actual chicken. I do gravy at Christmas, yeah. What, with the turkey? Well, I don't know what make it is of gravy. We sometimes buy, sort of Christmas... generally speaking, I give my brother money and he goes and buys Christmas. Because I've told him, you go to Marks and Spencer's or Waitrose, okay? Anywhere else, I'm not eating. It's as simple as that, I've got my standards. And so I said, I don't. You can buy gravy, and they do sort of the stuffing and all sorts of things. I'm not really into stuffing. I just like sage and onion. I'm a bit boring, but it's got to be traditional Christmas lunch. So carrots, I don't do. I do cauliflower cheese. That's very nice. Got to have one of those Aunt Bessie things. Those Yorkshire puddings. She's very good. She does jam roly-poly as well. She's very busy this time of year. She has not... Her fingers are worn to the bone, seriously. And then I've got to have the meat. We've got to have pigs in blankets. I'm sorry, you've just got... I mean, I don't know why or when it started, but I'm so traditional. I've got to have little sprouts. I don't want big sprouts, and I don't want them so that when you sort of bite into them, all the water comes out, We don't want them just sitting in the water. They've got to be a little bit al dente, a little bit slightly crispy. And what else has got to be? I don't do bread and butter pudding, or bread pudding. Sorry, I don't do bread pudding. Don't do parsnips either. I think they're really weird and odd. I'm not parsnip sort of person. I know, but you'd obviously like them because you're a little bit limited with your Christmas lunch, aren't you? Not really a lot you can eat. You're not going to be eating the turkey anytime soon. But, and do I go for seconds? Do I ever? Absolutely. Of course I do. Of course you go for seconds, but and they always go, listen, just because we sort of dish up in our place. And I think this year, for lunch we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there might only be 6 for us on Christmas lunch, but on the Boxing Day lunch there's about 13 of us, which is hopefully that should be okay. Although Cressida Dick said the other day on LBC, she said they're not going to be banging on people's doors unless they see that there's a lot of noise going on and stuff like that. So So we're going to be quite good. But I think it's about 13 for sort of Boxing Day lunch, which case we'll have another sort of Christmas. I think it'll be a cold buffet, I think, this year. What's the matter now? A buffet? No, buffet. B-U-F-F-E-E-T. Buffet. Buffet would be B-U-F-F-A-Y. Buffet. Well, that just sounds a bit posh. Is that what you call it where you come from? A buffet? Honestly. These people... I'm working with such snobs. It's unbelievable. It really is. Everybody knows it's buffet. He says, Steve, do you have cranberry sauce and bread sauce? No. Well, they probably do, but I don't have it. Which is a bit odd. And somebody says, Steve, if you were invited onto a desert island and discs, what one record and book would you take? What would I take? If I was taking a book, I would probably take, because I've never read it, I would probably take A Christmas Carol, I would think, which is, because I've never read it, and then maybe it would encourage me to read loads of other things. And the disc I would take with me, I would probably take Les Miserables. Yes, I'll probably take Les Miserables, I think. Well, I'm taking the whole disc. I'm taking the whole album. I'm not. Well, I'd probably just take, at the end of the day, you're another day older, and the coat on your back doesn't keep out the chill. I would be all the parts. I would be the parts, including the one who dies. I'd be all of them. On my own. I was watching the Jersey Boys again this morning, and that was good. Walk like a man, talk like a man. Well, I wish I'd gone to see that show. I hope it comes back again. I really do. So, Dolly Parton has no plans to give up 9 to 5. Good. People love her. She can tour forever and a day. Steve, be nice to Luke, says Lawrence. Posh snobs wear Adidas. I'm sure Luke is a perfect gentleman. Shows how little you know, then. Shows how little you know. Goodness. He's seriously... Be nice to him. I don't think posh snobs wear Adidas. Yeah, it's not proper Adidas, is it? Not bearing the proper kosher stuff. You're not wearing Adidas this morning, are you? Oh, he is. Oh, God, how embarrassing. Steve, our boxer dogs, Ruby and Lily, will be your friends, and everybody else's friend come to that. That's boxers for you. Nutty as fruitcakes and love everybody, says Ian the Skipper. No, my friend David used to have boxers, all buried in his garden. All buried in his garden. Bless his heart. He's not with us anymore, sadly. My Butcher's in Park Parade, Harlesden, sells triple smoked ham. Fresh. Needs to be cooked. It's lush and it's delicious, says Abby. Oh, listen, you don't need to tell me about food. I have tried the mini battered sausages, and to be honest with you, I didn't go for them very well. I might try and cook them again. They don't go very well in this 5-minute chef. So I think I might have to sort of put them in a little bit of oil or just put them in the oven. Whatever it is, it's they didn't work properly. Steve, the red cooker, if I ordered it in the UK, Shane, you must have one out there. You must have one out there, because this is sold by one of these big companies that sell, they advertise on television, on the internet and everything. You must better find it out there. Listen, they're selling it here and they sell it in America. They must be selling it in Australia. So try 5-minute chef and see what comes up on Amazon, because it comes up here. Actually, I'll tell you what, can you go to Amazon.com and put in 5-minute chef? Let's see what happens there. Because if it comes up .com, then you can order on Amazon.com. Yeah, I presume it's .com, isn't it? The .com, it's not the same here. It's got things in dollars and everything else. Don't worry. Luke has the gift of power in his fingers. Online shopping, so here we go. Earth's Biggest Selection, Amazon.com. So we're looking for red copper 5-minute chef. Nope, they don't sell it. There you go, you're going to starve. They've got the red omelette maker. It's not the same, actually. Definitely. The black one's a little bit similar, but not... this is a Salter omelette maker. My one does everything. But, look, you can cook eggs in that one. How exciting. It's the omelette maker. It makes fluffy eggs. They've never been fluffy. I've also omelets with the most boring thing under the sun. That looks quite nice, though, doesn't it? Non-stick dual... Oh, look at that. Actually, I reckon you could do... it's making me quite hungry, actually. I mustn't look at it. It's not better than mine at all. Don't point that out to me. This is a non-stick dual omelette maker in black, and it's $31. It's a lot cheaper than mine, of course. But actually, it looks quite deep. I mean, I could. What are they doing there? What are they cooking in there? Are they cooking chicken or something? See, I reckon that you could put chicken Kievs in there, and that would sort of cook them nicely, wouldn't it? I've got this thing about chicken Kievs now. The little ones, which are good. You can't have chicken Kiev. There's probably some vegan alternative for chicken Kievs. Probably just called Kiev or something like that, you know. So do you have chicken? No, I don't, Steve. I'm vegan. Thank you. I called Direct Line to tell them I didn't want to renew my car insurance 2 weeks before it was due to run out. They said, had I cancelled it and diddle me out of a year's no claims bonus. Yeah, you have to check these small print in these things. You've really got to check with these things. So 2 weeks before it was due to run out, and they said that I'd cancelled it. And you've got to be very careful. It's like I thought I'd cancelled my car, not insurance, you know, the AA, either AA or RAC, and I didn't realise that unless you tell them it's cancelled, they just renew you for another year. So I'm very careful on things like that. I've had a result though. I am with Admiral Insurance, and a little while ago they actually wrote to me and they put it down. They've actually put the insurance down, so they should have done. I've never claimed. I'm a good boy. I'm a very good boy, and I've often said, you know, if you put it up, I'll change insurance companies. That's the one thing they don't like, and operate with a telephone and everything else. Just go, don't start haggling with the person on the phone if you want to change your phone. Say, sorry, can you put me through to disconnections, please? I'll tell you, they'll bend over backwards for you. Believe you me, they need your business. Do you have mint sauce, apple sauce, beetroot and pickled onions? No, we don't. No, we're not that common. Pickled onions. Actually, do you know where I've got pickled onions at the moment? You won't believe this. Hold yourself back. Front of the car. Front of the car, on the floor, the biggest jar of pickled onions you've ever seen. And sometimes, if I'm feeling a little bit naughty, I've been known, when I pull in somewhere like a garden centre, when I go back to the car, I put the stuff in the car, and then I open the jar of pickled onions, and I have two pickled onions, and I just sit there and eat them with a big smile on my face, which is a bit sad and tragic. Naya thinks I'm mad. She thinks I'm mad. You've never heard of anybody who keeps pickled onions in the front of the car. But I had a jar the other day, but the lid didn't screw on properly, so I ended up with a bit of vinegar on my over-rugs. Because I have over-rugs in the car. I know. It sounds so posh. They're just lamb's wool, you know, la-di-da, whatever. But no, pickled onions in the front of the car. Have you had pickled onions before, Luke? No, can't you eat? No, well, they're sort of onions, but they're something. Pickled onions, you get big jars of pickled. You should better eat them. They're like in vinegar. No, not Branston's. No, I'll bring you in a jar of pickled onions tomorrow, and then you can try. If you don't like it, we'll shove it onto Corey. He won't know the difference. That we've all had a go at it. And they're not pickled onions. You must have had pickled onions. They do all different sizes. I don't think they do. I think they actually do. Pickled onions. Look, there they are. Onions pickled in a solution of vinegar and salt. They're particularly delicious. We used to make them when we were at school. No, that's Branston pickle. That's not pickled onions. Haywood's pickle. The advert for them used to be Haywood's pickle, the first pickle to bite back. I think, God, that's all you need. Opening a tin of pickles and it drags you in. But no, but I'll get you some pickled onions tomorrow. No, seriously, you'll like them. Do you like... You just eat them by themselves. You just pick it out of the jar and you stick it in your mouth. What do you mean, would you eat it? Well, some people have it with a piece of cheese, you know, like a cheese board, don't you? There you go. You could have a cheese board and you could have some crusty bread or a cracker and pickled onions. I'll bring in some pickled onions tomorrow. I'll go and get you some pickled onions. Okay? What's the... You'll like them. You can eat... Morning, nice to have your company. It's Monday morning. I know. We all think the same, don't we? Monday morning. Oh, not Monday morning again. Not Monday morning. A friend of mine is still socially isolating because she's got an operation tomorrow. So she had a coronavirus test on Friday. And so she came back in. She's got a delivery today from one of the big supermarkets. They'll leave it outside. Then she can open the door and then bring it all in. Because she's got an operation happening tomorrow, she's got to self-isolate until then. And then she'll be all masked up in the back of the car, being taken to the hospital, have the operation, then hopefully be released, and then back in, and then got to self-isolate for a week. So, luckily, she cooks and does all sorts of bits and pieces, so she can keep herself busy. And also, she's got box sets. She's got box sets, so that's good. Dee says, Amazon does sell the red copper 5-minute chef. I know, that's where I bought it from, but of course they don't sell it over in Australia, unfortunately. Omelettes are not boring. Yes, they are. They're very dull. They're very... Yeah. OK, you can have a look again. OK, so red copper 5-minute chef. OK. OK, I'm waiting for you to find it. Living in Hope. No, it doesn't exist. No, they don't sell it in Australia. No, they sell it in America. Well, no, this is also America, isn't it? OK, do me Amazon America. I love the way you can do this around. I don't think this is the most fantastic thing ever. We're doing this for you. And so put in red copper, 5-minute chef. There you go. Oh, there's quite a lot of them, aren't there? Red copper 5-minute chef. And slightly different shapes. Oh, no, there it is. Oh, no, that's another one. Perfect. Eggs, frittatas, paninis, pizza pockets, and other breakfast, lunch and dinner. See, ships to the United Kingdom. See, that looks quite good value, doesn't it? The George Foreman electric quesadilla maker. Don't think I've ever had quesadilla, but it sounds lovely. The thing looks very simple, but nothing looks like the one that we've got. Seriously. So, who knows? But they don't do it. So they don't do it in America. They do something similar. No, we don't want something that just cooks eggs. I mean, how many eggs are you going to eat? There's a limit. But mine's, I'm quite pleased with it. But I like some of the bigger ones now. I've seen some of these bigger things, which look, a little bit better. Because I'm assuming if you can cook an omelette in something, then you could probably also do garlic bread and stuff like that. See, look, Better Chef Red Omelette Maker, £24, ships to the United Kingdom. Yeah, I don't like the idea of shipping to the United Kingdom. Where's it come from? Oh, they say, look at the plug. The plug's useless. Look at that plug. We don't have plug sockets like that. Please don't buy these. They don't have them. Steve, Red Devil Copper Chef. I've got one from the shopping channel. And I'm sure you can get them from Coopers of Stortford. I think so too. Roger says, the lady in the news just said they want to make groping and harassing women a criminal offence. I thought it already was. Well, it is. It is, but people don't seem to appreciate that. You can't just go up to somebody and start goosing them. Much as though it used to be a bit of fun years ago and things like that, and the Christmas party was traditionally the place that people did it. You can't do that now. People find it offensive. And yet you see it. I see it on television programmes all the time. Old television programmes. There's always a bit of something going on. Mark says, do you like pickled eggs? No. Dean says, thank the Lord for the car's heating system. It's freezing outside. It is freezing outside. They reckon it's going to go to about minus 10. Whether it's this week or somebody else's week, I've got no idea. And what was the other one? Says, so omelettes are not boring if you make a souffle omelette. Oh, God, no, Beverly. I can't do stuff like that. I'm a bloke. I'm on the radio. I'm like Nick Abbott. I shouldn't imagine Nick Abbott's got the faintest idea of one end of a frying pan from the other. Seriously, I don't think he'd know. I mean, you can imagine saying to him, oh, by the way, can you pop the stuff in the washing machine? He could be there for days, just staring at it, and then sort of, and I go through and I go, are you all right, Nick? And he'd go, I can't work it. And he'd be like that, and he'd be doing it on the programme. We'd all have to suffer, because it's not easy. So to cheer him up and everybody else, here's my little poem for today. I tell you, I'm nothing if not brilliant at doing these links. Have you noticed they effortlessly flow from one to the other? Some programmes, they'd have to stop and start all over again, to actually get me. I just say, and here's a poem that'll make it... And just immediately that he's going to feel better because it's by Anonymous. And generally the anonymous ones are so balmy awful that, nobody wants to put their name to it. So we're going to pretend that this one is anonymous. OK, it might not be. I mean, it could be the producer who's sort of taken up a little bit of writing. And this one's called Trees, which is lovely, isn't it? It's only short, thank God. Trees are short and trees are tall, and some drop leaves to scuff in fall. Trees are fat and trees are thin, with windows where the sun looks in. Trees are big and trees are small, but Christmas trees are best of all. Lovely. I'm surprised it's blooming anonymous. No, it's simple. It's short and sweet, and actually makes you think that today, because they're on sale, Christmas trees, and it's not too early. I've had the producer going, "Oh, Steve, it's too early," and you can imagine Christmas in old Scrooge Luke's place must be absolutely sort of, let's not light a candle, shall we? We don't need to heat the place up just yet. Shall we get a Christmas tree? Shall we put some lights around the window and say, of course, this is the 1 year. This is the 1 year out of all the other years, because people have lost people that they love. And this is the 1 year you can go, this is for you. This is for you. I'm sorry we didn't have, a vaccine. I'm sorry we couldn't find anything out quick enough. But, but for future generations, we should be okay. We should be okay. There's a piece on YouTube, and I watched it before I started, and it's a Father Christmas. And he goes round to children's homes where there are terminally ill children, and he does what we call in the business a one-to-one. There's not loads of people there. He sort of is with these children, and he had a 14-year-old lad who was terminally ill, and he was only a little lad, and he was telling the story, and he said what's it going to be like in heaven? And Santa Claus said, I'm going to tell them that you're my best elf ever. And the boy said, really? He said, yeah. He said, I'm going to tell him that you are my best Christmas elf. And the boy smiled, and with that, he passed away. And I watched this morning on YouTube, and even Father Christmas welled up, when he was telling this story. And I remember thinking, that's why you're lighting lights this year, more than any other year. There was a little lad died in America. Did you see that he was on, I think it was one of Gordon Ramsay's programmes. His parents died a few years back of cancer, both of them, and he died the other day. And you think, how do families come to terms with that at this time of the year? And the answer is, we light candles. We light we light bloody loads of candles. Seriously. That's what we do to remember them. And because it happened at this time of year, you remember them more. We've all been through it. It's how you come through the other side. I heard of a couple of friends of mine the other day, one who'd passed on, Graham. I used to see with his wife in Twickenham all the time. He passed on the other day. And then we've had all the other people in the newspapers. And if you're in that situation where somebody's passed on, that's why you light candles. That's why you make it, as wonderful as it can be. And that's why, much to my deep embarrassment, I'm with you on Christmas morning. They go, what have we got to look forward to on Christmas morning on LBC? Not Steve Allen again. Yep, absolutely Steve Allen again. And Boxing Day morning and the Sunday. So you're going to get me, actually, quite a lot of days, one after the other. I don't even get the Saturday off, because I'm going to be here with you. And we might open the phone lines. Who knows? We've got no idea. We shall have a good look. So I'm with you all the week. And so Christmas Day, Boxing Day, I'll be here for breakfast between 7 and 10. So any problems that we've got, that'll be the time to sort them out, with your cooking and trying to remember what you're doing, and sort of if you're vegetarian or vegan. And I've got no idea who I've got over the festive season. I think some of the boys, Luke might be doing something. You're on New Year's Day. Oh, that'll be fatal, won't it? Because I'm here on New Year's Day for breakfast between 7 and 10. The idea being I'm the antidote to your very sore head. So Luke will be coming, okay. Very good day to start 2021, isn't it? We're all going to forget, aren't we? But that's what's happening over Christmas. Plus, we've got loads of other goodies and loads of programmes and loads of opportunity for you to contact us. So if you're one of those people, it doesn't matter whether you're single. It doesn't matter whether, you're in a relationship that's gone a bit haywire, or you've been affected by coronavirus, because so many millions of people have around the world. That's where radio comes into its own. It doesn't work for television. You can't sort of look at somebody on television and go, I wonder when you filmed this programme. The answer is it would have been filmed months ago. They're filming at the moment. Christmas programmes are being filmed, and they'll then put them out. You go, oh, that's nice. No. The only live things, radio. Radio's going to be here live. There'll be lots of people in this building over the festive season because we've got so many radio stations. I mean, I'm constantly surrounded by celebrities. I mean, seriously, I'm the only person I don't know in this building. Everybody else is a celebrity. which is okay, isn't it? Everybody else is probably glued to this programme at the moment, trying to work out what's the travel like, Steve. And I'm thinking if we had something at about 5:15 every single day where we could sort of help you this time and at 5:45 getting into work, not that you want to get into work quickly because you know which way you're going, but I can help you if there's any sort of extracurricular things. Steve, how about Reading Trees by Joyce Kilmer for today's poem? No, we've already done the trees poem. We're not doing any more trees, but good Lord, we could sit here all day, actually. Season's Greetings brought a new pre-lit Christmas tree. Put it up yesterday, says Dan. I think now is the time to put the trees up. I think today, I think what you need to do is you need to make sure you've got everything ready for the tree. You've got your balls, there. You've checked all the lights out, unless it's a pre-lit Christmas tree. So you're all sort of there, and it's a case of, I think you should eke it out a little bit. If you're feeling a little bit miserable, well, I don't know, I'm doing it at some point this week, but I'm still waiting for Stuart at Sandy's to decide when he's lighting his. He's been very lax this year. It's not normal at all. I don't know what he's dragging his heels for. Normally it's all lit and everything else, but so far it appears not to be. So I've got to wait. Because I don't want to put because mine's going to look a bit feeble next to his, which basically brings down aeroplanes landing in the high street. Front page of the Sun this morning, Bojo, ho-ho, homes to mix. I'm telling you, this is even before he's made his announcement. I'm telling you, they will allow you to do Christmas, and then not again. I'm a Celebrities winner, Jacqueline Josser. Last night revealed therapy had helped to save her marriage. We don't care. We're becoming a bit too needy. A little bit too needy. It's certainly, honestly, I'd rather hear about the vaccine for coronavirus, thank you very much indeed. Apparently, most people actually love sprouts and are genetically disposed to do so. Very good for you, aren't they, sprouts? I like sprouts. Not too big, not too watery. A designer label's new trainers are inspired by moulded stud football boots. These are from Balenciaga. And 540 quid. I couldn't pay that. I couldn't pay that at all. There you go. Exclusive. Star breaks silence on hubby rows. We don't care, dear. We really don't care. I couldn't impress on you more. We really don't care. She says here, I loved my time on EastEnders, but the timing has to be right for me to go back. Forget it. She's obviously appealing for work. She has several projects in the pipeline, including a TV drama. Yep, of course you have, dear. Of course you were. She says, me and Daniel know the truth. We don't care. If this is your sort of way of appealing to try and get some work, I mean, it's quite clever, but, at the end of the day, maybe not so. Also, here's Colin Firth taking a stroll with the BBC newsreader, Joanna Gosling. Lord, they do her up for the television. He says, not being very polite about it. And an irresponsible Facebook ad showing an underage girl in a crop top and knickers has been banned. Good Lord above. The American firm didn't agree but removed the image, as they'd also received a complaint. Think so too. Thousands of trolls hurled vile abuse at the Duchess of Cornwall online after the false portrayal of her on TV's The Crown. Oh, honestly, who are these stupid people? Honestly, trolls. So easy, you just go, click. They disappear. Never see them ever again. They can keep writing till the cows come home. All the different new rules, old rules for the Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Also, Brits could get special freedom passes to allow them to live a normal life if they have 2 negative COVID tests in a week. So you could end up with a thing on your telephone that sort of shows that you're a clear person, which is okay. I'd go for that. Andrew Pierce was saying the other day he'd have the vaccination. I'd have the vaccination, definitely. I mean, what have you got to lose? What have you got to lose? Go for it. Goodness sake. Could save future generations. Why not? Almost a third of Brits have had a secret affair when in a couple, says a recent poll. Oh, Lord. And Mrs. Hinch. Oh, God, it's somebody who tells you how to clean. How patronising. It was almost as bad as Anthea Dreary-Turner. How to fold towels, if you please. How to fold towels. I mean, surely people know how to fold a towel by now, don't they? I don't know. Britain's longest-serving Santa is keeping his sleigh grounded this year after shutting down his grotto due to COVID fears. So there you go. Also, mums and dads have picked their most desired superpowers. If you could wave a magic wand, what would your superpower be? Number 10, X-ray vision. What do you want X-ray vision for? That's an odd one, isn't it? Number 9, never feeling tired. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. So if you had boundless energy, but I'd also want that tied in with every time you go to bed, you go to sleep immediately. You don't lie there going, I can't sleep. Number 8 is super speed. No, who wants super speed? No, definitely not. 7, telepathy. No, telepathy. Wait a minute. No, nothing with you. Sorry, just trying it out with Luke. No, I was, of course, ahead of it. She has to explain to him what telepathy is. That's why you can read people's minds. No, I'm reading it again. Very naughty. Very naughty. Number 6, a healing ability. I mean, that would be quite nice if you could have that as a gift. I mean, it would do away with hospitals, wouldn't it? They just say, listen, Steve's on air today down at Global. We could have a whole line of people outside on their beds and I'd just go along the line and cure them. That'd be good. Teleportation. So you can all of a sudden go, right, we're on holiday and we're in the Lake District and... oh, here we are in the Lake District. How cool would that be? The other one is super strength. No. I wouldn't... No. What do we want super strength for? Sorry? Yeah, but that's it. Good for opening jars. There's much better things you can have. Time travel. That's roughly the same as teleportation, isn't it? I think time travel. Oh, no, I don't know, because you could go back to a different era. I'd like to go back to Dickensian times. I'd like to see what London looked like, because every time you read about Dickensian London, it was snowing. It can't have snowed all year. It really can't. But I'd like to see what that was. I'd like to see what places looked like. That's what I'd like to see. And time travel. Flying, number 2. Fly by yourself. Do you imagine standing in Leicester Square? Can you imagine... Nice, standing out there, and you just flap your arms a little bit, and you take off. You go, but Courtney would be so impressed. I mean, Courtney would be going, have you seen this? She flew round the square 3 times, landed on a tree, and then gently landed back at the front. Unbelievable. I think that would be a fantastic gift to have. But the one that's number 1 is invisibility. In other words, when the kids get too much, you go, Mummy and Daddy are going for a walk. Gone. And the kids go, where the... oh, they've gone. Very good, couldn't it, really? But no, invisibility. I'd have a field day here. I would have an absolute field day. Can you imagine? Where is he? He's vanished. He's invisible. It's like the Invisible Man. A friend of mine did all the special effects for the theatre show to make sure that when you took the bandages off, there was nothing there. It was all very cleverly done. And I quite fancy that idea, being invisible. Where you sort of, 1 minute you're there, then the next minute you could sort of, I don't know, I'm trying to think of what you could use it for. Because you couldn't sort of pick things up, could you, in sort of a bar or something like that. You couldn't order a drink because nobody'd see you. So you'd be going, hello, it's me. And they'd just carry on. Nobody would know that it was you at all. But I quite fancy that idea. I'd get somebody else to order the drinks and then watch as you sort of lifted the glass off the counter. Invisibility. What a lovely thing to have. Madonna spent 37 years at the top of her game, but she's now switched hip-hop for hip-hop, which is very good. Also, in the most unlikely head-to-head of the festive season, the Rolling Stones, wait for this one, seriously, keep your foot near the brake of the car. The Rolling Stones are doing battle with Gemma Collins, the J-Thay. Why are they doing battle together? You'd never guess this one in a million years. Mick Jagger, the rock icons, have collaborated with Goldie Gin for a limited edition bottle featuring their tongue logo, which is 49 quid at Selfridges. Unfortunately, Gemma Collins is the cheaper end of the scale. Hers is sort of, it's a kiwi and lime gin liqueur, and it's only 20 quid. No, thank you. No, thank you. We'll pass on that one if that's okay with everybody. I mean, she's had nothing to do with it. I mean, she hasn't got the intelligence to do anything like that at all. But 20 quid and theirs is 50. Bit of a difference, eh? Bit of a difference. They must be running out of things for her. What else can she do now? They had that silly diva programme, which turned out she wasn't a diva at all. She was just somebody who spent most of their life looking very depressed. Also, a damaged vase. Don't you love these stories about somebody that go, we've had this vase in our family for ages. It turns out it's 20 inches, porcelain. It had cracks on the neck where it had been broken and repaired, and so carried an auction estimate of about £10,000. £10,000 for a damaged vase. Luckily, by the time it got to auction, it picked up £462,000. That's a bit of a thing there. It was actually it was 370,000, but with fees it was 462,000, and it was made for a Chinese emperor in the 18th century. It was found when the home of a 100-year-old woman in London was cleared after her death. Lazarus Halstead of Chiswick Auction says, "I don't think the family knew about it. When I told the seller, they almost fell off their chair." Not surprised. £462,000, including all the buyer's premiums and everything else, which I never understand. And bike thefts have rocketed so much in the last year that one is now stolen every 2 minutes. Every 2 minutes, somebody nicks a bicycle. And I'm delighted to say that this special evening, taking place this Sunday, with Dame Judi Dench, Sir Ian McKellen, Sir Derek Jacobi, Dame Maggie Smith, and it's going to be hosted by Sir Kenneth Branagh. Dame Judy, 85, says, "We can't appear on the stage and we can't be in the studio, but we can be on this extraordinary thing called Zoom. And it's for a very good cause called Acting for Others. And it does go to the people who are all self-employed and don't necessarily act, but work in the theatre and keep the theatres going." This is Joe Allen's latest. It's called For One Night Only. The night is as in KNIGHT. Tickets cost £45. I mean, you're not going to get a lineup like that ever again, are you? You're really not. Rhianne the Boring Sugden, leave Vernon alone. Well, perhaps these papers are just printing old stories about, oh, he's ruined my life, he's got this, he's got that. We don't really care, actually, dear. I mean, if it hadn't been for him, nobody would have heard of you. I bet the biggest mistake of his life, I told him, was tangling with you, because you've milked it ever since. Whoopi Goldberg landed the ghost role. Patrick Swayze was the one who picked it. They wanted her in a movie, and she said, "No, I'm not experienced enough to go for this." She says, "I'd never met Patrick before Ghost, but he wanted her for Oda Mae Brown." Did you ever see Ghost? It was a little bit... You'd ever seen Ghost? Oh, Patrick Swayze, who plays a man in the city with a girlfriend, and they move into a flat and all the rest of it, but he gets killed, and he comes back as a ghost. Hence the film's called Ghost. It's a bit of a giveaway, that one. Bit of a giveaway, but still a goodie. And he moves through doors. It's really good. Really good. You should get it, because you'd like it. You'd like Oda Mae Brown, because Whoopi Goldberg was fantastic. She plays a spiritualist in it who can contact the other side, but she can't really. But in this one, she can, because he comes and talks to her, and she goes, "Where are you? Where are you?" And it's a good film. It's a good film. Get it. Get it. I'll get you the pickled onions. You get yourself the film Ghost. You won't get it. You won't get it. Nice to have your company. Steve. Jersey Boys, must see. Brilliant show. Film very good. I was always a big fan, actually. Big fan. Martin, the White Liner, says, "My tree went up yesterday. Well done." And somebody says, "Looking forward optimistically to the new year with the vaccine for my parents. I've been so worried about them. So 2021 could be a good year," says Heather. Yes, I hope so. Steve, what's happened to Jerry Halliwell? Once upon a time, she was in the media every week. Well, things sort of change. The media find other people. I mean, very shortly they'll be dispensing with Gemma Collins because there's nothing to talk about. Bit of a shame, really. Steve, did they make a lot of episodes of Tipping Point before the first lockdown, as I still see Ben Shepherd putting his arms around the contestants and hugging them when I watch, says Paul. Yes, that they would have made, I would think, 4 a day, 5 a day, I would think. That's how they do it. It's only a little programme. Steve, on the LBC app or website are photos of the producers with a small biography explaining their life achievements? Well, I don't think so, no. Yes, what life achievements, says Luke. And believe you me, he would know. But no, they don't do things like that, actually. Because I think people sort of, move around, don't they? And sort of you get producers work on different programmes. Best omelettes are made in a ridge monkey, but can also be used to cook loads of other things, says B. Never heard of that one, but that sounds quite good, doesn't it? And you should be checking Amazon AU for Australia, says Graham. No, we've just found Amazon. We know what it is. Also, you're talking to intelligent people here. We're allowed to vote and everything. It's unbelievable. I love a Stollen cake, Steve, says Julie. Best one I had was in Berchtesgaden in Bavaria. What, Hitler's place? What on earth would they serve Stollen there for? But it is quite nice, but really, really bad for you. But it's quite delicious, And also, somebody else talking about these What sort of child, says Ian, has never had pickled onions? Him! Next door, he's never had pickled onions. He wouldn't have pickled onions. He doesn't, he thinks he knows what they are, but I don't think he does, really. But I think, by the time I brought them in tomorrow, he's going to be very, very excited. Very excited. It's going to be a case of, look, pickled onions just for me, Steve. And go, yeah, absolutely. Do not thank me. He might hate them, but I love them. Seriously, I could eat probably a jar of pickled onions. Not very good for indigestion, are they? Glamour model Rhiannon Sugden, boring, has urged people to let Vernon Kay get on with his life a decade after their sexting scandal. Well, she's the one who's hanging on to it. Before going on I'm a Celeb, Vernon said he and Tess had moved on. Yeah, the only person who hasn't appears to be Rhiannon Sugden. Claim to fame, nothing. So, but Vernon now appears to be very happy with married life, says Rhiannon. She says, let this guy go on with his life. This is 11 years after to move on. Well, then it's you, isn't it? Perhaps you need to have a word with people who are putting out stories going, oh, you've ruined my life and this kind of stuff. If it wasn't for him, nobody'd know who you were. You'd have disappeared donkeys years ago. Heads up for poor Anne. Well, not necessarily heads up, heads off for poor Anne. And this is a new story, a documentary on Channel 5 telling the story of Anne Boleyn. She spoke Latin and French. Very useful, isn't it, in those days? Also, at the London Royal College of Music, there is a songbook of hers bearing her inscription. She was also known for being a good dancer. She almost married her cousin, but it was all dropped. Anne's sister Mary was Henry VIII's mistress before he started courting his future wife, but was rumoured Anne's mother, Elizabeth Howard, had also slept with him. God, he was just putting it about all over the place, wasn't it? Honestly, how awful. But Anne was, they say, Henry's daughter, but today's experts say that's false. Historians have called Anne the most influential and important queen consort England has ever had. Well, there were fights between Anne and Jane Seymour, who had gone to be Henry's third wife. Jane was Anne's second cousin and one of her ladies-in-waiting. As Jane grew closer to Henry, Anne became jealous, and one of her maids wrote how there were often scratching and blows between them. After 2 miscarriages and failing to bear Henry a much-wanted male heir, factions began to conspire. This is what happens. Because she couldn't produce what they were waiting for, they had to find a way of getting rid of her. So she was arrested for high treason, total lies, and adultery, and also accused of incest with her brother George, who was also jailed. Anne was said to have a devilish spirit. She faced accusations of witchcraft. It was widely believed she had an extra finger on her right hand, but it was thought that was invented to discredit her and her daughter. And so they had to come up with as much and as many lies as they could possibly tell. They started these lies, and so basically she was put into the tower. She was accused of all sorts of things, of which she was not responsible. Her ghost, they say, has been seen at Hever Castle, Hampton Court Palace and the Tower of London, where she was beheaded, but with a sword, rather than an axe, as a small axe of mercy by Henry. Yeah? What a charming bloke he was. She's been portrayed many times on screen, many times, but she was brave. They said when she went to her execution, she was very brave about it, which, to be honest with you, people can't have been in those days. But it was sort of a private one, but they brought over a swordsman from France, because they apparently had the best swordsman, and so she was beheaded. That was after Henry VIII lied through his teeth to say she'd had an incestuous relationship, she was a witch, she was this, she was that, all because she couldn't bear him a child. That was all it was. Terrible, isn't it, really? Steve, I love summer pudding. Well, we've had that, haven't we? There's no more summer puddings now. Have you seen all these adverts on the television for Christmas pudding with cream dribbled all over them? That looks nice. Do M&S do one of those? That looks really nice, doesn't it? The trouble is you can only really have Christmas pudding for Christmas. You can't have it any other time. It's not the sort of mince pie. I haven't had many mince pies this year, mainly because it's the pastry. It's so fattening, and it's all just full of sugar and everything else. So I try not to have mince pie. I keep looking at Heston's, and I have tried those in the past. They're all quite nice, actually. So I don't know. Mince pie, they're everywhere. Cheaper to buy them than it is to make the things, which is good news. Reckon you're the biggest Little Mix fan? We're not sure if they're still going, actually, or whether or not they're going to split up, or if... I don't know what's going on with Little Mix. I know one of them's opted out at the moment. So we'll wait and see, shall we? Soccer kingpin Jeff Stelling was mixed up with the Yorkshire Ripper. Punters were convinced he had the same voice as the killer when he started broadcasting and called the police. But that was the I'm Jack hoax tape. Jeff said, in my early days in broadcasting, police turned up at Radio Tees, where I was working as a sports reporter. He, of course, also worked at LBC as a sports reporter. Black Friday is turning into Black November as shops rush to make up for sales lost in the lockdown. So Argos, Boots, Currys, PC World, John Lewis, White Stuff, Whistles and Jewels started their sales last week. Can you just go in now? We're still socially distant. We're probably still socially distancing, aren't we? And Brits could be having a virtual Christmas if they're snowed in on Christmas Day. During the last White Christmas, in 2010, by the way, snow fell at 1 in 5 UK weather stations. Coral spokesperson Harry Aikenhead said, it looks like it'll be all white on the night for Christmas. Ladbrokes have a Christmas whiteout at odds of 5-4 after a flurry of bets from punters feeling the chill. So we could be having snow on Christmas Day. That's a bit exciting, isn't it, really? No, not really. Not if you're driving. It's rubbish. And my friend Ian says, I think it's acceptable to have Christmas pudding for a few days around Christmas, definitely Christmas Day and Boxing Day, and maybe on Christmas Eve whilst watching It's a Wonderful Life. Christmas pudding with sort of either custard. I used to like it with custard, actually, but that's two sweet things together. Or just cream. Just cream. Thick double cream just poured. Oh, it sounds delicious, doesn't it? It's too good. It's too good. I might get a fitness band. They've got loads of Black Friday week deals. Where is this place? Morrison's. They're doing a fitness band at £10. Seems very cheap, doesn't it? They're doing an action camera at 30 quid, a smart doorbell at 50, a whole duck. That's all I need, honestly. So thank you. A whole duck is a £5. A whole duck. You can get a whole lobster frozen for a £5. Seems amazing, doesn't it, really? You can get a DeLonghi coffee machine, 45 quid, a Tower air fryer for 35 quid, but I'm intrigued by this fitness band for a tenner. Perhaps we should get you one, Luke. What a terrible waste of money. But I like the idea of a whole duck for a £5. I mean, it can't be very good quality, can it, for a £5? Blimey, I mean, in the Chinese restaurants, a whole duck is about 35 quid, isn't it? It is delicious, though. It has to be very, very delicious. Tom Cruise. A lot of people say I bear more than a striking resemblance to Tom Cruise. He was out filming Mission Impossible 7 in Rome. The production was paused, of course, for the pandemic. And a lot of people have said to me, you know, when I've got the mask on, they go, you look very similar to Tom Cruise, Steve. I mean, apart from that, you know, I can't help it. I don't look like Tom Cruise. The British Library has been called ridiculous for linking poet Ted Hughes to the slave trade. The claims are based on the actions of one of his ancestors more than 300 years before he was born. Sir Jonathan Bate said, why would you judge an artist's work on the basis of distant ancestors? The library haven't said a word, because now students are campaigning for history lessons to focus on British roles in the slave trade rather than the Tudors and Hitler. The young activists also want compulsory classes on the cruelty of the British Empire's braided hair and the Windrush generation. Petitions created by school kids and university students have got almost 400,000 signatures, whilst the movement is backed by MPs on 2 Commons committees. Esme Jamaica Pearson and Neil Bevan have more than 260,000 people supporting their bid to make teaching Britain's colonial past compulsory. Because, I mean, they haven't changed it for ages and ages, so maybe they will. Maybe they'll actually get round to doing it. 10 million Brits have a dark secret in their family that they only learn about later in life. You get all these people on the television. You get the celebrities, and they go on to these, where they trace your family history, and you look at some of them and you think, my goodness, people don't know, do they? They've got no idea. 29% revealed a relative had an affair, and 22% said friends or family also had secret children or partners. the spokesman of this particular company said it was shocking to see the number of secrets, because most people don't trace their family history. You should do. I promise you discover all sorts of things. The origin of your name. You discover what your family did for a living. All sorts of things. All sorts of things. And in a moment, mini-moons. But first of all, at 5:45. Nice to be company. Welcome to Monday, traditionally your worst day of the week. Although actually I don't think it's so bad, because as we sort of head roughly into December, I think we're now going, well, it looks likely that Boris is going to be nice to us today and say, yes, you can celebrate Christmas. And then just after Christmas, go back where we came from. Mini-moons. Have you heard of not many moons, mini-moons are becoming easier to spot thanks to technological advances. More will be found in the next decade, says Queen's University in Belfast. Mini-moons are small chunks of rock captured in Earth's orbit. They can circle Earth for several years before being flung back out into space. Only 2 have been located in Earth's orbit, and details of the second mini-moon, which is a free-floating boulder, which has been named 2020 CD3, about the size of a small car. It came to within 8,000 miles from Earth at its closest point and left our orbit on March the 7th. It will return in March 2044. And they think they're going to find several mini-moons. There was some bloke the other day who had something it was a piece of rock from outer space, and they thought it was going to fetch over $1 million. And all the experts said, no, it won't fetch $1 million. It fetches a few $100s, or I think in his case, I think a few $1,000s. But he was hoping for about 1.3 million, because it was. But they've got loads of these things, loads of these rocks, which sort of just drop out, I'm afraid. 84850. Somebody says, I'm sure you may look similar to Tom Cruise, but I expect you're taller and your wallet is fatter. I suspect the wallet is definitely fatter. Patrick says, leftover Christmas pudding. Oh, you have that, do you? Sliced and pan-fried in butter and served with icing sugar and double cream or vanilla ice cream is delicious. Also means it's a heart attack on a plate. I can't see it being anything else. That sounds terrible. Back in the 70s, Steve, my mum went to the pub and brought me back cellophane packets with a couple of crackers, a Dairy Lee cheese and a pickled onions with a wooden fork. How delicious. Oh, pickled onions, I tell you, it's the way forward. Definitely the way forward. And especially for Christmas. I'm sure we have them on the Christmas table, but I don't think they go with turkey. I tell you what they go with. They go with cold turkey. But there again, you'd have Branston pickle, pickled onions, cold turkey, piccalilli, and stuff like that, and probably some French sticks and some butter and things. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? And then you can have cold turkey. But most people have a cold meal on the Boxing Day, I think, which seems quite nice. Also, how technology nails murderers. We're obsessed with things like that. Fingerprints were the big thing nowadays, so they've got lots of things here. And also, here's a picture of cast members from Hollyoaks. They're changing the way they act because of this social distancing. Believe it or not, they have to stay 2 metres apart when they're filming on set because of coronavirus guidelines. Michael McIntyre has struggled to convince celebs to take part in his new game show, The Wheel, because they feared it was too dangerous. The format sees famous faces spun around on a giant wheel. That sounds ghastly, doesn't it? Michael says, we did struggle to get certain celebrity bookings, but there's no vertigo. It's a flat spinning wheel, like a turntable. They're spinning round, but that to me sounds absolutely ghastly. I ran into David Walliams, and he said, will my head get cut off? And I said, you don't seem to understand what I'm trying to explain. He said, some of these celebs who agreed to appear looked a bit ropey when they were spinning. Well, I mean, they're not celebrities, are they? So a couple of people looked a bit ropey at the beginning because we spin them too much for the camera shots. And the lineups, they've got Carol Vorderman, Professor Green. Well, I mean, he can't be arrested, can he, at the moment? Gemma Collins and Richard Madeley. Oh, Godfathers. There's somebody who never complained. They've used Richard Madeley on This Morning, haven't they? Perhaps they could have said, perhaps I wonder whether or not Eamonn Holmes would have complained if it had been Richard Madeley doing it. So, but imagine Gemma Collins. What on earth can she? She doesn't know anything. I mean, she really doesn't. I mean, I find it terribly embarrassing that she's even on the television anyway. Susie Dent. Do you know I like Susie Dent? Sometimes they use rude words on the television. Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen on Camp, Class and the Return of Changing Rooms. I loved it. I loved some of the things on there, especially when the people hated it. People absolutely used to hate some of the makeup. They go, there was one couple, I think she burst into tears. She thought it looked so dreadful because you could... After a while, they kind of sort of gave up, didn't they? Bubble and squeak on Boxing Day morning, says John in Smithfield. Yeah, bubble and squeak, lovely. Very nice. Don't forget the pickled onions, pickled eggs, says Sue in Newbury in Berkshire. And Matthew says, I can confirm, Little Mix is still going. I like them. They were Jonathan Ross's show on Saturday. Well, 3 of them. Yeah, there's one who isn't in them for personal medical reasons, and that's it. That's it. Steve, another one here. It says, do you remember Nestle's sterilised cream came in a tin? No. Do you remember after the first lockdown, you couldn't get cream anywhere? The shelves in the supermarkets were devoid of cream. And I remember thinking, I wonder why that is. But I mean, I quite fancy the idea of double cream. I've started putting it in curries. Not that I do curries very often, but when I do a curry, I put some nice double cream in there. It's a brilliant idea. Boris Johnson poised to lift the COVID curve, front page of the Mirror for today. And what's this? Princess Anne goes Lidl shopping. This is not real Princess Anne. This is Erin Doherty, who goes out shopping. So because she's playing Princess Anne, so people go, oh, it's Princess Anne going out shopping. And a third of us listen to music to help us sleep. Apparently, these are the songs which get you to sleep. Not going to affect anybody listening to this station, is it? Lullaby by The Cure, Pure Shores All Saints, Give Me Love, Ed Sheeran, Come Away With Me, Norah Jones. You see, I thought that it would be all classical stuff. But the only ones, I mean, Only Time by Enya. I think Enya's lovely. Nocturne 2 by Chopin. And the number one, Moonlight Sonata by Beethoven. And that's it. I mean, How Sweet It Is by Marvin Gaye. That apparently gets people off to sleep. How sweet it is to be a lover. How does that get you to sleep? I thought, if anything, you'd find yourself tapping your toes under the sheets. Papers about the Lockerbie terror attack, which killed 270 people, will stay secret. Thought to have been sent by King Hussein of Jordan to the government after Pan Am Flight 103 was blown up over the town in 1988. It's believed they allege a Jordanian agent within a Palestinian militant group made the bomb. Well, lawyers acting for the family of Abdel Basset al-Megrahi, the former Libyan intelligence officer convicted of the bombing, believe the papers are central to a new appeal against his conviction. So you'll have to watch that one. And poor old Gordon Ramsay says strangers, when they see him going out, they assume that he's the grandfather of his 19-month-old son, Oscar. He says here, because he says Jack, who is 22, they think that his new lad, Oscar, is Jack's, without realising that it is, in fact, Gordon Ramsay's. He said, if I get called Grandad one more effing time, I'm going to hit the roof. Somebody will do that. Somebody will dare to call him that. And the full interview is in Men's Health. Dolly Parton says she's got no plans to give up 9 to 5. She's 74, and she says, I don't know why I'd ever want to stop, especially after you get older. You need things to do. She's quite right. Over in not even in the jungle, we can't do anything about the jungle at all. They've just got, but they now think that they're cheating. They're all wearing T-shirts. They think the central heating. Jordan North, voted camp leader by the public and starting to look like a prince who would be king. Victoria Derbyshire, her best show of the series. But where they go after this, who knows? Giovanna Fletcher took charge in the trial, going first, brave and looking like a fighter. Shane Ritchie, still full of stories. Oh, he's got 1 million. If they left him in there for a year, he'd still be telling stories. And Jessica Plummer, not really doing as well as she could be. Russell Watson started sing-alongs. Ruthie Henschel didn't enjoy the trial. I'm not sure people are enjoying her performance so far. Mo Farah, camp chef for now, but not a recipe for success because he's too quiet. AJ Pritchard, strictly a bystander. It's funny, isn't it? People think he's really sort of, loud. He's not. He's not like that at all. Sometimes people get a bit disappointed. Vernon Kay sending secret messages to his wife Tess Daly. Like what? Don't forget to put the cat out at night. Don't forget to sort of buy food. I'll be home very shortly. What are we buying the kids for Christmas? What do you mean secret message? What secret message is he sending? I don't understand. It'll have to be something similar. If it's just putting his fingers up to his ear, does that mean I'm having a really nice time and I've met some new friends? Well, I mean, what's the point? He's in there. He needs the money. And, I'd have put Priti Patel in there. I'd have had her in straight away. OK, we're eating odd things today. And here's a baby born prematurely weighing the same as a loaf of bread. This is Buddy Webb. Buddy Webb weighs the same as a loaf of bread. He celebrated his first birthday the other day. Isn't that cute? Good for nice to have your company. It's Early Breakfast on LBC with Steve Allen through till 7. It's Monday, the 23rd of November. I know, it's racing away. And so today we get to hear from Boris what's going to be happening over Christmas. I think they're going to be opening up. You'll be allowed to have your Christmas this year. And then we need to tighten up. And then we need to find out when we're going to start giving out the vaccines. Then we need to make sure it's all been tested properly. Then we need to find out in which category we're going to be in if they start adjusting all the tiers. But we'd also like to know as well how you qualify for the vaccine, and also for those people who can afford to pay for it, how much is it going to cost? Have they worked any of these things out? Because I know people who can afford to pay for it. I know quite a number of people, and they would probably like to have a go at paying for it so you can get it done quicker. There might be private places doing it, so you can have it if you qualify under the government scheme. If you're an elderly person, if you've got an illness which makes you fairly vulnerable, then you should qualify for it. But if you can afford to pay for it, then pay for it. If it works out at 20 quid for it, I pay for it, but I've got no idea how much these things cost. Well done to a very joyful couple, Simon and Caroline Hall. 6 years ago, their beloved Springer Spaniel was stolen by suspected puppy farmers. What disgusting people. They steal dogs to breed from them. So they'd given up all hope after she was snatched, but last week they were told she'd been found more than 200 miles away in Wisbech. Caroline says, we've been crying since Thursday. It's wonderful. On Saturday, they took their daughter, Katie, for an emotional reunion. She'd been found abandoned by a walker and taken to a veterinary centre and scanned for a microchip. Now she's 10. She was given much needed TLC, but needed to have her ovaries and uterus removed. And they say it's suspected she'd been ruthlessly used for excessive breeding. The vets believe her last litter was only 6 weeks ago. Do you know, that makes me feel physically ill, physically sick that somebody would ever do that. These people are filth. Absolute filth. Caroline said when she was taken, you get angry and think, how dare they take a member of our family? And so basically they just used her for breeding. That's all it was. So she had all these, so she's had to have her ovaries and her uterus removed. Well, at least she's back with the family that she loves now, and they won't have to sort of put her through anything. What filthy people. Seriously, honestly. But well done to a 5-year-old girl. Her name is Liliana Myers. And Liliana is, as I say, she's 5 years old. She makes hampers for youngsters who will spend Christmas in hospital. And as I've told you before, they don't have many children in hospital over Christmas because they like to let them go home to celebrate Christmas. It's only if they're very, very seriously ill that they will sort of keep them in hospital. So she's created 9 packages bursting with books, toys, puzzles and sweet cones. Now, as I've said to you before, it's very nice, but these kids, I promise you, are if they're leaving them in hospital over the festive season, they're very seriously ill. I know, because I dressed up as Father Christmas with my producer at the time, and we stood there, and there was one child, they're in room, they're all connected up to machines and everything else. They certainly wouldn't be playing with toys, puzzles and sweet cones or anything like that. It's very nice. It's very nice, but it's a very difficult thing, because the hampers have got to be quarantined for 2 weeks. So, you know, she's 5, you know, so she doesn't really know how it works in hospitals. But some of the kids who are probably going home could take them home, because certainly the kids in hospitals will not be able to play with these things. Joseph in Bethlehem says 31 days, 17 hours and 50-something minutes till Christmas. We're rocking around the tree. Do you get trees everywhere around the world? Does everybody have... I noticed actually coming through Knightsbridge, there's some posh flats at the bottom by the Mandarin Oriental, and somebody's got a Christmas tree in one of the windows. And I wasn't aware that any of the people who owned the flats in that particular block, where they start at 10 million, would be celebrated by putting a tree up. But it's quite nice, actually. Steve, didn't Hancock say last week you won't be able to buy the vaccine? It's NHS only. Are they going to turn money away? I would sincerely hope not. Loads of people. We'll have to wait and see. Steve, I got the 1972 Pifco tree lights out of the loft yesterday. Just couldn't find any Christmas trees for sale. Columbia Road Market still closed and the local home base closed down, says Tony. Blimey, all open round our way. Paul Cooper's greengrocers, he's selling Christmas trees. There'll be Christmas trees on sale all over the place. And we've also got a home base and other places, they'll all be selling Christmas trees, and the farms will be selling Christmas trees. You know, it's the way it goes, isn't it, really? It's quite nice. I mean, it depends whether you have a real tree or a fake. So I've got 2 real trees and 1 fake tree. But I'm hoping, because I haven't taken it out of the box yet, I've got no idea what it looks like. My Lynn will say to me, she must be taking hers out of the box soon. And she'll be sort of checking it. She's got snow on hers. Fake snow, whereas... And they've said it's good, it doesn't fall off, which unfortunately it does on a lot of those trees, and you end up with it all over the carpet and everything else. It's a nightmare. Slice of toast helps me fall asleep, says Shane in Tadcaster. Yeah, it's funny what makes people go to sleep, isn't it, really? Morrison's do a Magnum of Prosecco for $9.99. Trouble is, Steve, there are no Morrison's near us. I think they're mostly up north. Yeah, well, no, we've got a Morrison's, I think, near us. I'm pretty certain, Laura. And $9.99 seems quite good. Johnny in Watford says 2 gardens sent it yesterday with the family. Tree bought, lights bought, Nutcracker Soldier bought and broken by the kids already. Apparently it's an ornament. Have you seen some of them? The ones in Costco are 6 feet tall. They're about £300. They're very nice. And I'll tell you what's popular this year, arcade games. They've got one on QVC, which is for sale for about £200, and they've got one in Costco, which you could probably have delivered, which is fantastic. And Steve, you probably missed it last night. I did. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire's first £1 million winner? Oh, right. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire's... Oh, there were quite a few of them on there, weren't there? Because there's been a few people who have won the £1 million. Paul says, when I sleep, I listen to the Clitheroe Kid radio shows. I mentioned that to somebody the other day. They'd never heard of the Clitheroe Kid. I began to think I was terribly ancient and didn't have the faintest idea. Barbara Streisand was understandably a little surprised when Richard E. Grant, who idolises the star, enlightened her on the plans for his garden. I told her I'd commissioned a 3-foot-tall sculpture of her profile, and she said, "You're crazy." Imagine meeting Barbara Streisand just like that, and I think that's quite good. More on people, Michael McIntyre, his new game show, The Wheel, and they've got to answer questions about different things. They're going to be asking Gemma Collins, on items from Essex. She won't have the faintest idea. She's far too stupid. She won't know anything about... What will she know about Essex? Nothing. Won't know anything at all. So they say, is she a better oracle? Ever heard her talk about it? No, of course not. She can talk about eating. She can talk about stuffing her face. She can talk about how she's got her own gin out at the moment. She doesn't do anything else. She doesn't know about Essex. Oh, I tell you, I'd love to set the questions for... I'd have a field day. Absolute field day. Imagine trying to set questions for Gemma Collins. Chosen subject. I mean, it was bad enough when we had some particular MP who didn't know anything about Bob Marley. I knew more about Bob Marley. Family Christmas on. All the papers have jumped the gun. I think they're quite right. Who'll be in your festive bubble? Everybody. Many people as possible. Heartache for Kate and Wills as their Lupo dies, who was about, 67, I think, or something like that. And it's been issued as a text, saying we're going to miss him so much. Get another one. That's, because the kids are growing up. They won't understand things like that. Get another one. The vegan diet can lead to more broken bones. It's a surprise. I often wonder what the downside of it was. Apparently those on this trend, they call veganism trendy. Trendy diet are 2.3 times more likely to break a hip than meat eaters. They're 43% more likely to suffer a fracture generally. Vegetarians, meanwhile, are 25% more likely to break a hip than those who eat meat. It has been suggested that vegans' bones are weaker because they avoid dairy products like cheese and milk. Weak. Very weak people. Very weak and feeble. Weak, feeble, because they're not eating milk. And they're not eating things like that. So it raises the risk of a fracture if they don't eat cheese. Well, they do eat cheese, but it's their own cheese, isn't it? It's pretend cheese. No, you haven't fit into any of this thing. You're not 6 foot tall. You're not very good looking. You're fasting, but you haven't lost any weight. And now all your bones are going to collapse. What a prospect for the future. What a prospect. Slender vegans may have less fat to cushion any fall. You don't count in that one. You're not a slender... Has anybody ever said you're a slender vegan? But it says, may be good for your health in other ways. Their bones have less weight to support, so could be weaker. Oh, you don't need to worry. Oh, no, you do. Normally it's an American university. This is Oxford. So vegans were 59% more likely than meat eaters to suffer fractures in main sites such as breaking a rib or collarbone, though closer analysis suggests this was driven by them breaking bones in their spine. God, you've got so much to look forward to, haven't you? What a day, honestly. What a weekend you've got to look forward to. Whatever it is, don't fall over. That's the thing you don't want to do. Apparently, the results published in the latest BMC Medicine, which is a journal, suggest 1,000 vegans would suffer almost 15 extra broken bones between them each decade compared to meat eaters. Oh, nothing going on at all, is there really? It's a bit disappointing. They say individuals should take into account the benefits and risks of their diet. Oh, he's certainly taking into consideration the risks to his diet, aren't you? I mean, you're well aware of what you're not supposed to be eating. And what he does. I mean, to be honest with you, it comes as a big surprise to me. He's got bones in the first place. Held together with bits of cotton, I should imagine. You know, falls over. He could fall over a plastic cup. Seriously. I just put it down to clumsiness. I had no idea. And, Steve, we have Morrison's twice here in Great Yarmouth. One just outside the town in Bradwell and another in Galston. Sorry, shouldn't laugh. Thank you, Dave. Also, so you've got two Morrisons. We've got Morrisons twice. Read Gemma Collins on the Michael McIntyre show. And how about putting her up with that thicko Joey Essex? Well, he doesn't know anything about Essex either. It's all they can think of is that they put her on there because it's a joke. Every time they've actually put her on any comedy programmes on the television, it's best that she just sits there and eats. It's best she doesn't do anything because she doesn't contribute to any programme. She just basically holds it up. Steve, vegan cheese is potato and palm oil. I never eat it. Oh, he loves it. He loves it. The old cheese. I had some cheese today, Steve. What cheese would that be? Vegan cheese. You know, like, you think, I bet you're being made to pay through the nose for it. I would think. I bet it's not cheap. You know, what have we got today? Vegan cheese. You know. So can you grate that? Can you grate vegan cheese? Specially grated. Oh, right, it's lovely. My friend Mark, he says, I had to give up being a vegan. Not only did I fancy a nice juicy steak, but the wind problem was too much to bear. Well, I can't even go there, I'm afraid. I'm not fully qualified to talk about things like that. But they have to take supplements. I say they because I don't know that many. I know about probably two. And I used to go out with somebody who was a vegetarian. Finished that one very quickly. Hopeless going out for meals. Because, you know, it was difficult trying to find. I mean, now it's a bit better. Restaurants are a bit more caring. You know, when you go in there and go, by the way, vegan. You know, they go, oh, yes, we've got a separate menu for you. It's written on the back of this postage stamp. And they give that to them, and then they have a little wander through and go, oh, I think I'll go with the glue. And because they don't really cater for people, do they? I had one of my brother's girls was going out with this bloke, and I can't remember what he was now. He was not vegan or something. It was something far more complicated. I used to think, actually, the gravy train was abroad and all the MPs had their snouts in the trough. It turns out, over here, they've had their snouts in some very posh troughs. There's one here, a cabinet office lunch at the Delaunay, cost £1,000. OK. The staff meal was logged as conference services. I mean, really. Officials declined to answer whether alcohol was bought. The London Scottish House, the bill there was £2,003. You're paying for this, by the way. DEFRA hired one of the grand rooms in this Scottish House for a working dinner for 20 people. 20 people. The spend covered a private bar, chef and service staff. DEFRA declined to comment. I'll tell you. The Cinnamon Club. This is the Grade 2 listed former Westminster Library. It's an institution. £634.50, which works out about 170 quid a person. It was understood it was hired as an external venue, as a business department conference centre. They weren't available to comment on it at all. In fact, nobody actually bothered commenting on any of them. The Hoxton Grill, just under £900 for serving chorizo, macaroni and cheese for 14 quid. Miller and Carter Steakhouse, the bill there, 1,343. The Department for International Trade refused to comment. I'm not even talking about lunch. I'll tell you, if we had Yes Prime Minister on, they'd have a field day. Cafe in the Crypt. This is the cafe just down the road from here. I didn't even know they did this posh. How much was this? This was the cafe with the original brick vaulted ceiling below St Martin in the Fields Church. Business department, £1,100. Okay, they serve sweet treats and sandwiches with meat from Swaledale Butchers and cheese from Neal's Yard Dairy. Department officials declined to comment. I mean, it's appalling, really. It is like a little bit of a gravy train. In fact, it's more like a gravy train than anything else. Or posing in a dinner jacket, here's a picture of Martin Bashir, clutching 2 awards for his Princess Diana Panorama exclusive. He was named Journalist of the Year and Interviewer of the Year at the Oscars of Broadcasting, which was the Royal Television Society Awards in 1996. Now he's facing pressure to give them back, apparently, as the inquiry looms into allegations that he tricked Diana with lies about the royal family. So they want the awards back. I wasn't aware you could take them back. Well, you can, I suppose, if the worst comes to the worst. And he got 2 accolades. I mean, he must have known what was going on. I mean, everybody uses, what do you call it, subterfuge, to get people to do an interview. There used to be a standard joke in Fleet Street. When we were in Fleet Street, the reporter would sit there at the table with a cassette machine, and the person sitting opposite would say, listen, can this be off the record? And so he'd say yes, and he'd turn it off and take the cassette out. But he had another one underneath the table, which was recording everything. You know, once they've got a recording of it, that's how the fake sheikh, Mazir Mahmood, managed to snare all these people, and himself, unfortunately, at the end. But it's interesting here where this is going with Martin Bashir, who he's so ill at the moment, so we should be showing great sympathy. Although he's well enough to go out doing shopping the other day and to get a takeaway. Obviously, illnesses run differently at the old BBC, and. Steve, I tried giving my dog some vegan cheese as he has lots of allergies. He spat it out in disgust. I don't think you should give your dogs vegan cheese. I've heard of diabetic dogs, surprisingly. Lizzie says, don't buy into the stereotyping of us vegans. We are the future. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not the future. You're definitely not the future. Well, not in my lifetime. Definitely not. I mean, how many vegans are there in this country? Do we know? Do we have a rough idea? You have a little look online. I mean, there are, 65, 70 million of us in this country, and vegans, this is where Luke sort of ups the ante on this one. He's very excited. So if it says something like, here we go. How many vegans? I better tell you, vegan Lizzie, there's not even 1 million of you, I'm afraid. You're way down the list. There's 600,000 of you. That was latest research from the Vegan Society. So, don't make it up, these numbers. You can find that on the internet. There might be a few more, but it's not going to be the future. Not in your lifetime, not in my lifetime. And there's 66.65 million of us in this country, and less than 1 million are vegan. I suppose other people, are there more vegetarians? I suspect there probably are more vegetarians, aren't there? Do we know how many? Oh, here we go. He's determined to find different numbers on the thing. And so how many vegetarians out of 66 million people? How many vegetarians? We've got to spell the word vegetarians right, first of all. How many? 7% were vegetarian. Yeah, but what number is that? However, I don't believe that. I don't believe that, because the survey was carried out with a small amount of people. I think there's quite a lot more vegetarians than vegans. Yeah, that's a study. 7% were vegan while 40% were vegetarian. Oh, right. So there's more people, well, which is what I was proving. There are more people vegetarian than there are vegan. Why don't you just stick at being vegetarian then? You get more choice of food. There's much more, honestly, it really is. I want to pull teeth, round here. You sort of go, looking forward to my nut roast for Christmas. See, vegans could have calcium and vitamin D tablets, says Jackie. Do you know, they were talking about vitamin D is very good for you. I think I might have bought some, actually. And Paul says, once the COVID is gone, it will never go. I will tell you that for a fact now. You're always going to have COVID around. It'll be like the flu. It'll be like the flu, but you'll always have it around. And I'm definitely chicken, but not lamb, Warren. I don't do lamb. I'm allergic to lamb. Okay. Steve, you showed great sympathy for the rescued spaniel. I felt sorry for it. I can't tell you what I wanted to do to the people who stole it and who forced it to just keep having puppies. I really can't even begin to go there. So Paul's going to go to his favourite restaurant, Simpsons on the Strand, for roast beef after COVID's gone. Not going to be happening, is it? Not going to be happening anytime soon. Also, another one here. Somebody says, wait a minute, I keep losing these things here. We've got a Morrison's in Aldershot. They sell Christmas trees, says Susie. They're all over the place, Christmas trees. You'll find them everywhere. You really would. So she's doing chicken, says Warren. Oh, that's good. I can't do lamb. It makes me ill, lamb. Funny that, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know why. I'm quite happy with chicken. Cheap and cheerful chicken. And you can do so much with it, which is lovely. What else we got in the paper today? Grumpy, cheeky and ultimate divas. No. Not the stars, but the latest must-have pet. Goats. Goats. Kate Humble's got goats. Reese Witherspoon's got goats. Justin Bieber's got goats. Bella Hadid has 2 pet goats. And Penny Lancaster's got goats. Jerry Horner's got... Everybody's got goats. Amanda Seyfried has got goats. The Marchioness of Bath, Emma, has got goats. I quite like, because people buy goats, don't they, for meat or for milking or something like that. The Christmas drinks with 11 teaspoons of sugar. Coffee chains have been accused of serving Christmas drinks containing criminal levels of sugar. Among the worst offenders, Costa's Terry's Chocolate Orange Hot Chocolate. In a medium-sized takeaway cup and using semi-skim milk, it contains 45.1 grams of sugar, or more than 11 teaspoons of sugar. Apparently, the Mars bar contains 30.5 grams of sugar. That is appalling. These findings, say the Dental Wellness Trust, are absolutely criminal. Wow. McDonald's and Starbucks contain more than half the recommended daily sugar limits for adults. And this is the festive treats. People say, oh, do you want squirty cream with that? Or do you want this and that? And you tend to forget. It all just adds up. And it adds up to an awful lot of sugar. Awful lot of sugar. Still to come, the Archbishop of Canterbury will take a 3-month sabbatical next year while the country continue to fight the pandemic. So we'll find out what that involves in a moment. Let's have a check on the news, shall we? It's 6:30 with the latest headlines. We'll be going down to the newsroom in a moment. I read this piece of news the other day and I was more shocked than I've ever been at anything else in my life. Where can your sexuality make you an enemy of the state? Okay? Where can your sexuality make you an enemy of the state? You wouldn't guess this one in a million years. I certainly wouldn't have done. Would you believe Poland? Poland is rampant with homophobia. It's now a tool that politicians use. There's a bloke here. He's a writer and a broadcaster. He's published half a dozen novels, hosted radio shows, and starred as a commentator on Big Brother. Yet when he's spotted in his hometown, he's seen as a menace rather than a celebrity. He's gay in a country where his sexuality makes him an enemy of the state, as the government weaponises homophobia for political gain. After visiting friends with children recently, some received text messages from locals asking why they're not afraid to leave their kids with him. And so it goes on. He says, we've been pulled into politics. And so, you know, this sort of country, which is supposed to be so ahead, is in fact really actually backwards. The story, and this story and many others, are based on teenagers hiding their sexual identity. He was actually abused, you know, and there are trucks going round roaring out homophobic messages in big cities. Can't believe it, can you really? I can't believe it. Some centres exist where people can go and be... It's almost like going back into the Dark Ages. They can offer therapeutic help to people with unwanted homosexual inclination. It's that old American thing, isn't it? Oh, yes, we can cure homosexuals. Of course you can't. Don't be silly. But they like to think that they can, and they'll always put somebody up for it. You know, here's Brad. Brad used to be gay. Now Brad is married. And they do it, and they also claim it's with the power of prayer. Talking of the power of prayer, the Archbishop of Canterbury has taken a 3-month sabbatical while the country continues to fight the pandemic. So this is going to be next year, and they say he would take a break from his official duties for reflection, prayer and spiritual renewal. I thought that's what they did on a daily basis anyway. This is Justin Welby. He's due to return to his role in September next year. He will reportedly spend the majority of his time in Cambridge in America doing further study on reconciliation. But the timing could be questioned due to the coronavirus crisis, because all members of the clergy can take a sabbatical every 7 to 10 years. Lambeth Palace said it was normal practice for archbishops to take time off from their official duties. Rowan Williams took a 3-month sabbatical to write a book on Dostoevsky, and Lord Carey took 2 months in 1999 97. Archbishop Welby, who served in the role since 2013, was due to take leave early this year, but put it off due to this. And it's basically a 3-month holiday. And he goes away, and this will be for reflection, prayer and spiritual renewal. He lives in Lambeth Palace. You don't get anything better than that, do you? I quite fancy the idea of living in Lambeth Palace. Every time I go past it, I always think, that looks like a nice place. I bet that's got some nice history. Plus, happy birthday to Miley Cyrus. Miley Cyrus is 28 today. Zoe Ball is 50. And what was the other one? Boris Karloff was born on this day in 1887. And he voiced the Grinch in 1966's Dr. Seuss's How the Grinch Stole Christmas. Although he spent most of his career in America, he never lost his love of Britain, especially cricket and cucumber sandwiches. Why do they think we all have cucumber sandwiches in this country? I've never met any... Oh, apart from me. Yeah, I had cucumber sandwiches, but that was at Barbara Cartland's place. He was born, of course, William Henry Pratt. That's what he was called. Very wisely decided to change it to Boris Karloff. November the 23rd, 1971. The Queen has chickenpox and is confined to her room at Buckingham Palace. Apparently they say it's quite dangerous for a person of the Queen's age, 45. She had mumps when she was 18 and measles when she was 22. But you'll remember this one. In fact, this is the most important date. November the 23rd, 1963. Kennedy was shot dead. An assassin's bullet felled him yesterday as he drove in his open car through a 250,000-strong cheering crowd in Dallas, Texas. He died half an hour later at 7 p.m. British time with his wife Jacqueline beside him after he was shot at his bedside. Soon afterwards, Lee Harvey Oswald was seized in a wild struggle after he'd shot a policeman dead. All those years ago, 1963. Amazing, isn't it, really? I remember it to this day. Other stories which they're running with, they're all saying basically that Boris is going to be nice to us for Christmas, so the shops can open up, the shops can then get, everything sold, and they can make a little bit of money coming up to Christmas, and people can go out. I wonder whether or not we're going to dispel with all those ridiculous myths of, they're running out of turkeys. They're not running out of turkeys at all. Somebody says the number of vegans, Steve, have quadrupled in the UK in 5 years. Stop dissing vegans or I'll have to eat your daffodils. I mean, there's only 600,000 of you out of 65 million, 66 million. That's not very good. Matthew says vegans are seen as trendier than veggies. I don't know how they've worked that out. I suppose there's more of a choice if you're vegetarian. And Lizzie says that means that we vegans are 0.9% of society, Steve. The maths just cheered me right up. There are more gingers out there. More ginger vegans, probably, I should imagine, than there are sort of vegans. So not very good at all, is it? And if it's supposed to have quadrupled in 5 years, it's running at a very slow pace. Very slow pace. But, I mean, how on earth could you could ever say that vegans were trendy? What did trendy mean? Does that mean they're wearing the right clothes or something? And so people, they'll see you walking down the street and go, vegan? And they'll go, yeah, I knew. How did you know? Polo neck sweater. Very trendy. Yeah. Multicoloured socks. Vegan. I knew it straight away. I love it. Judi Dench recalls a stage blunder. Do check out, please, Joe Allen's website. This coming Sunday, they've got a thing to raise money, and we're all in favour of raising a lot of money at the moment. And this is a lineup you need to watch. It's a show that they're putting on again to raise money. So go to Joe Allen's website in London, and it's another one of their very successful shows, which has got some great, really about the best list of guests you could ever get. Duke and Duchess paying tribute to their dog at the heart of their family, and the Kensington Royal is presumably their Twitter feed. It's got 12 million followers. Lupo, which is the name of their dog, their English Cocker Spaniel. See, our one went round the bend. Our one went completely round the bend. We had to sort of have him put to SLEEP. But he features all over the place. They're nice. Somebody likes spaniels, and they would. So I'm hoping that they're going to get another one. I think that would be quite nice. Do you not think so? I think so. Medals and a logbook shining a light on the distinguished service of, wait for this one, Huey Green, the Opportunity Knocks creator, as a Second World War pilot, go on sale next month. The entertainer, who would gain 18 million viewers weekly in the 70s and who died in 1997, learnt to fly before the war and joined the Royal Canadian Air Force. He had family connections. In 1941, aged 21, his duties included U-boat hunting. On October 43, flying a consolidated Catalina from North Sydney, Nova Scotia, he nearly died on his first job looking for a submarine. And his medals are coming up. They reckon 1,800 to 2,200, although I suspect they will probably go more because of the provenance of it being owned by Huey Green. I want to tell you most sincerely, friends, Opportunity Knocks. God. Dear. I used to love stuff like that. Boris Karloff, Steve, used to live in Enfield, says Martin. Did he? To be honest with you, I don't think I've ever seen him in any films. I'm sure I would know some of the films he'd been in, but Matthew says trendy vegans. Well, that's what they're saying. So I can't argue with it because I don't know. I'm not vegan. I don't know if it's trendy. Whether it means you wear Adidas shoes, I've got no idea. But he thinks he's trendy. You know, it's just... If you do buy for your virgin pickle person, it's the vegan. Try shallots instead of onions. Oh, I'm not going to tell him the difference. He'll eat them anyway. He'll probably like them because they're crunchy. And they've got sort of vinegary. They're sitting in vinegar. I'm only buying him one pot of these things. I'm not buying him a complete farm. Steph should take a 3-month sabbatical from her awful TV show for a period of study, reflection and prayer. Girl, if only. It is ghastly. Too many people working on it, and nobody knows who's running the thing. It really is ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. What else we got? Oh, I've got such a good story about... but I can't. It's still in court. I wish these things would hurry up and whiz through court systems a little bit quicker. They seem to be taking their time. Constable's early talent revealed in a lost album. And, the very idea that you could actually end up with something like this for about £28,000. I love it. Bella says, it's rubbish, Steve. I'm a vegan and I'm about as trendy as a lamppost. There you go. He can't be trendy. I mean, serious. I've never heard of such a thing. If being trendy means what you consume, then I'm definitely trendy. Stuart Manning's got his tree up. Woo! There's a 7 or 8 footer. There's a 7 or 8 footer, isn't there? I think you need more lights, Stuart. Sorry. Got to have a few more lights. They're nice, though. Very pretty. Very, very pretty. Very nice. I like that. I like that a lot. And they've got a hearth where you can put things in there. You can put candles in and stuff like that. I like that. Very much so. Steve, Boris Karloff is the original Hollywood Frankenstein. And apparently he's got a blue plaque at his old home in Honor Oak in Dulwich, says Margaret. Thank you. And, Steve, Boris Karloff was still William Pratt when he lived in Enfield, says Martin. It's funny, isn't it, that when sort of people changed their names because it didn't work. I can remember there were all sorts of people in Hollywood who changed their names because it wasn't fashionable to be particular sort of people from particular groups, and so people changed and then changed. Who was Marion Morrison? Was that John Wayne? Was John Wayne Marion Morrison? Or somebody like that. I remember thinking that was really odd. That was really odd. John Wayne, there you go. Marion Robert Morrison, known professionally as John Wayne. Get off your horse and drink your milk. I watched a few of his films, actually. He was so enormous. He always looked enormous to me, but he was known as the Duke. You know, he when did he die? He was 72 when he died in 1979. I think they all smoked. I think everybody smoked in those days. Smoking, not maybe a good thing, but I never preach on smoking because I was a smoker for donkey's years. Firefighters in the paper today, 4 times more likely to suffer from cancer. But we need them. God knows we need them. And there's another one here. This is a Christian actress who has claimed that theatrical producers have shunned her since she was sacked last year from a version of The Colour Purple for posting allegedly anti-gay comments on Facebook. Oh dear. Lawyers for her said last week that evidence from a critic should be allowed to support her claim for religious discrimination. Everybody's got something the matter with them at the moment. They're sort of... And the other thing, do you remember there was a girl the other day of 15 and I think there's a film, not to do with this case, but to do with another case. And she's a teenage Jehovah's Witness. And in the latest medical clash over law and religion, the High Court has been told that she should be allowed to refuse life-saving blood transfusions. These legal precedents go back over 30 years, which allow judges to overrule objections to medical treatment made by children under 18, they say, are out of date. So in other words, because of her devoutness to her religion, she's not allowed to have... Well, I mean, she's not allowed, she won't have it. She won't have a blood transfusion. And her mother, who's also Jehovah's Witness, has refused to consent on her behalf. They are actually willing to let somebody die rather than have the blood transfusion. And so this one's in court, but it's been made into a film, not their particular case. This is the one with Emma Thompson. I must get it, actually, because it's always been a bone of contention with a lot of people. I mean, in this particular story, it's a 17-year-old boy with leukemia. They wanted him to have a blood transfusion despite his objections. Now, in the real-life case, this girl has sickle cell disease, an inherited disorder that can lead to blockages. So she's been raised as a Jehovah's Witness and has been attending meetings since she was 3, and she's been baptised and all the rest of it. She believes that blood is sacred, and therefore she's refused to consent to treatment of her condition with blood or blood products. So, I mean, they are willing to let it go through, but the court is saying, no, you must, and so she's, I mean, I don't know where we stand on this sort of thing. You just have to watch it and find out, because I'm assuming there are all sorts of different merits, but if she's followed it quite, and that's what she wants to do, she is prepared for the ultimate to happen. Which is not very good, is it? Not very good at all. But it's somebody's belief. It's what people believe in. The vegan story is everywhere. I don't think we've had so many vegan stories. We're very lucky, actually, on this programme. We always get sort of offered the vegan stories before anybody, which is lovely. 40% more likely to suffer a bone fracture because they don't have as much... I don't know what supplements he takes. We've never discussed the supplements. Do you take supplements? Do you take... You don't. He doesn't. He should do, shouldn't he? Yeah, everybody's shouting, yes, you should. No, not Baroque. You should say something a bit more than that. A bit more, because you don't want to end up with brittle bones, do you? You have Marmite. Oh, okay. But I think, you know, you can't eat fish, can you? No. God. So, but anyway, it's apparently this study involved 55,000 people in Britain. 2,000 were vegans. So they were sort of testing who had out. And they found vegans higher risk of total fractures. 20 more cases per 1,000 people. I mean, I feel a bit guilty now. I feel I should go and buy, you're supposed to pick good onions. I should get you some supplements or something. You should have, but you don't take any supplements at all. You're supposed to take something. No, well, obviously not. But I think you need to take something. That's the whole idea of being vegan. You need something. You don't get much sunlight. No, because you're sleeping throughout the day. That's why you're pale. You also don't have the ability to shave very often, I've noticed. But I don't want to make a big deal about it. It's not something that affects me. It's not my family. I don't care. It's not my son. It's not my brother. It doesn't make any difference at all. Do what you like. Just take supplements. The Mirror. Interestingly enough, this is Jane Danson from Coronation Street. She cried filming her most harrowing scenes in 23 Years on the Street. There's obviously a big storyline coming up, which I've missed. And I do like a good storyline, but I've not caught up with anything. You know why? I'm a bit confused on my television. I think it's gone wrong. I think it's gone wrong completely, because I turn on and they go vintage Coronation Street. And there's people walking about in the street who died. Been dead for years. The amount of different people that I turned on the other day. Phyllis was in there, and I thought, well, she passed on a long, long while ago. And they have some very, very early ones. It's quite nice to see. It's a very interesting sort of scenario, because you suddenly realise how we've grown up with Coronation Street. What's the matter now? Why are you smiling? So, talking to Ferrari's team. What about Coronation Street? Shouldn't imagine they'd be interested in Coronation Street, honestly. Can't see anybody down there watching that at all. Everyday sort of tale of northern folk, the kind of thing. Does Nick like Coronation? He likes Coronation Street. I could see him in it, actually. I could see him popping into the Rover's Return and going, I'll have a small sherry. I could see that happening. When you look at all the people who've been in there, in the Rover's Return, lots of, not just famous people, but people as well, just working in there. They've had such a turn up. Are they saying more things? I know what they're like downstairs. That's the trouble. You see, when you can't see their lips moving, you've got no idea what they're talking about. No idea at all. So we're going to have to wait and see, because Bev This is Beverly Callard, who's in I'm a Celebrity. She apparently once knocked on her Corrie hubby, who's Charlie Lawson's door, wearing nothing but a thong and a pair of socks. Thank goodness that doesn't happen around here. Can you imagine knocking on sort of Ian Dale's door of his dressing room, and he opens the door in a thong and a pair of socks? Good Lord, it's bad enough with Eddie Mayer without anybody else jumping on the bandwagon. Just about it for this morning. It is freezing cold out there, and they have predicted that over the next couple of weeks, I think, the temperatures are going to drop and plummet to, they've said, about minus 10 degrees, which sounds horrendous for me. The one thing I don't want, or any of us want, unless you're leaving the country and going somewhere a bit warmer, is to actually sort of end up with snow over Christmas, because it ain't much fun for driving. But I can tell you now that I've got a few more single glasses, the Groovy Gang's Prosecco glasses, the singles, not the doubles. The doubles appear to have all gone, but if you go to the LBC website, you can find them on there. Just go to lbc.co.uk. That is also the place you go to get hold of my free little bit extra podcast. Katie Price says she feels she's found her soulmate. It's good news. It's only been 6 months. Stacey Solomon talks about her SCX life with Joe Swash, which we really didn't want to hear about. And we say happy birthday to a good friend of the show, Kelly Brook, who celebrates today. She's very young. That's all I can tell you. Very bizarre. So we're going to see whether or not we can get anything out of Luke today to have a pickled onion. I don't understand. I mean, I scoured around to find those yesterday in garden centres to pick the best looking pickled. They're not cheap a jar. They're not your couple of quid jars here, I tell you, from Aldi. Corey's opened his and he had one. He picked the smallest pickled onion. He's obviously never had a pick. Do you know what he said? He said, I think I'll cook it. I said, it's a pickled onion. You don't cook a pickled onion. You just literally, they're in the vinegar with spices, and you get big jars and medium jar, and you have them with cold meats on the Boxing Day. So you can open the top of your jar, Luke. He thought it was, he thought it tasted a lot different, so he did. So when you take it out, shake it, so you shake the vinegar off, okay, and then just pop it in your mouth. What? Well, you're not going to put any more than one in your mouth, are you? In what? Yeah, it's an onion. Of course you can put it in your mouth. Of course you... In one? No, you don't bite it. Just pop it in your mouth and then crunch into it. It's not... What do you mean it's a bit early? What, for a pickled onion? It's 4:05 in the morning. Of course it's not early. It's not too early for fish and chips or burgers. You do. You have a pickled onion at 4:05 in the morning. You've looked on the internet. Listen, you can read anything on the internet. It says I'm a radio presenter. Don't believe everything you read on there, okay? It had down there, Steve Allen is 66. Well, I'm suing that person straight away. He's in a very funny moment. I mean, seriously, he's been having a very funny turn for the past few hours. I don't know why. Obviously, it's all gone pear-shaped at home. I don't like to interfere. It's nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. I don't like to get involved with it. You know, if they bring their sort of dilemmas to work, that's it. But no, you should definitely have one of your pickled onions. It's, in fact, if anybody could eat one, you could. You make it sound as I'm making you eat sort of, starlings or sea turtles or something. You can just I pick them out with my fingers. Well, of course you do. It's a pickled onion. You can pick a small one and shake it. They're in vinegar. Stop it. They're in vinegar. It's not I'm a celeb. It feels like a Bush Tucker trial, he said. Listen, just do it. I mean, in there's pickled onions. You can do them in just take it. Oh, Corey's hopeless, honestly. He really is totally useless. He put it in his mouth. You'd think I was asking him to eat a kookaburra or eat a whole kangaroo. It's just a pickled onion, for God's sake. Have you ever had Branston pickle? Have you had... Well, it's like that. It's like... Shut up, you. To make you go and sit on the... Just take it out, pop it in your mouth. Come on. Don't be scared. You will like it. You eat Branston pickle. It's the same. It's pickle. Well, you're just eating this without the cheese and the... God, honestly, I can't believe I'm going through this morning. Listen, I'm diabetic. I get very stressed if you don't do what you're told. Okay, so take it out. This is in your job description. It says you eat a pickled onion or you're working somewhere else, all right? Eat it. And how big is it? Show me how big it is. Oh, for goodness, honestly, I've seen squirrels with bigger things than that. Right. Shut up, you. You're just putting him off. All he's got to do is pop it in his mouth. Okay? Don't stick it under your nose. Just put it in your mouth and bite it. Listen, have you put it in your mouth? It's just a pickled... It's like Branston pickle. Yeah, it's 4 in the... Well, it's 4 in the... So it's 4 in the morning. Of course you're ready for it. You're working on the Steve Allen show. You should be ready for every eventuality. It's been sitting in vinegar for the past God knows how many months of its life. That's why it's very vinegary. That's like going to a fish and chip shop, putting vinegar on your fish and going, it's very vinegary, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, very salty with the chips. It's nice, though. They're really good for you. You don't know if you rate it. We're not looking for ratings. They've been established for years. You get them everywhere. Everybody loves pickled onions. Yeah, by itself. What do you want? Me to bring cheese in tomorrow and a baguette? Or something, so you can have... And I'm not pandering to that. I bought you a jar of pickled onions. They cost an arm and a leg. I've had to go without milk so that you can have those. No tea in my household today. God, you see what we have to put up with here. But apparently you can cook them. And so he's going to try... I mean, I don't know why. There you go. You look much... Look at that. It's brought the colour back to your cheeks, hasn't it? You can have a pickled onion pie. Or if you've got something, if you've got some cheese at home, just cut the pickled onion up and sort of have it with a piece of cheese on. It's delicious. It's vinegar. It's vinegar. They do little sweet pickled onions, little tiny silvered onions that you can get. Anyway, it's Bake Off tonight. Who's going to win? Who cares? Psh, I don't care. It's either two blokes and a woman, or it's one woman, one bloke, and that's... I've got no idea. No idea. The Queen is selling her own brand of gin. 50... Do you like gin? Both of you drink gin? You drink gin? Bring you in gin, yeah. I was going to bring in gin, but it's very expensive. And there's no point in wasting the money, to be honest with you. You know, I could put it to better use. You watch... He's going to be taking these home today, the pickled onions. He's going to get past a bin at the bottom of Leicester Square, just drop them in there. Were you going to take it home? Madeira? It's like a fortified wine kind of thing. You like that? Are you obsessed with alcohol? You're really worrying me now, honestly. How much alcohol do you drink a day? Do you drink a lot? You know, when you actually get in the morning, would you have a drink before you climb into bed? Or something like that? You don't drink in the week. So when it gets to the weekend, how many crates do you order in? And what are you drinking? You're drinking Bud? Sol? Or any of these other... Sorry? A nice white wine. Okay. What sort of white wine would you be drinking, Corey? What... Oh, a Chardonnay. That's the only white wine he's ever heard of. He has no idea that there's any others. Do you know any other white wines? Pinot Grigio. There you go. That's 2 out of the hundreds of different white wines in the world. He knows 2. Do you know any red wines? Malbec. Merlot. Lovely. Pinot Noir. Wow. God. So you drink a lot between the two of you, don't you? I can tell by this now. You're now sort of roving into the depths of, I've had a little drinky poos because it's the weekend. Whereas I'm still not having any alcohol. I'm quite worried about this now. I'm actually getting better. I'm not getting worse. I thought about it the other day. I thought, do you know, I think I'll open a bottle of Prosecco. And then I thought, I can imagine going on air this morning and saying, ladies and gentlemen, I've had a glass of Prosecco, which I haven't. There you go. Elaine says, my pickled onions are homemade with lots of chilies in them. They pack a punch. And somebody says, I wish I could watch the LBC studio cameras just to see this pickled onion situation. Do you know, I don't understand why people don't... Why do I get the 2 people in the entire universe who don't do pickled onions? I just eat... What do you mean, do I just eat some? No, I draw my face on them, and I've got to put your face on one of the other ones and stick a spike through it. When I'm working, I can't eat and work. That would be highly unprofessional. You know, I'm a professional person. You are the guinea pigs. You know, it's only a pickled... I wouldn't mind if I was asking you to eat something like, you know, this is sort of lobster dipped in chocolate or something, because it's just a pickled onion, for God's sake. I'm not asking for anything, you know, peculiar. Sorry? I like a Ploughman's, yes. You know, that's what they... I used to serve Ploughman's. You get a baguette, cut it in half, put it on a plate, hunk of cheese, bit of tomato and some pickle. And that's quite nice. And I would have put pickled onions on there as well. But then I could sit in the car and eat pickled onions. It's no hardship for me. I love it. I don't know why people don't... Well, as I say, everybody loves pickled onions except this two. And, Steve, I ate turtle stew when I taught in Grand Cayman. It was so delicious. Well, when we went to see Father Christmas, we ate reindeer. Why do we like today, Steve? Because, says Elaine in the original Spikers Facebook page, it's my 64th birthday. I feel a song coming on. What? When I'm 64. Now how to celebrate. I might just have to start with a pickled onion. Listen, you want to be here. You would seriously think I was forcing their mouths open and making them eat the most disgusting thing ever. Shane says, I love pickled onions. Yesterday I went to Woolworths and bought a $3 jar. Yeah. I don't understand why they wouldn't like it. Oh, they're being so fussy about it. You know, it's like, ooh. Corey then goes, oh, I'm going to be sick, I'm going to be sick. You think, it's a pickled onion, for God's sake. Sorry? It's a piece of food. Have you never picked up food with your hands before? How do you eat cheese? Do you eat it with a knife and fork? Or do you use your hands for picking up a piece of cheese? Don't tell me do you use your hands? Oh, dirty. Don't use, you should really be using a knife and fork for cutting a piece of cheese, shouldn't you? You don't. You use your fingers. You might cut a little bit of the cheese off. You could cut a pickled onion in half and do that. Don't do that, Steve. Well, that's not very nice, is it? Honestly, it's like an educated... God knows what their lives were like before they met this programme. It must have been really difficult. Okay, binky bonky binky bonky. Oh, look, the ice cream man's coming round. What's that? Ice cream. Well, I don't like the sound of that. What is it? It's this frozen stuff. Frozen? Ooh, no. Can you have it hot? No. They arrive on this programme, everything is a mystery. Everything is a mystery to them. Yeah. Well, now that I've given up my milk for the weekend, I shall probably end up with a cup of tea sometime next week, having bought the pickled onions today. I bought some bananas as well, but I'm not sharing those because I can't see you enjoying a banana either. So he's going to rewrap them and re-gift them to his parents. I bet you anything. If Corey's mum and dad are listening, you got pickled onions for Christmas. I just thought I'd tell you, okay? Just so it doesn't come as a big surprise. And Steve, I grow my own onions to make pickled onions. See, I love to see pictures of Britney Spears' house with Christmas lights. We like definitely lots of Christmas light pictures. We love that. Morning, Giselle, says Matthew and the gang. Not quite excited about Christmas food yesterday. Wrote a list of things I need. Organisation. My brother's fairly organised. Fairly organised. And also somebody was talking about this vaccine. That's the best news of all time, isn't it? That this vaccine from Oxford looks like being the winner. Let's keep our fingers crossed, shall we? Definitely. Lauren says, during first lockdown, panic buyers in March, it was neon. Impossible to find a jar of pickled onions. I was climbing walls. Now, somebody says, make the most of the pickled onions. Next time, boys, you might have to eat pickled eggs. Well, they wouldn't eat those. That's exactly the same. That's a hard-boiled egg put in a jar of vinegar. Yeah. Oh, see, they were right with that one. We can't eat an onion. Stupid boys, honestly. I love the idea of... I wouldn't mind if it was something really terrible I was making them eat. But it's... I don't like you, no. I hope I've sort of not managed to convey that to you over the period of time. No, I think it's just that, I think the trouble is with young people nowadays, you're too boring. Okay? The idea is that you're supposed to be, when I was your age, and God knows that's another century, every day was like whoopie-doo, dancing and singing and being mates with everybody and taking them out for food and stuff like that. And then nowadays, yeah, you know why? Telephones. The telephone ruined them. Although these two, their phones never ring. In all the time I've worked with them, the only time they've ever had a phone call, it was Samaritans. And that was the only time. And they said... are people aware of our number? Yes. And you know why? Because over Christmas, and this I didn't know, 2 million elderly people will feel lonely. Not with us here. When I say us, it won't be with them, because we managed to get rid of them for a while. So they'll be spending time with their famille, which would be very nice. taking pickled onions there. I just see your mother going, oh, I'll just do some cold meat, Corey. She talks like that. I'll just get some cold meat, Corey, and we'll put some pickled onions. And he'll go, I don't like pickled onions. Because that's what it is. Why are you holding the jar up looking at them? It's a pickled onion, for God's sake. It's not difficult. They are nice. They're very nice. They're very good for you as well. You should eat those all the time. All the time. You know, Luke didn't make half as much fuss as you did. Honestly, just Luke popped it in his mouth, chewed it, and went, yeah, okay, maybe I'm not the biggest fan of it. You were still going on about it an hour after you'd eaten one. And it was the smallest one in living memory. As I say, I've seen squirrels' nuts smaller than the pickled onion. They've broken the computer. I mean, seriously, you can't make this up this morning. They're both wandering around as if they've been caught in a snowstorm in Essex going, what the... You know, because it's not working properly. Takes a lot to make me laugh out loud at this time of the morning, but the pickled onion debacle's had me laughing like a maniac. How do you think it is for me in the studio? And Anthony says, have you just proved that Luke and Corey would be useless on a Bush Tucker trial? They wouldn't know what it was. There's no point in trying to explain to them. You're doing a Bush Tucker trial. Oh, that's nice. What's that? They wouldn't, seriously, they wouldn't know. There's no point. And somebody says, liking Corey's taste of wine, says Matt, but I always prefer Sauvignon Blanc. Incidentally, Ulrika Johnson was drinking rum live on TV yesterday. Oh, I used to love watching Richard and Judy on Friday when it was the Booze Club. That was the best part of the week as far as I was concerned. Tony in Spain says we bought our Christmas pickled onions from Expats in Benidorm. And somebody says here... Oh no. Sainsbury's said a very good standard pickled onion, acceptable to all. Well, the trouble is, I mean, I think you will find that Waitrose do about 30 different types of pickled onion. 30 different types. Steve, could we preserve you in pickle juice just like Lord Nelson to keep you for future generations? Oh, I think so. But I mean, that's the advantage of having having all the podcasts, which are brilliant. Which are absolutely brilliant. So the more of them you have, the better it is. David says, I love pickled onions till I had pickled shallots. Perhaps I should have got pickled shallots, actually, for them. And somebody said I had a pickled onion sandwich. I love them, but I've had pickled onion sandwiches my whole life. So that seems quite good. I've never had that. And definitely not doing the pickled egg, as you know. I'm not wild about that at all. Also, somebody else enjoying the Corey wine... Oh, look at that, honestly, I'll tell you, if I could film this and show you what was going on, you'd be absolutely horrified. Corey's crawling underneath like he's doing a scene from The Great Escape. He's sort of dug up the floor. Do you know there's a mouse in this building? Have you heard about this? There's a mouse. It's got a name. It's got a name as well. You found a bus ticket under there? If you find a wallet with £50 notes in, it'll be mine. Okay? You found it. Yes, it's 2016. Really? Oh, there was a lovely thing the other day. What was it called? It was on the television. It was basically looking at fare dodgers. And this whole bag had been fare dodging for ages. They'd been following her for about 6 months, and she didn't know anything about it. I don't know what you're talking about. And she was so thick. She was a right old crook, she was. And they said, you'll use it. Then they found another woman using a child's pass, because it flashes up on the machines. Amazing. They found a war shell in a river the other day. A war shell. So the people took it out carefully, because some of them are still alive, put it by the side of the river. They go back to tell people. They came back. Somebody had nicked it. Now, if you're that person, I warn you now, it's a live shell, okay? You might not have a house very shortly. If I was you, I'd leave it exactly where it is and call round the bomb squad. Oh, my God, honestly. Also, the Kent hotspot, now the worst in the country for COVID-19. In fact, Kent, really bad. Really bad. Because we've got the bake-off this evening, I couldn't care less. Honestly, I mean, there's 3 people in the final and there's about 6 judges or something. It's just rubbish. Really don't care. There's a GP, you won't believe this story, a GP who fires a laser at Mars and says he owns it now. I mean, I'm not sure if he's a proper GP or if he's on some sort of medication. I've never heard of this before. If you fire a laser at it, under the space thing, it means that you own it. Yeah, dear, well, you just pop up there and tidy up the garden, all right? I've never heard anything like it. I'm sorry, I now own Mars. Well, how's he going to get there? Yeah, have you thought about this bit, Corey? I mean, so, all right, just supposing, hypothetically, he's right, you fire a laser at it, it's yours. Okay. And what would he do? Wait at the bus stop, apparently, until the bus comes along and then go, Mars? You could try selling it. To who? Somebody else who couldn't get there. You, if the pickled onions are anything to go by. Simply the best soup. Soup. My friend swears by soup. He goes, oh, I'm going to have blooming soup again. And he likes it. He just literally, he goes to the market after they've had a sort of a day, and he sort of buys cheap vegetables, shoves them all in the liquidizer, a bit of water, and then heats them up. He's got one of these things that makes soup. It actually is a soup maker, and it's got a blade inside it. So you just pop everything in, and it will chop it and everything else, and then heat it up slowly. And I love soup. Seriously, a lovely big bowl of Heinz cream of tomato, either with double cream in it, which is a bit of an indulgence, but who cares, and some grated cheese. Oh. And then get some bread, some fresh bread, butter it, and then fold it in half and dunk it in there. I tell you, you'll thank me. You will thank me. Shane Ritchie and AJ had a row over washing up. I don't know who was going to do the washing up or who wasn't going to do the washing up, because I'm not watching the programme. I catch little bits of it. Oh, and a takeaway has launched a Christmas dinner pizza for 10 quid. It looks lovely. It's got turkey, pigs in blankets, sprouts. It's got everything. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And Elton John threw fruit at Bob Dylan in an argument over charades. Poor old Elton John. Poor old Elton John. And if you've been overindulging during lockdown, give the green Mediterranean diet a go. Plus, why do we give money to China? Can somebody explain that to me? Because I don't know. Richer than we are. And we send money over there. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But that's the state of the country at the moment. Also, I'm a Celeb Contestants on the front page of the Sun this morning received secret run-throughs of castle trials before they're filmed. People think the stars are facing fresh fears, but they've said not. An insider said it does remove some elements of jeopardy. Did you read the rubbish that was written about the other day? Some girl who apparently had been on it years. I say girl. She's away past its sell-by date now, with one of those sort of funny voices. It's a bit like they were doing a programme the other day on something, and they dragged out Bobby Cole-Norris. I mean, seriously, elocution lessons would be better. And a couple of the old people from the original Old Housewives from Cheshire. I mean, really, that one of the worst programmes. Strictly's Giovanni Panici has rubbish rumours he's dating his partner Ranveer Singh. They've set tongues wagging. Shirley says maybe very hot under the collar. Pals of Giovanni say there's nothing going on with him. They just have it for TV. Because he's previously dated 3 of the show's contestants. Jess Wright, Ashley Roberts and Georgia May Foote. He's been around the block a bit. And somebody says they forged a close friendship, but there isn't a spark like that between them. Yeah, that's what they say now. You watch, the next thing is she's left her husband and all the rest of it and decided to move in with him. I love it. I love it. Also, poor old Abby Quinnan has hit out at online trolls. You know who she's going out with? She's going out with AJ. Okay? And she's done that. And she's hit out the trolls. Why? Because they've said he's gay. Well, if you remember, and perhaps she doesn't remember, people asked him ages ago, because he's a dancer. It's like hairdressers. You know, you're a hairdresser. You're a window dresser. Oh, you must be gay. You're an MP. Oh, you know, who knows? But anyway, he actually said he never spoke about his sexuality. And so I assumed for that he's quite clearly not gay if he's going out with her. At best, he could be bisexual. But why she be trolled? Have you noticed there's been a couple of days now where she's been trying to hog the limelight? She's not in I'm a Celebrity. In fact, she's not in anything at all. But she was talking the other day about there was a hitman out to get her because she was going... We couldn't quite work that one out at all. So I sort of gave up. I'm slightly giving up on the fact that Hearsay might be coming back without Mylene Klass. Noel Sullivan has moved on. He's been in Grease and Gavin and Stacey. Kim Marsh went solo, then played Michelle Connor. Now she's on Morning Live. But don't worry, they could be ousting her soon if you believe all the rubbish in the paper about the BBC are going to be offering Eamon and Ruth a job. As what? I've got perhaps Panorama, because he's really serious. Danny Foster has his own band, the Big Soul Corporation, and Suzanne Shaw won Dancing on Ice in 2008. That was a long time ago. So, you know, will they actually come back again? Blooming hope not. Blooming hope not. I mean, I think their only hit single was Pure and Simple, which was sort of quite nice. And then people went, oh, that was it. And they all split up and went on to do their own things. It's a bit like Victoria Beckham. She doesn't want to go back with the Spices. She made the same money that they did because she's on the writing credits. Why would she need to put herself through all of that? She can happily go about telling us how marvellously successful she is as a designer. And people go, yes, dear, of course. Things like a coach party in here now, I tell you, it's all going on. It's like heads bobbing up and down all the time. It's like being in the firing range at the fun fair. Has he got it working? No. He's back again, bless. I think there must be a wire that's pulled out somewhere. When you've been kicking the equipment from the other side, Luke, I think you might have dislodged a main artery or something. Well, Corey constantly does that. I mean, I've told him off about that before because it gives me a headache. And I don't get headaches. Andrew Marr probably has had a few headaches. He's branded The Crown unfair and sadistic. He says it could damage the royal family. I don't think they bother about it. I really don't. I really don't think. It portrays Charles as a bully whose neglect and affair with Camilla Parker Bowles drives Diana to despair. What has she said to Martin Bashir? Well, there were three of us in our relationship. It was a bit crowded. And she was quite right. But I don't think it's going to make any difference. Unfair and sadistic. Listen, everything has got a bit of journalistic licence to it. And so it doesn't really matter. Channel 5 have got this programme about who was the Queen who was executed. That one we talked about, Anne Boleyn. They've got a program about that. You're not telling me that some of that will not be journalistic licence. We don't know exactly how she went to her funeral. We don't know exactly, what she said. We know little snippets of it, and so people put it together and come up with something completely different. Steve, the funniest fare dodgers are the ones that shuffle behind you at the barriers and make it they've tripped over or something, says Matthew. Oh, that used to happen all the time in Richmond. The amount of crooked builders who are working on a building site over the road. Phew. I remember Brian used to say to me, they just rush through here. You get somebody who's got the ticket and the others who haven't. But catching this woman the other day, she phoned a friend of hers who's obviously a lawyer and went, don't say anything. But they've caught her bang to right. She's a crook, an out-and-out crook. I was watching that. They've definitely got to make some more Can't Pay, We'll Come and Take It Away. I do like that programme. I love watching people who sort of come up with every excuse under the sun. You can't touch that. Why? It's not mine. Yes, it is. We know it's yours because we've got the receipt here. But Andrew dubbing The Crown unfair and sadistic. I don't think it's unfair and sadistic. I just think we don't know what goes on inside the royal family. Do you know what the Queen says to Philip at breakfast? No, me neither. But the papers make it up and then people go, oh, that's obviously what's said. Colleen Rooney has got a festive photo shoot with Kai, Clay, Kit and Cass. Poor soul, honestly. But Wayne didn't feature. But they've got all the kids with their names on their pyjamas and they take a good picture. It's a nice picture. Very nice picture. Gorgeous kids. So very nice indeed. Great TV lies and delusions of the month from Ali Ross. One of them, Steph's packed lunch. Steph McGovern. To fill our homes with laughter, it's Marcus Brigstop. I'm a celebrity. Victoria Derbyshire to Shane Ritchie. Is stand-up the hardest thing you've done? Because I imagine I'd be the most excruciating thing. Says a woman who quite clearly never saw Shane Ritchie's Love Me Do. Oh, that's why the BBC were axing it. Total waste of money. Villagers were stunned when they saw a wallaby go hopping past. Don't see those very often. This was near County Durham on Saturday. Wallabies are native to Australia. It's a mystery where this one came from. Well, I'm assuming somebody's probably got it as a pet, haven't they? I mean, where else are you going to get it from? And who's that a picture of? Oh, it's Taylor Swift. Do you know, if somebody sort of showed me a picture of Taylor Swift and I said, who is it? I wouldn't know. I really wouldn't know. Dua Lipa and Kylie Minogue are teaming up. I don't know. I mean, I'm amazed that Kylie Minogue is still bringing out albums. Really. I mean, I am seriously amazed. And home is where the heart is for Jack Whitehall. Jack Whitehall, who moved his girlfriend in after 2 weeks of dating. She's called Roxy. All right, Roxy. Yeah, she's Roxy. She wouldn't be out of place in a reality show. We don't know what it is she does, but they couldn't bear to be apart. So, I mean, Jack strangely enough, Jack Whitehall has got the oddest taste in people. You know, not the sort of, you think he picked somebody from Made in Chelsea, Ukeyar, you know, kind of like, you know, Ukeyar, but not. I mean, anybody called Roxy, you know, exactly the most sort of scintillating of names, is it? What do we got tonight? Oh, it's another picture of Rita Ora out on the street. I think what they do is they sort of dress her up to make her look like an idiot, push her out on the street, they take the picture and she goes back inside and goes back into her velour tracksuit bottoms. Makes it much easier. Steve, the coronavirus holiday wipeout has left people thousands of pounds in pocket. Nearly half of those quiz banked between 2 and 5 grand by not going abroad this year. Because there's nowhere to go. I was talking to Henry the other day. He's actually got 2 weeks holiday coming up, but there's nowhere to go. You know, where can he go? So he's not sure, actually. He's not sure if he just wants to go into the countryside and book into a hotel or something. My brother did that. They actually felt, because it's quite difficult to book into hotels at the moment. Not that many of them open. And when they do open, they get very busy. Very busy. But they've always got pickled onions for tea. It's good, isn't it? A little bit of cold meat and some pickled onions. Steve, I work on barriers. And what's frustrating with the fare dodgers is we're not allowed to stop them or follow them. Only the police are allowed, who are not often around. I know, on this underground thing, the police were standing there. But it's amazing how many people try and get through. But this woman, she'd been doing it every day, coming in from, I forget where she was coming from, miles out. And she's quite clearly a crook. You know, I didn't know that. They every time she logs in and logs out again, if you've got an Oyster card, it logs you, and they get their picture as well, so they knew what she looked like as well. I love the way the moment she spoke to somebody on the phone, they said, "Say nothing, say nothing." Pop some thickly sliced onion, shallots, and cucumber in a large jar. Add a little sugar, fill with vinegar, pop in the fridge, and it's ready to use in a few days. Oh, that sounds quite nice. I tried one of those soup makers, everything stuck to the bottom and burnt. Really? Wow. Well, I'm very surprised because a friend of mine absolutely swears by it. It's good. Steve, there's a documentary called Blue Gold. It showed America giving China their fresh water and selling it back to the people. We're not the only ones giving to China. No, but America's got a bit more money than we have. 81 million. One of them telling them how to grow rice. I mean, is that not teaching your grandmother to suck eggs? Coming up on Christmas this year, already they've got to try and find something to tempt you. And so what you're going to end up with is a lot of old programmes. In fact, the only new thing is Blankety Blank, hosted by Terry Wogan. Then I think Les Dawson did it, then Lily Savage, and now you've got Bradley Walsh. The jokes are a bit saucier. Oh, what did they show you a thing on? They were showing Gogglebox, and they did Family Fortunes with Gino D'Acampo. God, it was ghastly. He can't present for love nor money. In fact, everybody was agreeing on the programme. They go, what's he done that for? And the answer is he's desperate to be famous, because somebody says, oh, you're very funny. But unfortunately, he's not very funny at all. Strictly the Christmas countdown. Daytime shows. You get Good Morning Britain, Lorraine and This Morning will come together for a festive first. But you see, radio's so much easier. So much easier. You've got Zog and the Flying Doctors, The Serpent with Gemma Coleman, Jamie, Keep Cooking at Christmas, The Naked Chef. Did he ever go naked? I don't think he ever did, actually. I wonder why. I can't remember where the naked thing came from. I think he was working at River Cafe. But he's providing helpful tips for a festive season in the unusual world of COVID. So, good-looking boy Jamie is going to be cooking up a storm. Wurzel Gummidge, Mackenzie Crooker's Wurzel Gummidge. I quite like that, but only like the first time round. Call the Midwife Special, not for me at all. I don't get that at all. I bet the boys don't watch that either. Do you watch Call the Midwife? Do you watch Call the... Boring. It's not for you, is it, really? No, like pickled onions. It's, when's it on? It's on Christmas Day. It's a Call the Midwife special. It's obviously it's just not for us, is it? It's not a boys' thing. It's Call the Midwife. Bit of a clue in the title there. It's about sort of life in a chocolate factory at the top of Everest, where they actually make chocolate and they don't bother wrapping it or sending it out. They just slide it down the mountain and it sort of finds its way into the sweet shops. What do you think Call the Midwife's about? Honestly. Also, Billy Connolly. It's been a pleasure. It makes it sound like a swan song, but it's got loads of people. And talking about him, Dustin Hoffman, Whoopi Goldberg, Paul McCartney. Because I think he's worked with Whoopi a couple of times, actually. Mrs. Brown's Boys. I don't think they like that. You don't like Mrs. Brown's Boys, do you? No, you don't. You don't get that at all. Yes. Brendan Carroll. Yeah, Brendan Carroll. You don't love it at all. He's so fickle, honestly. There was somebody he was telling me somebody he didn't like. He said, I don't like so-and-so, Steve. And so I said, oh, why not? He said, I just don't. And then the next thing he's going, oh, I don't mind them. And I thought, honestly, now, because I like Mrs. Brown's Boys, if Steve Allen likes it, it's okay. It gets the Corey's seal of approval. I'm going to make you eat all those pickled onions. You could do them in the frying pan, couldn't you, with sort of, with a bit of your Madeira? Chocolate snowman or something like that. That'd be nice, really. Also, Black Narcissus. This is an old one, isn't it? I'm pretty certain, actually. And I think it's also Dame Diana Rigg as Mother Dorothea in one of her last roles. Plus The Vicar of Dibley. See, I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to it. Not looking forward to Britain's Got Talent, Christmas Day, ITV. Mainly because I can't watch anything on Christmas Day. Anything that's on Christmas Day, I can't do. It doesn't make any difference. They've got a cop here. This is a police worker who rode his bike into a pensioner on a pavement, was let off with a 30 quid fine. He knocked down 73-year-old John Wilson, leaving him bloodied, bruised and out cold. So they've managed to get the CCTV footage for the Sun. The cyclist, known only as Fred, didn't call an ambulance. Frail John, who suffered broken ribs, lay stricken for 15 minutes and then spent 10 hours in A&E, but police bosses said it was not in the public interest to prosecute and instead gave Fred a 30 quid fixed penalty notice. They felt their worker was not cycling in a wanton or furious manner. He's on the pavement. I thought that was illegal. So a £30 penalty is not fitting the crime, says Grandad John, who's terminally ill with cancer. I agree. Mind you, I mean, it's a bit fiddledy, isn't it? John said the man has not apologised over the crash in Worthing. The fine was the lowest possible penalty. 30 quid. He's cycling on the pavement. I'd have pushed him off the bike like there was no tomorrow. But instead, he sort of aims for this elderly gentleman. And then he didn't even bother calling an ambulance. What a vile piece of work. Don't worry. The papers will find out who he is. You might think you can protect him, but believe you me, when it's in the public interest, definitely not. What was this one here? What's the time? Oh, quick. Oh, we've got to do a break. I keep missing these breaks, actually. Tuesday, the 24th of November, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. And it's very... All right, we've kind of spread the poem out, have we, over all these different bits of paper. Does it not go on one piece of paper? It just... Oh, right. Is it the same... Oh, it's the same poem. And printed off about 3 or 4 times. In fact, wait a minute. It's T... You printed off the same poem 5 times. So, in fact, it is only that. This is not needed. No. Okay. We're obviously in the wasting paper mode today. So, and also, it's sideways. This is A4. Why would you decide to print it sideways? Yes. Have you been taking the emails off? Taking the emails off? Yeah? Where are they? I haven't seen any on here. I haven't seen any emails. I haven't seen Noreen's email. Where's Noreen's email? I haven't seen that. Honestly, it's all gone to pieces today. Yes, there is. On the emails, yes, there is. I know because I read it earlier on. Somebody says, Steve, I remember... Christmas Day viewing when I was a kid. Billy Smart Circus, Disney Time, Christmas Top of the Pops, Christmas Morecambe and Wise, James Bond movie. Do you know, that seems like such a brilliant lineup, doesn't it? Such a brilliant lineup. Very good. Alan in Barnes says, Mrs. Brown's Boys is awesome. They don't think so. They don't think so. It's not their sort of thing. Steve, I've reached the grand old age of 62 without ever trying pickled onions. Just the thought of it is enough to make me ill. Says Stephen in Beaconsfield, who's probably masquerading as Corey as well. I mean, he won't be eating another one this side of Christmas. And all the chocolate stuff he'll be eating, and chips and, but not a pickled onion. Definitely not. And Amanda says, I've just eaten 2. See, I think you can eat loads of pickle at this time of the morning. Steve Dibley, most of the cast are dead. Well, she's written 3 new episodes. 3 new episodes. And admittedly, I think there's about 3 of them have died. Isn't it? I think so. I think so. But, I mean, it'll still be worth watching. I can't wait to see her. She doesn't look any different. Stephen the Lads, Wayne the Trolley Dolly. Nothing like pickled onions, cold turkey and coleslaw. He says, I wish you had the studio cameras on. I'm quite glad we've not. Quite glad we've not. But, no, you're quite right. Pickled onions, coleslaw. And I'll tell you what's even nicer. Coleslaw with cheese. They make a coleslaw with cheese in Waitrose. It's mixed in with the actual... Why are you eating? I thought you were fasting. You had a pickled onion? Yeah, but that doesn't count in the fasting world because it's not proper food. But you're not eating a pickled onion now, are you? I think you're eating a chocolate. In fact, I think you've probably eaten quite a few chocolates. I think you've probably taken out all the Milky Way chocolates to eat for yourself. Would I be correct in thinking that you've kind of foregone the fasting for today? It's like being an on-off Catholic, isn't it, for you? It's like sort of, I think I'll be in the church for today, but tomorrow I shan't bother a little bit. I shan't bother. I should go out and have chips and garlic bread. That's quite a nice thing to have, isn't it, first thing in the morning? Or little sausages, something like that. But I don't think the Milky Way chocolates, the rate that you can unwrap them and eat them, is the way forward. I saw you going through the whole thing. You've been through a packet of those things, just so you could pick out the Milky Way ones. Don't you like any of the others? No. Just say, please, don't bother speaking. Obviously difficult, I realise, without spitting 300 blooming Milky Way things. But, God. We do like Angel and Dick Strawbridge, don't we? We love Dick and Angel. And I think there's another book out. And I think they're a great couple. It's such a good programme. Such a good programme. And they've turned it round. They said they'll never sell up. It's us for life. And to be honest with you, once this blooming pandemic's over with, then people can start going again. I think weddings are going to be taking place again. So that's going to be quite nice, isn't it? Don't forget, just after 5, the poem. I'm not even sure how this one works. Yes, I know how to put my own name in. I've read that little bit on there. Put your own name in it. But actually, I've decided I'm going to use your names instead. You don't think I'm going to put myself under that poem here? The most non-poem of the... Are you still eating? How long do these chocolates stay in your mouth? You were eating that 5 minutes ago and you're still going. You've just put more than one in your mouth, haven't you? That's what it is. Well, can't you do the podcast? The computers aren't working. Well, do you have to do it from there? Could you do it somewhere else? We don't mind you leaving the studio. Corey said that to me a moment ago. He said, I don't mind him leaving the studio, Steve. So you could go and do it somewhere else, couldn't you? We do want you to leave. Well, put it this way, I'm not so much bothered about you leaving as me having a podcast. Call me mercenary, if you like. But no, I would definitely rather have the podcast. Do you think there's a danger we might? Can we do that? Definitely have a podcast, yes. You could wait. Yes, okay. In the meanwhile, you're sort of working your way through a packet of celebrations, aren't you? I've never known anybody work their way through. When you give up the fasting, I tell you, do you give up the fasting? I mean, you are seriously. It's not a case of, I'll just have a little bit of a chocolate stick. You couldn't unwrap them fast enough. Honestly, I mean, at least it's like me with a bottle of Prosecco. I've not even opened a bottle of Prosecco. I'm not even sure I know how to. I'll have to relearn. Daily Star today, super recipes. They say soup is the way forward. Shane lets rip on I'm a Celebrity, because I should imagine he gets a bit annoyed with certain people, but it doesn't matter. And Kelvin Fletcher's been officially confirmed to appear in Death in Paradise. Oh, that's good. That's good. He deserves to get some work. Why not? Jake Wood has confirmed his EastEnders departure is imminent. He plays Max Browning. This after 15 years. Now, whether it's his decision, I've got no idea. Axed this morning presenter. You see, they're not going to start saying this now. They weren't axed. They might have had a contract that came to the end, in which case they weren't axed. They just didn't renew the contract. That's not axed. Has sparked a row after her reality TV dig against Alison Hammond. But Ruth has, and this is after Alex Sibley, who starred alongside Alison in Big Brother in 2002, came to her defence. He said, Ruth's out of order making the dig. Be thankful you've had such a great run. Yes, Alison starred in a reality TV show, but she's worked her way up the TV ladder for the last 20 years, starting out as a child actress. Because Ruth has almost backtracked and said, listen, I didn't mean anybody, about being on a... Well, exactly, you did. I'm sorry. She said it wasn't a dig. Well, who were you talking about then? People who've been on a reality show. What, like your best friend Rylan? Come on. Don't tell because people see through it. And I don't want to think that people see through somebody's fib. Jeremy Kyle told a guest suspected of taking his own life after failing a lie detector test he wouldn't trust him with a chocolate button. How long ago did the Jeremy Kyle show finish? It was some years ago, wasn't it? And he's not turned up on television since then. Would I be correct in saying? He hasn't got anything at all. But 14 years they did the show on television. Is that funny? 14 years the Jeremy Kyle show's on television. 14 years Eamon and Ruth on the Friday. I thought it used to be the 7-year itch. Listen, if you're going to take a chocolate out of the box, just take it out there. Try not to look at me and pretend that I can't see your hand moving across to put it in. I mean, I'm over 40. I know what's going on. I know that you're eating these things as fast as you possibly can. I had 2 bananas this morning. I feel as I could take on the world. I feel as I could build the Leaning Tower of Pisa all by myself. So, I mean, is there going to be Jeremy Kyle back on the television? I don't think so. We seem to have moved away from that kind of confrontational programme where our people never hit him. I'll never know. Some of it was borderline. I think they must have had something. They said, just play up to it. 4th of November, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. So you have to explain this one to me because I'm not very good at this one at all. The GP claims he owns Mars because he fires a laser at the planet from his back garden. Dr. Phil Davis spends his evenings pointing a beam at the red planet in a quest for planetary ownership. OK? He says that due to current space laws, he can stake an ownership claim on the Martian territory as he's guarding it from Russians. UN regulations state that to own a planet, you have to show you've made it ready for sustained use. Dr. Davis comes from Farnham. He's taking his fight to the UK courts and the European Court of Human Rights. This man's got This Morning written all over it. If Martin Frizzell's listening, he'll be going for this one big time. He said, this is the doctor, the GP, Dr. Phil Davis, his bid was a legitimate method to successfully claiming land on Mars. He says, this isn't like these light-hearted owner star presents people give each other for Christmas. Space law is being eroded, and it shouldn't be. I'm not a tree hugger. I want countries to mine space, but do it responsibly. His laser beam is 5,000 milliwatts, 10,000 stronger than the laser pointers used on whiteboards, and 151,000 people have backed his plan in a bid to own 22 square kilometres of Mars each. Dr. Davis said the UK judges and government all admit our claim might just hold up in international law. They just wriggled out of any obligation to help us get there. Well, they're not going to send you there as well, are they, stupid boy? If you want to go to Mars, go to Mars. See you, bye. How do you ever get to be a GP? Perdita, good morning. Says, I woke up this morning determined to drink less, eat right and exercise more. Well, that was 4 hours ago when I was younger and full of hope. I wish my boys would be like that, seriously. I sort of, I think Luke's feeling a bit sicky-poos now because he's eaten so many chocolates. Because if you fast, and we've all fasted in our time, it's a case of, and then he's now had an over-rush of sugar, but in fact it's so much of a rush it's sending him to sleep. He's struggling to keep, what's the matter, Luke? What's the Milky Way? I know, dear. How many did you eat? 20. Seriously, I've never really like it. It was like I'd given him the Holy Grail. He devoured that packet. I couldn't open the packet. He ripped it apart like Tarzan and a paper bag. Rip! And then in went the hands, and then he started picking out the chocolates that he liked. Lawrence says, any new plans to release tickets for your special live shows? No, but I'm hoping next year we should be back into those again, definitely. Shane says, are the boys eating celebrations? Well, I say the boys. One of them is. I don't think actually Corey's eaten any of things like that. I don't think he has. Have you eaten any of these celebrations? One, yeah. Which one would that be? The Maltesers one. Lovely. Very good. So we're not sure of this poem's name or indeed who wrote it. But it's a classic old song from Sheffield. An old song from Sheffield. Ready? It's only short. Our Steve is a funny un. Got a face like a pickled onion. A nose like a squashed tomato. We'll have some for tea. That's it. That apparently is a classic old song from Sheffield. You can imagine why nobody goes there, can't you? Our Steve's a funny un. Got a face like a pickled onion. See, we're doing all right up till that bit. A nose like a squashed tomato. We'll have some for tea. What's that rhyme with? It'd rhyme with anything at all, shouldn't it? So it's our Steve is a funny un. Got a face like a pickled onion. Nose like a squashed tomato. Dan. Yeah, of course I know it. I'm 66. Why would I not know these things? You also express incredulity that I've heard of things. Our Steve is a funny and got a face like a pickled onion, a nose like a squashed tomato. Remember that one? No, of course you wouldn't, Luke. I mean, seriously, he's still off with the sugar rush. I don't know where I am, but I've eaten the wrapper. Whee! Good for the tree, yeah. I saw some people on television yesterday putting up their Christmas tree. We're having 2 trees outside Wednesday. I think that's where... I think Twickenham High Street's looking quite good. Corey turned up the other day. Don't say anything. And he said to me, oh, guess where I was the other day? Now, you know I hate guessing games. I'm not very good with things like that. I get annoyed. I tend to sort of lay people out and they sort of have to call the ambulance and everything. So he said, oh, guess where I was the other day? So anyway, when he woke up, I said, I've got no idea. He said, I was in Twickenham. Oh, look good. Very scary. Luckily, we're covered up with CCTV. We've got 14 at our place, and the town centre have got lots of CCTV. So if I see his little car pootling up and down, I shall have him arrested. I've got friends in high places and pretty low places. Yeah, exactly. If he's driving along and you see sort of like a red laser pointer shining at your steering wheel, get out the car and run. Okay, just thought I'd mention that now. But yeah, he came to Twickenham, so it's very nice, isn't it? Oh God, thank God I wasn't walking about. If I'd been walking, imagine if I'd been walking about and he'd seen me. Because even his girlfriend said, Brian, he said, if Steve sees you, he'll think you're stalking him. I thought, I think that anyway. And but fancy telling me it's now frightened the life out. I've had to get extra doors put on, with sort of extra locks on there, just in case he's learnt to pick locks during his time that he was tagged. And I'm sort of thinking, it's very nice, he said, round there. I thought, oh, very scary. Nick Ferrari said, yes, imagine. I opened the door one morning and go, oh, what a lovely day. Hi, Steve. What? Can you imagine? That would be my worst nightmare. In fact, it's my worst nightmare. So luckily, we're separated by thick glass in here, so I don't need to worry too much about it. What have we got here? No, they keep printing. I love the look of this pizza. £10, a Christmas dinner pizza. It's from Stone Oven Company in Grimsby, in Lincolnshire. Oh, we want one. It's got Italian sausage wrapped in prosciutto, turkey breast slices, sage and onion meatballs, and cranberry jam. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? I'm all in favour of that. Won't find me lacking when it comes to that one. I'm definitely going for it. Plus, British gangsters are using 3D printers to create lethal semi-automatic assault weapons. I've seen this 3D printing. It's very clever, isn't it? I don't quite understand it, but I feel it's quite good. Also, that's right, I'll have a quick slurp of my tea for it got too cold. Rhys James taking a leaf out of Marcus Rashford's book, dishing up food for hungry kids. I think they have to realise, these footballers, that if you want to get good publicity, you do something like this. It's the best thing you could ever do. Look at Marcus Rashford. Turned his life around, didn't it, completely? Sweet potato and miso soup. You'd like that. This is a good one. They've got different soups in the middle of the papers. You're still eating. How many chocolates are left in that? There can't be any chocolates left in it, are there? Yeah, 1 or 2 handfuls. Yeah, but I mean, sweet potato and miso soup. It's low in calories and has a warming kick with ginger. So that's quite nice. What's miso? Don't know, but you have 2 tablespoons of white miso. Don't know what it's. I'm assuming. I don't know what it is. You can have it. Or how about, here we go, green lentil and harissa soup. Don't ask what harissa is. I don't know, but it says here harissa. Wait a minute, harissa. You found, yeah. Oh, right, okay. Miso. There you are, traditional Japanese seasoning produced by fermenting soybeans with salt and koji and sometimes rice, barley, seaweed or other ingredients. You could eat that, couldn't you? That'd be nice. How about roasted red pepper soup? That sounds nice. Or winter soup of lentils, pearl barley, bacon and vegetables. Corey's been bringing in soups. He's so cheap, isn't he? I sometimes worry for him. He's sort of, he sees all this stuff on special offer in the supermarket as he's wandering around in the afternoon, and immediately sort of goes, oh, look, special offer. So he bring it in hot. I just bought one of those things. I've just bought it. Is it called a Yummy? Or something? Have you seen it? It's like a vacuum flask that keeps things hot and cold. I bought one of those. Brand new one the other day. There you go. It's a stainless steel vacuum flask. No, but they're all different colours. They're all different colours. They're really... Perhaps they're not called Yummies. Wait, do you go up to the top again? Up to the top? No. It's called a chili. It's a chili. That's it. You put up chilies and then you see all the different... Look, all these different designs and colours and everything else. So I bought one. So a friend of mine said, you can take water into work. And I said, why? We've got taps. A little bit modern, I realise. But yeah, the chili bottles, they're about 20 quid. And I bought one the other day and it arrived yesterday. I thought that was a good idea. I'm trying to be good at sort of, recycling and not wasting plastic. Steve says, Jill, you made me laugh out loud at 5 a.m, yet again. Windows open, neighbours must think I'm mad. Toothless old hag was what did it. So love to wake up to you. Thank you. I like that expression, toothless old hag. And Steve, what are the new regulations for Christmas? Oh, you'll have to read them in the paper. I'm not going to read them out. Otherwise we'd be here all day, to be honest with you. And we could be... somebody says, a few years ago you were 42, so stick to 44-ish seems about right. I know. It's an age thing, isn't it? I'm older than the boys. Well, obviously, even if you add the boys' ages together, I'm still older than they are. So, you're older than you look. You're definitely much older. Oh, you're not. No, you're not. No. No, you're not older than you look. No, you look your age. You look your... Has Corey gone somewhere? Or sort of we're having a bit of a... Got to try and computer man. Oh, bless him. He's just gone for a walk, hasn't he, really? And Ted says, funny how you can still remember the name and face of your first love. Yeah, it was me. Never forget me. And somebody else says, you should read the poem, The Laughing Heart. It's a beautiful thing. It says, Jim who's in Fife. See, I'd like to say, this is Steve in Fife. That sounds quite good, doesn't it, really? Because I've just got this... I've seen some lovely pictures recently of snow dusting over the Highlands and a big stag standing there with a little bit of dusting of snow. And I thought that was quite nice. Do I die? No, I don't buy cards. I don't do cards anymore. I've stopped doing cards. You know why? I think it's terribly expensive. Sometimes I do them for people I work with. If there's a little something inside, like a pound or a shilling or something. And I do that. For the simple reason that but normally people go, you spend £2.5, £3 on a card. By the time you put the stamps on it, and then they open it up, they go, oh, it's from Steve. Put it on the mantel, but that's it. I would expect them to study the blooming thing. But I've got those, I've got about 15 of these musical cards with the skaters on, which I think are fantastic. I might give some away this year. I don't know. It was Selinka who started me on this blooming quest to buy these cards, but they are particularly gorgeous. And it's the sort of thing you go, Steve bought me that. But then it's like 13 quid a card. No. I'm not... I don't do cards for people in here. I really don't. It's, it's too expensive. And also, what's the point? What am I getting, Joe? Oh, I get her the same every year. She can have one of my jelly beans. Don't want to push it too much. Steve, the last line is, and legs like pit props. It's a song from Leeds. Tell Steve Allen, says Martin. Don't tell Steve Allen, for goodness sake, honestly. And from Noreen, because she said, I meant to write before, very sorry to hear about the sad loss of Graham, because we met him at the Lights in Twickenham a couple of times ago, and at least one show, probably, she thinks it could have been The Mermaid. Very nice and friendly. She said, our thoughts are with family and friends. And this is Graham and Barbara Ferrier. And I think they've been a lot. They were lovely. They are lovely. Barbara's lovely. Graham was lovely as well. And sadly, we lost him the other day. Oh, it's terribly sad, things like that. The only advantage, if I could ever think of an advantage, is losing somebody at Christmas. You're always going to remember. I know you remember anyway, but you're always going to remember something like that. Oh, dear. It was the Inside Soap Awards the other day. And I was looking through the list of people. So, Best Actress, Jessica Plummer. Isn't she the one who's in the... She's left EastEnders, hasn't she? Very unwise decision. Best Actor, Ian Bartholomew. Jeff Metcalfe in Coronation Street. Best Newcomer, Molly Gallagher, who's Nina Lucas, Coronation Street. Best Villain, Ian Bartholomew. I think that's 2 of 3 he got. Funniest Performance, Lorraine Stanley, Karen Taylor in EastEnders. Best Partnership, Kelly Bright and Danny Dyer, Linda and Mick Carter, EastEnders. Best Showstopper, Yasmin fights back against Jeff, Corrie. Best Family, The Dingles. Do you like the Dingles in Emmerdale? No. Okay. The feel-good moment, Walford celebrate Pride. Well, how many gays are there in Walford? Goodness sake, honestly. Best drama star, Kathy Shipton. Lisa Duffy-Duffin in Casualty. Best daytime star, Stefan Dennis as Paul Robinson. Best daytime soap, Neighbours. And best soap, EastEnders. So there you go. That's nice, isn't it? Everybody fairly happy with that. And Jessica Plummer helped EastEnders as for her role as Chantel Atkins. She says, one of the biggest achievements of my career. I love that she's only been in it 2 minutes. Already she's discussing it as my career. Plus, you've got the Masked Singer UK host Joel Dommett. Says the upcoming second series of the Kooky Singing Contest was the most fun he's ever had on a job. So you've still got Rita Ora, Jonathan Ross and Davina McCall recording to the panel. And what was the other one? Oh, yes, Captain Jack is back. John Barrowman will join the Time Lord in a new plot that sees return of the iconic enemy, the Daleks. The Daleks. Woo! Steve, when Scylla did Blind Date, she used to refer to Graham. Who was he, says Roger. He was the voiceover man. He was the voiceover man on the programme, Graham. And, yes, he was the voiceover man. Bless his heart. And I sampled, Steve, some of the M&S mini sausages and batter with curry sauce last night. Amanda says I'll be having them again. Good for you. Good for you. And so I've done the Noreen about, very sad here about the sad loss of Graham. But I've never heard that one, actually, of this sort of legs like pit props. And then somebody else says it, for us, it was legs like matchsticks. I've never said... The producer's got very thin little weedy legs. Put it this way, hardly going to be much use in the gymnasium, is he, really? You know, they're going to say, OK, let's do running on the spot. You know, he'll do like, Oh, I've had enough. I can't do any more. They'll probably have to send him home with sort of a bar of chocolate or something. Make it a lot easier. Steve, I watched the DVD box set Bless This House. It was on the ABC out here in 71. A lot of good memories, says Shane. You're getting it here every day. We get it here every single day. And some of them are good. Some of them, they haven't cleaned them up a little bit, so they look a little bit fuzzy, as it were. Steve, after the horrible year we've all had, do you think you could now make a promise that on Christmas Day you'll open the line so we can talk to you? I don't know. I have to decide on that one, Richard. That's a big ask. That's a big ask. So I'm here... Oh, there we go. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, that's... Oh, right. I knew today was a good day. They're all wearing suits. Except my lot. My lot don't wear suits. In fact, to be honest with you, I don't think they've got suits. You haven't got a suit, have you, Corey? No. Corey's got elasticated tracksuit bottoms in velour. And he likes things like that. And when it's easy, and also it means if he goes out for a meal, kebab, and chips, he doesn't have to sort of undo the button at the top of the genes. You just expand with them, which is quite nice. So will we open the phone lines? We'll have to wait and see. It's still a month away. Still a month away. So, I'll be watching. Watching and caring. Working with my cousin, says Stacey, in Essex, at Heathrow, leaving soon. Can you believe he turned down my turkey, salad, mayo and cranberry sandwich? Oh, that sounds like a lot in a sandwich. That sounds like a lot in a sandwich, but it sounds nice. It sounds very nice. Most of it's going to fall apart, isn't it? It really is going to fall apart. It's going to be a complete disaster. Complete disaster. Steve, didn't Jeremy Kyle start his show on LBC? I don't think so, no. He used to do a show on one of our sister stations, but definitely not on it. Well, I don't think so. Sometimes the mind plays trick. I don't remember. But there again, I can't remember just every single thing. Peter says, we had a Golden Wonder pickled onion flavoured crisps. What did I see the other day? I'm sure I walked into Iceland and they had flavoured crisps, and I think it was something like doner kebab flavoured chips or sausage roll flavoured crisps. And I remember thinking, I wonder what they taste like. So the boys will be finding out tomorrow, because they haven't done it with the pickled onions at all. They're really, horrible. They could give them to a homeless person. They'll eat them. Although probably not, actually. I mean, I'm not sure whether it's acceptable to give somebody a jar of pickled onions. It's not like giving somebody a couple of sandwiches, is it? Or some chips or a burger or something. Not going to go for the pickled onions, just because you don't like them. Front page of the... I'll do all the front pages after 6 this morning. They've got the expert guide to keeping fit in winter. I got told off by Andrew Pierce the other day. He walked in here and he said, why are you wearing a summer shirt? Because it was short sleeves. Because he wears long sleeves. And so I was wearing short sleeve shirt. And I said, I know. Yeah, very brave. Saying that to me. Very brave. I tell you. And he opened the door and said it. Because he's always after food. If ever he's in the building, he always goes, have you got any food in? And so I got some Satsumas. So he sort of piled as many as he could into his arms and then tried to reverse out of the door. Ian says, Jeremy used to do a show in Capital. I used to run into him in the car park. Aha. Now we know. No secrets anymore. I love that. My friend Ian's got a fridge magnet, and it's really good. And I want one. It's very nice. I've not seen them over here. Perhaps I should try and order something. The Mirror today. More people in tougher tiers until April, but new vaccine brings fresh hope. And if they can start doing this January, and I'm going to be in the top 3, I think. I think it's over 85s or over 80s and people in care homes and NHS people. Then it comes down to over 75s, then it's over 65s. So you've got to be over 60. No good creeping in under 65. And also, if you're a diabetic or asthmatic or somebody like that, you move up the scale. Do I want a vaccine? Yes, I do. I'm willing to risk it. We're all going to be guinea pigs, aren't we? I suspect. So here we go. Another round of savings because they can't wait to get you back into the stores again to spend money for Christmas. They really want you to go and spend because you don't want to lose any of the stores that we've got on the high street, which, of course, there is the danger. Oh, they've got another programme coming up, actually. It's the story of SMTV Live. This is Anton Deck and Kat Deely. They were very young when they did it, but it was a very good programme, Also, Dancing on Thin Ice with Torvill and Dean, you get. Do you know, they've skated together for 45 years, but never outdoors. They've only ever done skating indoors. Did you know that? No. And here we go. Birds of a Feather. No Sharon in it. And Dorian's going out with Les Dennis. It's Sharon's stuck on a COVID cruise, but Les's character, Graham, arrives to cheer things up. How lovely. That's very good, isn't it? Upstart Crow. This was in the theatre down the road from us here, but they're doing it. This is David Mitchell as William Shakespeare and Gemma Whelan as Kate. Mary Berry saves Christmas. I bet she does. We love Mary Berry. And so she'll be doing it. She's got Jay Blades, comic Tom Allen and Angela Scanlon. So she'll be teaching you all the little tricks to make Christmas go properly. All Creatures Great and Small. Doctor Who, of course, back with John Barrowman. And Victoria Wood, The Secret List. She jotted down a list of favourite sketches she'd created. More than 20 have been compiled into a two-parter which features clips from her personal archives. I loved her. I thought she was great. Christmas Repair Shop. You know, never let it be said the BBC don't jump on a bandwagon and milk it for all they can. Motherland, Zog and the Flying Doctors, and Black Narcissus, which I'm sure was a very, very old film from about the 1930s with, oh God, I can't remember who was in it, but I mean, definitely an old film, which I'm sure I bought. Trying to find out who the 6 celebrities are on Blankety Blank. I can't think that there'd be anybody actually around at the moment who used to do it in the early days. You get Mortimer and Whitehouse. I'm quite looking forward, actually, to the Dancing on Thin Ice with Torvill and Dean. They head to a lake in Alaska because, you know, you can skate on, presumably, quite a few lakes in Alaska. It's amazing, isn't it? What else we got here? 4 in 10 families plan to leave Benmen a big festive tip this year. Really? Never done it in previous years. Why would they be doing it in this time? We always used to give a Christmas box, it was called, to the dustman, the postman, the milkman. That's how people sort of survived. You always did things like that. How much it was, I've got no idea. It could have been £1. I've really got no idea. That was a pure guess. Pure guess. A potentially explosive shell found in a river went missing before the experts could check it out. An angler found this cylinder on Sunday, left it on a wall for the police. By the time the police arrived at 5:40 p.m, it had gone. But they can't discount that somebody may have picked it up and taken it home or left it somewhere else. But it's a wartime shell. I'd leave it alone, you know. Oh, look, what was that noise? What was that noise? Claudia Winkleman admits there are downsides to not being visible because she's taken over from Graham Norton, apparently. Very odd choice. Very odd choice. But there again, most choices seem very odd to me. I always think, you know, why would they do something like that? Be like, at least they wouldn't give it to anybody from the Real Housewives programme. Plus, this is a woman. I'm sure I read about her some time ago. Her name is Joy Andrew. Joy Andrew is a dementia sufferer. She survived a Nazi assassination attempt, a desert plane crash, breast cancer and COVID-19. Has just turned 100. Her daughter Michelle, 57, said she miraculously marked her 100th birthday with a card from the Queen. Sadly, Michelle couldn't visit Minster Grange Care Home in York as she's receiving cancer treatment. She said, "I'm very proud. She's lived the most amazing life." Joy served at Bomber Command during the Second World War after joining the Women's Auxiliary Air Force as a sergeant. Following the war, she then joined the British Army of the Rhine in Dusseldorf, West Germany, where she was targeted by a Nazi. Michelle said her driver deliberately crashed. She still bears the scar on her face. And as one of the first air hostesses, she survived a plane crash in Libya in North Africa. She married RAF squadron leader David Andrew, MBE, and beat cancer in the 70s before David died in 2013. What an amazing person. What an amazing person. And she'll be delighted to know that she gets her picture in the Daily Mirror today on page 28. Page 28. So there you go. That's your claim to fame. You've reached the 100 and you've survived all these other things. Good for you. Very, very good for you. 22 minutes to 6. Who will taste the Bake Off success? I couldn't care less. I've not followed it anyway, so it doesn't really help. And the best scene from a Christmas TV special. See if the boys have got any ideas on this one. Shouldn't think so, actually, because I don't. I mean, do people watch television over Christmas? I used to, but it's only because I was working nights at the time, and I used to feel quite tired after Christmas lunch, so I'd fall asleep, and be quite happy falling asleep. But on the viewers poll, the best scene from a Christmas TV special in 10 episodes. Number 10, Ebenezer Blackadder's Christmas Carol, 1988. Jim gets emotional while Denise gives birth in the royal family. Stacey and Max's affair is revealed for the whole family. It's number 7. Alice Tinker's Virgin Mary goes into labour in the nativity play in The Vicar of Dibley. She's not with us anymore. That's a shame. Stacey reveals she's pregnant in Gavin and Stacey. Nessa proposes to Smithy on Gavin and Stacey. That's a lot of Gavin and Stacey nominations. Father Ted gets lost in the lingerie section in 96. Geraldine eats 4 Christmas lunches, the Vicar of Dibley Christmas special. Do you remember she has to go round to different houses? Was great. Morecambe and Wise's Singing in the Rain, 1976, 28%, but with 40%. The top episode that you treasure, the one that you go, Steve, that's the one. It was Del Boy and Rodney dressing as Batman and Robin, heroes and villains in Only Fools and Horses, 1996. 40% of people voted for that one. 40% of people. Fantastic. So, because we need something that's a bit cheerful this Christmas, don't we? I think that's why they've actually put me on Christmas Day. You watch, something will happen between now and Christmas Day. I don't know what. I'm hoping that they're going to be announcing. I know that Nick's going to try and find out a little bit later on about who qualifies for this vaccine. You know, is it ages? Is it age and an existing medical condition? Could be any one of these things, couldn't it? So Boris Johnson was yesterday warned patients will pay the price unless urgent funding is committed to help medical research charities. Yes, I mean, I hope that they will sort this out, actually. I really do, because we want to make sure. Is there no Noel's Christmas presents in that top 10? No, nothing from Noel. Nothing from Noel. I'm not even sure if Sky are still doing it this year. I don't know if Noel's Christmas presents is coming back with Sky. It was, I mean, it's such a shame they dropped it. It was such a good programme. Some real weepies, as you know, we've done on the programme. So in the Bake Off final, Dave, Laura and Peter. And the Great British Bake Off, do you know, funny thing, I always thought it was a BBC programme. Shows what I know about these things. And I wouldn't know if they could cook or if they can't cook. It was on Channel 4 tonight. And people have said, I've made lifelong friends. Peter is 20. We don't know what he does. He said it was quite a bizarre feeling going into the final. It definitely felt more like a competition than in any other stage of the programme. So that's good. It doesn't pay to be insecure. Have you noticed, writes one columnist, how COVID-19 makes all manner of news stories instantly obsolete? The recent hokum about men getting a psychological thrill out of bringing home a bigger paycheck than their wives may have applied pre-March. Now, with households stricken with unemployment, precarious business prospects, and the scary spectre of post-furlough book balancing, we're grateful for any income, regardless of who earned it. Times are too tough for gender-based rivalry. Any man with a solvent spouse counts himself far too lucky to waste time feeling emasculated. The worst is yet to come. I think that's what they always say, that, don't they? Tobias Menzies says it's right that female co-star Olivia Colman in The Crown is paid more than him. You see, I don't think it really makes any difference, actually, what people earn. Depends what your agent can get you, and if one agent gets more than another one, then, you know, try and get them to take you on at the same time. Make it better. A woman in the paper today, 57. Her name is Mary Crompton. She was taunted for making mistakes by being asked if she had dementia. And then her manager, Katie Burridge, who was alleged to have said, "Is it the Alzheimer's again, Mary?" After she was dismissed, Mrs. Crompton claimed she'd been discriminated against. And that the comments were offensive and meant to offend. So she's been awarded £900. It's not a huge amount of money, but obviously people seem to do that. She'd moved to a new job, and the tribunal heard she was enthusiastic but made errors in CVs and letters she was sending out. Well, you can't do that. I mean, perhaps that's why it was reflected in the £900. You know, if you're sending out things, it's obviously got to be right, hasn't it? Can you imagine if we sent out something from here full of spelling mistakes? People would be saying, I'm sorry, that's not very professional. But anyway, both succeeded in part, the harassment and direct discrimination, and she got £900 in compensation with £100 interest. But somebody said, it wasn't meant to be malicious. But then sometimes we can see what it is, like the Eamon and Ruth, saying she wasn't talking about Alison Hammond when she talked about, we haven't come from a reality show. We've worked our way up. And somebody said, well, that was a direct thing against Alison Hammond because she came from a reality show. But then Ruth said, no, it wasn't anything to do with her, but it certainly sounded like it. Which is a great shame. But then, Alison's worked for 20 years, from a reality show base to doing everything else. It doesn't matter where you come from. It's like people on the radio. I don't know where people expect people on the radio to have come from. But you certainly don't need to sort of worry about whether or not you've got the right qualifications or you grew up on the wrong side of the tracks. You can be just about anybody nowadays. You can sound like me, or you can sound like Eddie Mayer, you can sound like Darren overnight. You can sound like anybody. Sound like anybody. It doesn't really make any difference. 84850. Lorraine Chase used to be a regular on Blankety Blank. Yes, Graham. That was always the ones who were down on the lower tier of celebrities, and the nearest one to the presenter, whoever it was, that would be the person who was known as being a bit dim. And for some reason, they used to put Lorraine Chase in that little bit there. I think sometimes she moved, I'm pretty certain. Why on earth did they make a new series of All Creatures Great and Small, says Connie. The original series is the real thing, and I would never watch the new one, because the new one can never compete with the original series. But meeting Christopher Timothy in Richmond was very nice. Connie's in Stockwell, of course. And Ian from Folkestone, he says, my dad, Ian, and mum, Edith, have already given the dustman and postwoman their Christmas boxes. They've given Christmas boxes for years. You see, I don't think people think about that. They just think, oh, don't worry, they get well paid for it. Why should you bother giving them tips? It's like here, having to look after the team. I say look after, it makes it sound almost as if it's medical, doesn't it, or something like that. And, dear Lord, it's definitely not medical. Let's have a check, shall we, on the travel? Down at the road, really, isn't it, if you're giving Christmas boxes at Christmas? This is they called it a box. But in fact, it's a tip, isn't it? You generally, would you hand it to one the trouble is nowadays, people are a bit mercenary. So just supposing you've got a dustman and there's 3 of them on the lorry, and so they come up and you go, I've got something for you, and you give them a £5. I don't know whether a £5 would be acceptable or not, but how would you know that person wouldn't just put that in their pocket and not share it with the other people? That's the thing I always worry about with things like that. I always think maybe people aren't as always honest as you perhaps want them to be. Strangely enough, you don't tip the person in the supermarket, do you? Who's been sort of packing your bags every day for ages. You don't tip the person in your chemist. Do you go into your local pub, not when they're open, and then go, it's a little something for yourself there? Or would that be the have a drink for yourself? Or is it just died out? People don't bother giving Christmas boxes to people anymore because it can be quite expensive. But if somebody said, what about if you have different postmen? Who do I give it to? This year we haven't had the same postman. I'm giving it to the Hermes man, or Amazon, or something like that. That'd be a good one, actually. Stephen, the original person still alive who was on Blankety Blank quite often is Anita Harris. Yes, lovely Anita. She was one of those celebrities who went over to Vegas. Do you remember? They went over there, the British invasion. She was there. Cannon and Ball were there, and Sue Pollard and loads of other people. It was very good. Somebody says, it may not matter how you sound, but it does help if you've got a smooth, relaxing voice like Clive Bull. There you go. Clive Bull's got a smooth, relaxing voice. He'll be delighted. Steve, has Corey ever had a gherkin? They're delicious. You ever... No, he wouldn't eat things like that. Listen, you can't get him to eat pickled onions, so there's no point in worrying about the gherkins at all. Mind you, I don't like gherkins either. The moment they started appearing in burgers was the moment I gave up on the burgers. Whoever thought about that? Who ever thought about putting a gherkin inside a bun with a burger in it, which is a shame. Or why can't you have burgers for breakfast? Why has it got to be breakfasty type stuff? The Queen is selling her own brand of gin after the success of 2 other brands of Royal Booze, flavoured with botanicals, such a good word, isn't it, of fruit and plants grown at her estate in Norfolk. Celebration Gin is priced at £50 a bottle. Made in a distillery on the Sandringham estate, it's the 3rd brand of gin to be marketed by the royal family. Prince Charles has got Highgrove Gin. That's £34.95. Actually, you get more of Prince Charles's. That's for 70 centilitres. The Queen's, £50, is only for 50 centilitres. And then I think the Royal Collections Trust launched the Buckingham Palace gin, £40 for 70 centilitres. In fact, to be honest with you, Charles wins hands down because his is the cheapest. But unfortunately not for me because I don't drink gin. But they do in Costco a gin advent calendar. Behind each day in December, there's a bottle of gin, which is quite a nice thing, isn't it? Really, all different flavours of gin. I think they're about 70 quid or something like that. I think so. It looks quite a nice little idea if it's somebody who enjoys gin. If you don't enjoy gin, you're not going to enjoy it. Shame they don't do one of whiskey, all different whiskies. That would be quite a nice little thing to have, wouldn't it, really? Also, on the move, the priceless paintings from the Queen's Picture Gallery. This is part of the renovations over 10 years. £369 million worth of them. Also, how to build the perfect car. The front should resemble an Aston Martin DBS Superleggera, a Warwickshire-built sports car with a top speed of 211 miles an hour. 211 miles an hour. Where can you do... I'd be too frightened to get in a car if it did speed like that. Very, very, very frightening. Very frightening. And from Spitfire to high-flying stage mother. This is Cameron Mackintosh's mum leaves the giants of theatre trailing exhausted in her wake. She's 101. 101. And looking absolutely fantastic. And here she is on the set of Les Miserables, meeting the Queen. Well, goodness me, it doesn't get any better. High-flying stage mother, Cameron Mackintosh's mum. And interestingly enough, there's a book out. It's called Spitfire Girl, An Extraordinary Life in the Shadows of War and a Century in the Making by Diana Mackintosh and Douglas Thompson. 25 quid. So if Cameron didn't get his way, he would lay down dead on the floor. We had to step over him. Nothing changes, does it? Nothing changes. The cracked vase I mentioned the other day, and it was a cracked vase, but it's from the court of China's 18th century emperor King Long. The neck had been glued, so it was valued at only 20,000 quid. But what did it go for? £462,000. I mean, you look at it, seriously. If you'd seen it, you wouldn't have given it house room. It really is terrible, but the family will be opening the champagne. Not just the one bottle, I should imagine. We're opening quite a few bottles. Go green with seaweed and help save the planet. It could help save the planet by fighting climate change and providing healthy food. They've invested in nature-based solutions such as seaweed, mussel and oysters to counter global warming. Ooh, not sure about eating seaweed. I'm sure you could do something with it. I'm sure you can. Where does that Zamfir come from? Does that come from somewhere near the sea or something? I don't know why. I just always look. They have it all over the place. I think Paul Cooper sells it, and I think you'll find it in Sandy's the fish shop. Zamfir. I've got no idea how you spell it. You're asking the wrong person. I think it's Zamfir. Would it be an S? I'm only guessing. I'm generally wrong. Steve, did Molly Sugden do blankety blank? I'm not sure actually. To be honest with you, nearly everybody did at the day. And also there was Celebrity Squares. She might have done Celebrity Squares. She certainly popped up on all sorts of things. Never really stopped working. Johnny Smithfield says Boxing Day was the day you got your Christmas box. In days gone by, that's why the shops opened. Yes, and then consequently, if you were given the sack, they gave you a sack with your tools in it, and that meant that you'd been dismissed. But the box, it was the Christmas box. There was obviously something in it, whether or not it contained like a mince pie and a bit of money, I don't know. Steve, Michael Barrymore was on blankety blank. Is he still alive? I think he would like to think he was, yes. I think he's still alive, definitely still alive. Doing what? We're not too sure. And one here which says, a lot of people talking about who was on blankety blank. Oh, there were so many people on it. They used up celebrities. That's why I was curious to discover who Bradley Walsh was going to be putting on this time round, because what you're looking for somebody a bit dim. That shouldn't be too difficult. Joey Essex could fill that role quite easily, or Gemma Collins, because presumably every agent will want to get their client onto that programme because we liked it. It was, the Supermatch game. It was the prizes that weren't really worth having, were they? The prizes were a little bit naff. And here we go. There's one of the UK's favourite spirits in the paper today and an export winner. But as this shocking investigation reveals, con men are raking in a fortune with counterfeit single malts. Fooled here. Zhang Wei toasting a £7,500 dram of Macallan 1878 with hotel staff who later called in investigators because they make fake whiskey. And scientific analysis can expose counterfeit whiskies. People go round rare whiskey bars asking for empty bottle. We've seen superglued screw caps. And that's what they do. People would pay an awful lot of money. Like people buying, not really sort of proper diamonds. They'd be industrial diamonds, but they'll be selling them to you at, I'm sick to death of seeing programmes on the television where people who, just mad beyond belief, tell you, this is the rarest gem in the world, it's so rare, and then they go $2.99 or something, and you think this is ridiculous. Also in Vegas, Bernie Clifton, Bobby Crush, Mick Miller and Jess Conrad, says Simon. Yeah, it was a good programme. It was a good little programme. They do these shows very well. They do them very well. And Amazon have whiskey advent calendar, says Linda. Do they? Do they really? Well, there you go. Check on Amazon for me. How much is it? A whiskey calendar? What? So it's got like 26 bottles of whiskey in it. That's a nice idea. Samphire is a succulent, salt-tolerant plant. Tend to be associated with water bodies. Rock samphire. Yes, I was reading. Yes, that was me reading. And Chrysanthemum maritim is a coastal species with white flowers. Oh, right. But samphire, people sort of, you cook it. Not like pickled onions, but you can cook it as well. And we found the whiskey calendar, we think. That's the, there it is. Drinks by the dram, case of 24. Oh. Behind each of the 24 windows waits a different dram of fantastic whiskey. How lovely. Good Lord. And this is for whiskey and how much is it? Currently unavailable. Not surprised. How much would that be? That sounds like it could be really expensive. Oh, I've got one here. The Boutique Whiskey Company drinks 24 by 30 wax-sealed drams of Scottish whiskey. That's £167. And there's another one, £149. It's quite expensive, this malarkey, isn't it, really? I'll tell you what, just go and buy some little sample bottles and get a big bottle and pour it into each one of them and stick them behind the door so that you can have your advent calendar. I've never had an advent calendar. Got one this year. I've never had one before. Steve, your car's good for 200 miles. Tuesday, welcome to the 24th of November, which means nothing, actually. I don't think there's anything in the diary for the 24th of November, is there? Is any sort of holidays that we're celebrating? I don't think there's anything. Mind you, somewhere around the world. Is what? Thanksgiving soon, yes. And Christmas, of course, will be just around the corner. So an opportunity if you're an American to have 2 turkeys. But, of course, we're constantly being told there's a shortage of turkeys. I don't believe a word of it. But are we celebrating anything today, the 24th of November? Does it mean that there's something worth celebrating? I mean, apart from, they reckon, I read in one of the newspapers, I'm hoping to God it's true, it says they think that this pandemic could be over by Easter. Easter. I mean, it's not that far away. As me and my driver were saying this morning, we were saying, it's worth waiting for. We waited best part of a year. So, if this vaccine's working, phew, dear me. Apparently, it celebrates your unique talent day. That's nice. How would you be celebrating that one, Corey? What would you be doing today? Messing everything up, okay. And what would you be celebrating today, Luke? This is celebrate your particularly unique talent. Eating, yeah. Three celebrations, honestly. And how big is your nose? It's growing by the second. 3 celebrations. I bet there's none left in that box packet. What do you mean, Corey's it? He's hardly moved. You're shoving in 3 or 4 at a time. You're like some sort of kid, aren't you, with an ice lolly or sort of a cornet. You have to keep licking it because it's melting and I'm losing it. Got to keep eating more. I nearly had an ice cream the other day. I was in Richmond and I thought, shall I buy an ice cream? I thought, I'm going to look ridiculous walking along the street eating a chocolate cornet. But I just fancied a chocolate. I didn't buy one because I thought that would be silly. So there's no point. I don't know why. Occasionally you get urges. I've discovered the older I get, the more urges I get. And another one here. Japanese whiskey calendar is recommended. Expensive but nice. Yeah, see, I'm not sure I like whiskey that much. My friend David, years and years ago, he used to have whiskey around his kitchen. He would buy different bits. I've told you before. So he couldn't afford to buy a whole bottle. It was so expensive. And he had it all dated from all the different years. So if people came round for a dinner, he was a very good cook, you could have a specialist whiskey, either from the year you were born or even prior to that. Apparently, re-advent calendars, that whiskey one, if you want to know more, ask Mr. Moyles. They have one sent to them yearly, says Mike. Do they? That's outrageous. Asda have lots of novelty flavoured 70 centilitre gins under 20 quid. Thank you. And some Fear as well. Today is the anniversary of Freddie Mercury's death. Is it? I can check that, actually, because that would make one of the papers, which also comes up with what a day they're saying about poor old Trump's hair. And all the things, the super subscribers, you can get all sorts of things. And a gull comes in and steals a donut, a seagull. Although actually it doesn't look like a seagull, it looks like something even worse than a seagull. You know, it's like a heron. So today, let's have a quick look. So, I don't think it's anything to do with, nothing at all to do today with Freddie Mercury, I'm afraid. You're wrong on that one. Nothing on Freddie Mercury, not mentioned at all on this day. Instead, David Attenborough, resigning as the BBC's Director of Programmes in 1972. He held the post for 4 years. How much did he get paid? $15,000 a year. Crikey. He says, I start at 9 and finish at midnight. Happy birthday to Russell Watson. He's 54. He once said his greatest extravagance was champagne, drinking more than 2 bottles a week. Stephen Merchant is 46, started out as a mobile DJ. He said his 6'7" height drove him into comedy. I agree. Latouze-Lautrec made his name depicting the Moulin Rouge cabaret in Paris. He was an alcoholic and used a walking stick that opened up to reveal a tiny glass and a flask of brandy. My father used to have a hip flask. Where it is, I've got no idea. We lost it. Charles Darwin apparently published his seminal book on the origin of species by means of natural selection in 1859. And what was the other one? I'll try this one on the producer. What do you call a made-up colour? What do you call a made-up colour? It's a pigment of your imagination. Very good, isn't it? No point in testing them too much at this time of the morning. I'm having 2 turkeys, says Ian. Thanksgiving and Christmas. That's the advantage. Do you have to have turkey with... Oh, I've got the light on my phone. Do you have to have turkey for Thanksgiving, or could you have something... If you're vegetarian, presumably you can't have turkey, can you, for Thanksgiving or for Christmas? So you'd have to have substitute. Or do you not celebrate Thanksgiving? Sorry, nut roast again, I know. Fairly popular, isn't it? Does anybody sell nut roast? I mean, is it something just people make? Yeah, I mean, they do actually sell it ready-made up. Oh, right. I should imagine you actually probably make yours up here. They've got 33 vegetarian Thanksgiving recipes made with real food. Pumpkin pot pie. I can't stand pumpkin, so that's not much use to me. Roasted butternut squash risotto. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Portobello mushroom stuffed with eggplant and gorgonzola. Pooh. Thanksgiving veggie burger. That looks quite nice. Swiss chard, sweet potato and feta tart with teff crust. Whoa. Quinoa stuffed acorn squash rings. I think quinoa is just so posh. So derby posh. Mushroom pot pie looks gorgeous, doesn't it? I love mushrooms. Sweet potato ganache with balsamic sage brown butter. That looks nice too. That looks nice. Baked acorn squash with walnuts and cranberries. It's not the most exciting, is it? A warm autumn tart. And here she is. A vegetarian vegetable stew. That looks nice. Roasted vegetable... Is it galette? I don't know what that is, but it looks like it's sort of folded into it. So it could be anything, really. You heard of that one? Vegan Thanksgiving wraps. Oh, there's no end of choice, isn't there, really? I mean, oh, that looks good. What's that one called? Vegan shepherd's pie. Oh. And so they use lentils and veggie mix instead of ground beef. How dull. Quinoa again pops up with apple, sweet potato and hazelnuts. It's all very healthy, isn't it? I just don't think it's enough. Homemade pumpkin ravioli. Just doesn't sort of, it's not floating my boat at the moment. But, nice to make a contribution. Of course, he can't eat anything now. He's filled himself up on sweeties, which is terrible, honestly. Ian says, I'm going to my friend's house for Thanksgiving. She's a vegan, so her husband is happy I'm going over because she won't make a turkey just for him. I'm all about the stuffing. Yeah, I mean, so it's turkey for Thanksgiving. Turkey for Thanksgiving. Yeah, well, exactly the same as we get. So you get it twice, wouldn't you? My goodness me, I'm not surprised they've got giant freezers in America. Christmas countdown, says Joseph in Bethlehem. 30 days, 17 hours and 40-something minutes till Christmas. So it's about a month. About a month. Till Christmas. Till we all go, yeah, all right. Let's sort out the... See, I'm more interested in the vaccine than anything else. The vaccine is the be-all, end-all. Fergie flogs a costly cuppa. Something about Sarah Ferguson that doesn't quite do it. Charities have suffered, but Sarah thinks she's found the secret to swelling the coffers of her new trust. She's flogging tea and biscuits. She's got a thing called Sarah's Trust, her brew for the crew. 80 tea bags and 4 packets of salted caramel and chocolate chip biscuits. Branded Duchess. She really is living the fantasy, isn't she? And that costs 35 quid or 20 quid for just the tea bags. She's also designed a commemorative brooch. She's so talented. Her items include a cotton children's face mask featuring Budgie the helicopter, the children's book character, which is £12. And apparently Sarah and her daughters, Beatrice and Eugenie, have personally funded and donated hundreds of items. It's so marvellous, isn't it? Just as she can't afford to live in her own house, so she's got to live in one that was given to Andrew. And then, of course, with the other one that we've got the problem... Oh, sorry. The other one we've got the problem with is Harry lending his one to Eugenie and her husband. You'd think actually the father would be the one to cough up for that, but apparently not. Obviously, Prince Andrew not surviving very well at the moment. The Mail and all the other papers today. Basically, 'tis the season to be jolly careful. That's all you've got to be, is jolly careful. The rollout, they say, could start in weeks for the vaccine. The Oxford jab is a triumph. Yes! You feel like saying to them, well done you, well done you. Not only is it cheaper than the Pfizer one, but you don't need to store it at those sub-zero temperatures, I think minus 70 or something like that. So the rollout starting in weeks. And so well done, Professor Theresa Lamb of Oxford's vaccine research team. Fantastic. Fantastic. Let's make sure that everybody gets it. And then, you know, we might, I mean, who knows? By this time next year, we could be out of the woods. We could be going, well, Christmas, and forget all about the terrible time we've had. Goodness sake. Steve, tarts and vegetables. You missed a segue into Gemma Collins there, says Andy Imperfect. Very, very hurtful. Listen, she can't help being the size she is. She eats. What do the following films have in common? The Man Who Never Was and Melody. They're all my favourites. Both my favourites. And I give Christmas boxes, says Bill, to the postman, the chemist, the window cleaner and the cleaning lady. Good Lord above, you have a window cleaner and a cleaning lady? Must be terribly rich. Terribly, terribly rich. And also, Freddie died 29 years ago today. Thank you very much indeed. So it's funny, he doesn't make the papers. Thought he would have done, wouldn't you? Thought he would have done, but he didn't. And normally my guide is the Daily Mail. No mention of it in there on this day. Somebody somewhere. You see it, Steve Allen's early breakfast programme. An Arctic blast this week, bringing snow to the north. Thank goodness we're not in the north, because that can't be much fun, can it? I mean, I have been up in the north when we've had Arctic blasts, and you just kind of get used to it. You want to go somewhere really cold, go to the Arctic Circle. You'll never know temperatures like it. So the following films in common, they're all part of the Steve Allen collection, which is Melody, The Man Who Never Was, Kes, The Amazing Mr. Blunden, Paper Moon, Catholic Boys, True Blue. Such a good film. Music's lovely. King of Kings, the biblical story is filmed by Hollywood. All Mine to Give. That's the night they gave away the babies. It's a Wonderful Life. The Ghost and Mrs. Muir. Christmas in Connecticut. Shop Around the Corner. That's entertainment. And they're just some of the recommendations that you get on this programme. You could try any of those films and you'll not be disappointed. Not be disappointed. Even The Ghost and Mrs. Muir. It's, you know, it's an old-fashioned type of a film, and it's lovely. It really is lovely. So Shane Ritchie and AJ have a row over washing up. That's AJ, not the boxer, AJ, but the dancer. Dame Vera Lynn's daughter talks to her. She says, I talk to her. And I bet you'd have a great conversation with Dame Vera Lynn. She'd be lovely. The Arctic blast coming in. Elton John throwing fruit at Bob Dylan in an argument over charades. I've got, why throw fruit? I've got no idea, but I've come to expect all sorts of strange things. And also, nearly 9 in 10 Black Friday bargains were cheaper all the same 6 months before, says Which magazine. And if there's one people who do their research properly, it would be Which magazine. There's a father in the paper today. He got killed by a shark. He was on a bodyboard. And you know, because they've shown you what bodyboards look like from underneath. And it looks like it's a seal. Because it's got the shape of the board, and then you've got the hands and the feet out either side. And so a lot of sharks think it's a seal. And they don't know until they bite it what it is. And they hurtle out of the depth. Frighten the life out of me. Frighten the life out of me. The puppies imported into Britain risk spreading rabies. Because people buy them. Some bloke will sell them in a pub. You know, we've had that terrible story the other day, didn't we? Which was awful. Absolutely dreadful. The tough restrictions could stay until Easter. I don't mind. I don't mind, I promise you, as long as we think Easter's going to be it's going to be good for us. We want Easter. Thank you very much indeed, and then we can all take it. You have to warn people before they watch All Mine to Give. Saddest movie ever. Yes. I'm not sure if it comes up as All Mine to Give or The Night They Gave Away the Babies. It is a sad movie. It's very sad. It's a very, very sad movie. And it's about a family of a lot of kids and a mummy and daddy, and the mummy and daddy fall ill and die as a result. And so then they sort of struggle, but it gets to the winter. And in Hollywood's winter, it was a bit difficult. So they have to go round asking families to look after the children in the family. Some of them were very young, and they couldn't afford to keep them all in the same house, so they gave them away. That's why it was The Night They Gave Away the Babies. They went round and said, listen, you know, because of so and so, and they said, of course we will. You know, there were all sorts of childless couples who looked after. So sad film. Female police officer attacked with a glass bottle whilst on patrol in Soho at closing time, hours before we went into national lockdown. What on earth is going on? Gosh, honestly, ridiculous. Also, samphire grows on the coast near a place called Saltfleet near Mablethorpe, says Keir. It's ever so popular, isn't it? It looks quite nice, actually. Looks quite nice. I mean, it's not, obviously not for me, I don't think, because I don't really do fish. Although, I've had a fish pie before now. Have you ever had fish pies? They're delicious. Fish pie, have you ever had fish pies? That's all. Oh, you can't have fish, can you? All right for the sweeties, but we can't have fish. And it's got all sorts of things: salmon and prawn and cod and haddock. And then over the top, there's potato with cheese over the top of it. You pop it in the oven. It's delicious. Really delicious. I'd actually give up being vegan to have a fish pie. Ever so nice. Perhaps a fish pie with sort of grated Milky Way chocolate over the top of it. If I've had eel pie, absolutely not. I wouldn't eat eels if you paid me. I've seen them in the shops. A lot of people love it. It's not for me. It's not famous around Twickenham at all. Well, eel pie. There is an eel pie island, which is very famous. You used to have a hotel. The Rolling Stones played there, and it's now a shipbuilders, and people live on the island. Unfortunately, you can only get to it at low tide, because when the Thames rises, it's all flooded. The island's not flooded, but you can't get over the bridge. The bridge is the only access. Sorry? Of course. What do you mean, of course? I live in Twickenham. Of course I've been. Many, many times. I've walked through the boat shop. My friend Graham used to have offices over there. So, but lots of people live in houses. It's sort of like it's a community. You know, but it's only got the one walking bridge over there. You can't take a car onto the island. You never get it over there unless you float it down. And you just walk over the bridge. But when the tide comes in, you can't get to the bridge because the water's a bit deep. So a lot of people over there have learnt to wear Wellingtons. And we got, what? What's funny in that? What else are they going to do? Walk on water or something? No, you're not here today, are you, really? You just really want to close your eyes and disappear. I know. Do you remember fighting that? I don't know have you ever driven, ladies and gentlemen, drivers amongst you, where you go down the motorway and after Slough, there's no lights on the motorway. You're just the white line, like that, and you're watching it, and it becomes quite mesmerising. And I can remember I used to work in London and then drive back down the motorway. And I used to struggle to stay awake until I discovered the trick to it is either chewing gum or apples. Apples or basically resting and trying to get some sleep. But you can't pull into the side of the road, much as you'd want to, because you get some police car and I'm going, yes, sir, I'm just too tired to drive. Yes, sir, well, you can't park here. I thought we were always told, pull in off the motorway, but, sometimes it's been a struggle. Not recently, because I don't drive at night. I've given up that avenue of pleasure. Apparently, the Dagenham roofers say stick samphire in an omelette. Oh, that sounds good. I could go for that one. I haven't made an omelette, though, ever. I don't think I've ever made an omelette. I'm trying to think, actually, have I ever made an omelette? No. There's a machine that you can put something in. I've got this little 5-minute chefette thing. I might try and sort of whisk up some eggs and pop them in there and see what that turns out like. I mean, I'm quite amazed by what it cooks. It's not brilliant. It did okay with the little mini chicken Kievs, which I bought the other day. They were quite nice, but again, not particularly brilliant. 84850 Steve at LBC. Port does it every time for me. Steve says, Donny, do you know I've never had a glass of port? Never had a glass of port. Perhaps this Christmas I might get some. I used to give to my accountant when he was in London, in Chiswick. And now he's moved miles and miles away, so he used to get a bottle of very, very old vintage port. But he hasn't had that for a few years now, bless him. Derek says, I was a diver on the Thames flood barrier in 1977. Saved London a few times. Amazing piece of civil engineering. It is, isn't it? I think it actually looks quite nice. It looks quite nice. I like going down the Thames. Being Piscean, I'm strangely drawn to the water. I've never lived by the water. I used to go out with somebody who lived by the water, but I've never actually lived on it. I've always been quite frightened about things flooding. You know, it looks nice to start with, and then you go, oh, if it floods, we don't want that. Not so good. Another one here. Says Carol, there's always this kind of fish pie that's popular in Cornwall. It's called a stargazer pie. I love fish, but I can barely look at it. I know. And Steve, we bought a 4-pack of vegan sausage rolls yesterday from Greggs by mistake. But I challenge anybody to taste the difference between them and the real ones. Yeah, they do. I didn't know they did a packet of vegan sausage rolls. I thought they just did them individually. But it's amazing how there always used to be a queue out the door for Greggs, and then they were saying the other day they might have to lay 800 people off because there's not as much or as many people going into the shops, which I thought was a bit disappointing. If you want your bacon roll in the morning or your bacon baguette, I could eat one right now, a bacon baguette, 5 pieces of bacon, 4 normally extra, but then I thought, should I ask for 2 extra pieces of bacon? That would be a bit naughty, wouldn't it? Would that be wrong? You can have as many as you want, I should imagine. If I said to them, listen, put 6 pieces in a bag, I'd have 6 pieces in a bag. Why not? You can have sauce if you want sauce. You have to ask for it. I don't like sauce because I don't want to bite into something and then look down and discover that I've dribbled tomato ketchup or daddy's sauce. I think it's about 60 pence. 60 pence. It's a very good value. Very good value. So I think you pay £2.80 for a bacon baguette, and that's about that long with 5 pieces. Oh, really? That's what you think that is? No, it's bigger than that. That's about an 8-inch thing. Yeah, no, it's a bit more than that. That's half a foot. That's about 8 inches, and you get 6 pieces of bacon in it. Well, you get 5 pieces, 4 normally, and then the extra piece. Or you could have a little sausage. And that brings us back to you again. Sorry, do I go to Subway? I've only ever been to Subway once. I didn't understand how the system worked. I got confused. I just went in there, I just wanted a salad roll with some ham or something, and that was very complicated because you had to have, what roll do you want? What's the filling you want in it? Do you want this? And then what sort of ham do you want? And do you want just give me a ham roll. It's too stressful. I don't need to start faffing that. They've got a bagel store at Waterloo Station, and I get confused with that one. Plain bagel, sausage. Anything else? No. Thank you. I'm always very polite about it. So cold, actually. I can never work out in the studio if it's freezing cold in here and freezing cold outside, or it's freezing cold in here because of the air conditioning, and it's actually quite mild outside. Giovanna Fletcher, who, to be honest with you, I'd never heard of. I know who her husband is, but she says she used to have self-image insecurities. and it's taken her years to celebrate her body for giving birth. Have you noticed? Everybody's got issues. I mean, I don't think that there is anybody who's ever been on television who doesn't have issues. They've all got something. She says, when your children look at you, they don't see your lumps and bumps. Oh, I think I've always seen lumps and bumps. Always seen lumps and bumps. I don't know why. It's just sort of one of those sort of things. It's only because people don't know anything about people, do they? It's like, until you see somebody with their clothes off. Not that I'm recommending you do this on the bus at the moment or driving down the M25. But here is something very strange. A mysterious monolith has been discovered in a remote part of Utah after being spotted by state employees counting sheep from a helicopter. It's some sort of metal, and they're not sure about it. They don't know anything about it. They've said here it's between 10 and 12 feet high, so that's about 3 metres. It appears to be planted in the ground. The helicopter pilot, Brett, told the local news channel, KSL-TV, it's been about the strangest thing I've come across. Brett was flying for the Utah Department of Public Safety, counting bighorn sheep in the south of the state. I was only thinking about doing that the other day myself. I thought to myself, get out there, Steve, and count those sheep. One of the biologists says, whoa, 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 what's that? They talk like that out there. Whoa, 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 whoa. He said, and we've got to go back. And he said, it looked man-made. He said, I'm assuming it's not a new wave artist. Well, what do they think? They think aliens. I mean, to be honest with you, aliens I would credit with, putting up a shopping mall or something like that, not a monolith that's between 10 and 12 feet high. What would be the point of that? I mean, do you think if they actually go to sort of pull it down, it will electrocute them? And so Brett and the entire helicopter could just disappear. Wow. But, I mean, a lot of people are saying it's art. Well, I mean, it's certainly got, them thinking in Utah, where they're very excited about this. Up until now, Brett's only had sheep to look at. And now, luckily, he's got a strange monolith in a remote part. I don't think it's anything to worry about. But people like this sort of thing. If people want to think it's an art piece, fine. If people want to think that it's from another planet, then that's fair enough. I mean, shouldn't we send that Blue Peter presenter out there? She can probably talk to it. She's very good at talking to strange things. Have you seen her crew? They're always well worth talking to. But I think somebody just put it out there to see if they get any coverage on it, and lo and behold, you found it. So I'm very grateful, because now there'll be people who want to believe in something like that. They want to believe that the pyramids were built by people from outer space. Can't imagine why that would ever happen. And also, I mean, as I say, here we are, the most famous place in the entire universe, Trafalgar Square. I would recommend Leicester Square, but unfortunately it's all boarded up now for the next 2 years. Very disappointing, very disappointing. I still think somebody's going to graffitiise the blooming place. But in Trafalgar Square, you could land a monolith, or you could land something there from another planet. But why would they want to come here? They're obviously far more intelligent than we are. Why would they want to come here? Sure. Do you think they've heard the programme? They've probably heard the programme. That's it. They've heard the programme and they can't believe it. They're probably going... And that means something where they come from. And they're probably saying, we must go and sort out this sort of man who is on the wireless. They've probably been listening there for ages and ages, and they can't believe it. They love... Yeah, but they love Poem of the Day is one of the biggest things going. That's what they like. They all talk like that up there. It's sort of a quasi English kind of accent, but they understand everything. So that's it. But why don't they land in Trafalgar Square? But what are they doing in Trafalgar Square? I went past it earlier on, and it looks like they've boarded up the fountains. Well, as we're not going to be well, I don't think we're celebrating New Year's Eve. I don't think so. Did he mention New Year's Eve the other day? I can't remember. That's a bit worrying, isn't it? There's something in Trafalgar Square at the moment. It looks like... Yes, I've seen the thing with the cherry on top. That's occupying the 5th plinth, isn't it? Or 4th plinth. But no, this is the scaffolding in the square, and it's going out over the fountains. That's why I only asked, because I thought, now that we've boarded... Why is it we always get things boarded up around the festive season? Mind you, not that we've ever had a festive season like this one. This has got to be, or for many people, the worst festive season. I told you, I've been having drivers recently, and they average 3 jobs in a shift. My driver this morning, he picks me up. He'd been going since 5 o'clock, 5 p.m, tea time, and I was his 3rd job. That was it. That's how bad it is. Jane says it's probably a Banksy. Oh, not in Utah. And regarding the monolith, it sounds straight out of the script from 2001, A Space Odyssey. Strangely enough, Greg said exactly the same. You know. But also, surely the pilot would be asleep if he's counting sheep. Because that's how you're supposed to get to sleep. We were trying to recommend for Luke, who's having a terrible time, because the sunlight is bursting into his bus shelter, and he's got no idea of how to. And I said, bin liners, black bin liners. Go and buy some, or just buy 5. Sellotape them together. Get some gaffer tape, and then just pin them up at the window so it keeps the sunlight out. Because if you've got one chink of sunlight coming into your room, you'll never get to sleep. And we get more people with sleeping problems. And I've said to him, listen, go and push the button. I'll even give him a couple of quid to go and get the bin bags and to get some sellotape. But I would recommend something better than sellotape. A little bit of Velcro on the back of it, pin it up to the window, and then he will get some sleep. Not at the moment. And Steve, without issues, you wouldn't have a show. Of course I would. I've always had a show. I've had a show for 41 years. I've never always had issues. Jane reckons it's a Banksy. I think that's a good idea. I like the idea of it being a Banksy. That's a very good idea. And Steve, whilst up in the loft yesterday, my neighbour found a Christmas present intended for his grandchildren. I won't do the joke. It's too sad. It's too sad. It reminds me of a film. Don't read it. No, you're not. Don't read it. It's nothing to do. Just go and sit down. Sit down wearing your Christmas jumper. Actually, it can't be too long before we get to wear Christmas jumpers, can it? I found 2 the other day, but I might buy a new one this year. I might buy a new Christmas jumper. Something a bit festive, something with lights on it. Well, no, we're not going to wear them yet. We'll wear them nearer sort of the festive season. I can't put a date on it at the moment. I've got to think about putting trees up tomorrow, but I mean, I'll think of something, and then we can do our Christmas jumpers. Then we can be all festive. We'll send you a text to your mother's phone or something. I don't know, and we send it to Utah. You can have a chat to the monolith. Yvette Fielding would definitely talk to it. And Guy says, you'd imagine Brett in his helicopter would keep falling asleep. I love that. I think it's so funny. Steve, could it be the Clangers coming down to visit us, says Roger. No, but it's a funny thing to find in the middle of nowhere, but it could be done as a publicity stunt. That's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking it's a publicity stunt. No, could it be? Yes, why not? Of course, because, listen, it's got coverage. I've mentioned it. So far we've mentioned Utah, Brett, his helicopter, and sheep. I mean, come on. Well, it could be a Brett thing. Brett could be, because somebody pinched the Banksy bicycle. He did a girl with a bicycle leaning up against somebody pinched the bike. That's what people are like nowadays. They go, oh, it's worth money. Remember to sell it anywhere. Where would you sell it? I'm thoroughly enjoying Sky Arts, though. Oh, the auction is amazing. Some of the things you can buy are real bargain prices. Unfortunately, not necessarily for me, but for bargain prices. But no. Evan, somebody says, people wearing light-up jumpers, Steve, remind me of Alice's wedding dress from The Vicar of Dibley. I know. I can't wait to see what she's going to do with The Vicar of Dibley. I think we've got 3 new episodes. Mary says, I was having poor reception. That's my obelisk. It's so funny. If it turns out to be a hoax, all of a sudden there's this shiny thing in the middle of the desert. It does sound a little bit like Flight of the Navigator, which was that Disney film. And this thing was like a change shaper or a shaper changer, whatever it was. Somebody says it's something to do with the Osmonds, Steve. Brilliant idea. And Steve, my gran always would say, if you've got a pulse, you've got a problem. On a final note, a 3-egg omelette with 2 crispy rashers of bacon folded in. A winner, says John. Thank you very much indeed. And the Daily Express were talking about this. I mean, I didn't know any of the people on Bake Off. That makes me a bad person, I suspect, nowadays, because I really can't keep up with the amount of cooking programmes on the television. You get them on a Sunday morning. We seem to get them during the week. I mean, at one time, it was either the Antiquey type programme, where they went out there and sort of... I mean, the other day, I'm always amazed. I'm thinking of trying it myself. And best price for trade. This bloke just sort of says best price for trade, and it went down from €400 to €300. Saved nearly €100. Well, he did save €100. I mean, I thought that was amazing. So you could just tell a fib. Just get some cards printed up with antique dealer, give them to them and go, price for trade? Because they seem to knock off a load of money. It's a very good idea. I mean, you'd have to believe them, wouldn't you, really? And, Steve, had Jimmy Osmond ever been to Liverpool before he recorded that song? Do you know what? I should imagine in their days, the Osmonds toured just about everywhere. Just about everywhere. Because I remember when we spoke to Jimmy about it, and we've spoken to Donny as well, and all the boys have been in over the years, which is such a thrill. Seriously, such a thrill. And it was a case of they literally, they were on the plane. They then got, picked up at the airport in a coach. They got taken to the hotel. The hotel would be besieged by Osmond fans. They go upstairs, try and get some sleep, and then they'd get ready, downstairs, into the coach, off to the venue, on the stage, dance, sing, end of the show, back in the coach, back to the hotel. It was a never-ending lineup of hotels and coaches and people screaming at the windows. And they did it for Gareth Gates as well. They did it for Gareth Gates. And it must have been, when you, the Bay City Rollers, exactly the same. All these, the Beatles got it years and years ago. I think out of all the groups at the time, the Beatles would have had the most shouting and screaming and people. I mean, when they did Shea Stadium, I mean, I don't think you could hear them at all. The noise from the crowd was equivalent to God knows how many jet engines. And they were working on little Vox AC30 amplifiers. You can't have heard anything at all. But by the time you'd heard it going through the mixer and they've recorded it, you could actually hear the thing. But at the time, couldn't hear anything. So the vaccine's got to be our good news story of the day, hasn't it? We just need to know how people qualify, and is it possible? I want to know. I'd be curious to discover, can you pay for it? If you could afford to pay for the vaccine, could you pay for it? And the only reason I mention that is because I was thinking, if this vaccine that they've made in Oxford or in the Pfizer laboratories, if they sell it around the world, and our governments say, no, we're actually not going to be selling it, you can qualify for it, but you have to wait in term. But if you then discovered, for example, that they were selling it in France, you could go to France, and for £200 you could have the vaccine, would you go to France? That's what I was thinking. I mean, that's what I thought anyway. My friend, Pordy, oh my goodness me, says, on my way to work, in the car, to the morning live programme, we were talking about that the other day. He says, do tune in, miss you, hope to see you when this is all over. Oh, I hope so too. We heard from Michael the other day, Puddy, and we were talking about afternoon tea. The sooner this thing is over and we can go back to afternoon teas and having little sandwiches and everything else, the happier we will all be. But lovely to hear from you this morning. Lovely to hear from you. Coming up, 5 to 7. Oh, you get in early, don't you? That's good. So, 3 big changes for a normal life again. There are already 2 other vaccines. Why such a big deal? Why is it easier to roll out? What does it mean for Britain? Which is the better vaccine? The one that works. The one that works. That's what we want, isn't it? We just want it. I mean, the moment it's there is the moment there'll be queues outside doctors' surgeries. It was bad enough this year to try and book in and get the flu jab. Now you've got to get the COVID virus jab, and that will be good. That will be actually good for the simple reason that once we've had it, when will you need it? Probably yearly. You'll probably need a booster, and they will get better and better with it. Because I've had the flu jabs before, and in previous years and years ago, I used to religiously get a cold. Religiously get some sort of chest infection or something. But ever since then, for about the past 5 years, nothing at all, been absolutely fine. Didn't get a cough, didn't get a cold, because the moment I get anything that vaguely resembles a sniffle is the day that I start dosing myself up. But there was a whole crowd of us just talking about Pordy and Michael and those other. We used to go out for afternoon tea in London hotels. Michael used to sort it all out. And we haven't done it for Oh, gosh, it seems like ages and ages now. Ages and ages. Mind you, the Steve Allen Lunch Club hasn't been out for ages and ages. We're looking forward to that one as well. That's what I'm looking forward to. If they say restaurants can open, I'm looking for Joe Allen's. But again, they need to open because they get the theatre trade. And because they're not doing theatres at the moment, they might not open. I'm hoping that they will. I'm hoping Little Italy opens. It's my stomach having a little go. I only have to talk about food and immediately the stomach goes completely mad. Also, forget Netflix. From printer ink and coffee to hair dye, Lou Roland Flowers, you can get just about anything on subscription. You know, one of my neighbours gets a box of food in every week, and that's her food for the week. And you just sort of add little bits to it, but it comes with all the sauces and all the other little bits and pieces. And I've heard about printer ink, you buying it on subscription. I've heard about coffee. I've never heard about loo roll and hair dye, but flowers I've heard about. You could get, a regular repeat order of flowers. That could be quite nice. Also, the co-founder of the viral Ice Bucket Challenge has died. Pat Quinn from New York. He was only 37. Only 37. It's not any age at all. And a married police chief was allegedly exposed for having an affair with a junior officer when a doorbell with an inbuilt security system recorded him talking to her. Oh, my God. You'd think they'd be cleverer, but not a bit of it. Charles Darwin, I mentioned earlier on, and strangely enough, in 1874, you won't even have heard of this man. His name was Joseph Glidden. What did he invent? What did Joseph Glidden invent? He was granted a patent for what would become the world's most common type of barbed wire. Barbed wire. Isn't that amazing? They put barbed wire a short while ago round one of these water purification works down the road. Obviously to stop people. Why would they want to break into a water purification plant? I can't imagine. But they do. So Fergie's flogging her tea and biscuits. Perhaps you could have a word with Andrew, Sarah. See if he can have a word with the FBI. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I say, we live in hope, don't we? We live in hope of the vaccine working, and we live in hope of tons of other things, like not getting freezing cold weather. But they've said we might get snow on Christmas Day, over the Christmas period. I bet it's not down in London. Anyway, gotta go. I do have a free little bit extra podcast, and today, believe it or not, Ruth Langsford denies having a dig at one of her colleagues. I mean, I would never think of doing such a thing, unless, of course, it's old O'Brien. John Barrowman makes a return to Doctor Who this Christmas. The true highlight of his career, of course, was working with me. And I finally answer the question everybody's been asking, would I ever go on I'm a Celebrity? The answer will not surprise you.